Boats lined up at the start.
Okay, Mo wants a selfie.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Morning. Hello.
Okay, so we just went live.
Great.
For you guys, this slider is going to be how you can turn yourselves off. If it's all the way down, you're off. Nobody can
Great.
hear you.
Great.
When you turn it on, just make sure you bring this white line to this orange.
Great.
Where it says 15. Just
Cool.
line up there.
I can do that.
We just tested. Should be coming through all good.
Sweet.
I might have to mess with this board a little bit.
Yeah.
So if I walk up, just ignore me.
Yeah. I'll pay attention to you, but
Yeah.
sweet.
We threw in a third microphone too, just in case you got any
Yeah,
visitors.
we've actually been like, hey, come
Like,
talk about your
please.
team, come interview.
We
Yeah.
can totally do that.
Sweet.
Okay. But yeah,
We should be pretty close to
there's
start.
boats lined up at the start right now.
Great. She's charged. She's ready. This orange is going to be a little dramatic because it rolls. Pretty cute. Oh, my I run local base stuff.
Yo, what's up?
Like last time we had, they had an extra.
Yeah.
I don't want this.
Saratoga Invitational day 1. It says the stream's up. This is live. I don't know. It's probably because you're on a school bus. Yeah, we're just waiting for the boats. They're lining up right now.
Lovely. So then we can keep the results page. Anything weird that I'm gonna pronounce wrong? Narragansett.
Augustine, not Augustine, right?
Augustine?
Augustine?
August. I'm gonna go with Green.
Yeah. Oh, AC.
Yeah. Hello and good morning. Welcome to the Saratoga Invitational 2024. We are here live with the first race of the day brought to you here from the finish line. We've got the girls freshman novice quad. 7:30 start time. We are right on time. Always a good sign when that happens. But we've got a nice full field here. We've got Row America Rye over in lane 1 on the far side. Shaker Rowing Association in lane 2, Niskayuna Rowing in lane 3, Narragansett Boat Club in lane 4, Maritime Rowing Club in lane 5, Connecticut Boat Club in lane 6, and Ridley College B in lane 7, with ACA here front and center of our screens, crushing it in the green and purple in lane 8. Welcome to the 2024 Saratoga Invite. We got boats on the course. We got 3 boats across, neck and neck. So here, if you can't see that, we've got lane 8, ACA, lane 5, Maritime, and closely followed is lane 4, Narragansett. So kind of 3 programs that crush it in the sculling. Yeah. So if you're new to the sport, sculling, each of these athletes has 2 oars in one in each hand. More of a symmetrical motion.
Yeah. We got our 4-person boats, so 4 people, 2 oars. That's a quad. It'll show up on your schedule as a 4X. So these are girls, freshmen, and novice. So freshmen that first year in high school, or novice, so just begun rowing. Potentially a little bit less experience, but no less heart or excitement or competitiveness. As you can see, these crews are approaching that maybe second half of the race here, really digging in.
And the quad is tricky because it doesn't have a coxswain,
Yeah.
right? And so these athletes are totally self-sufficient. Usually you'll have different roles for each seat. So as we look at the boat here, we've got ACA. We can look at this bow seat. She's checking her point, making sure her boat knows where they are and that they're not crashing into those little buoys. They're not like, it's not like hitting a brick wall.
No, but you
it's a
want a
little
smooth, flat
disruptive,
playing
right?
field. Yeah.
And then you see this 2-seat here from Maritime taking a look over. Oftentimes, it's either the bow seat or the 2-seat that's kind of given that coxswain role of motivating
The
or
brain
uniting.
of the operation. Yeah.
And then 3-seat, we call it a princess seat in our book. Just they don't have too much to do other than follow the girl in front of them. And stroke seat set in that nice rhythm. And here they come down the course.
This is our finish line view here over on the Saratoga shore, so closer to where the Saratoga boats launch, on the opposite side of where the visiting cruise will launch and where the Regatta Central will happen. But looks like it's these same 3 crews up ahead with potentially some races for 4th, 5th, 6th developing in the back, which is fun. One of the really cool things about Saratoga Invite is, especially on Saturday, you've got all sorts of speeds, and no matter what, we've got enough boats on the course that everybody's going to have a good race mid-season here. Some of these crews have had some races. Some we're pretty early.
Most people got on the water pretty early. This was almost I think a record-breaking year here in Saratoga. We got on the water in, what was it? March.
Yeah.
So it's definitely feeling more like a mid-season this year than in some past years where we didn't get on until mid-April.
And it looks like we've still got that lane 5, if I'm correct, Maritime out in front, ACA right with the pack.
We're getting to that stage of the race just in the last 500 where you can feel the finish line a little bit. When you're further away, sometimes it can be a little bit hard to convince your body that it's actually time to go. But when you can feel that finish line, they're about to come into the last 250 where the buoys actually change color to red, and kind of like waving that red flag for a bull. It means time to go, and the rowers can kind of dig in and really empty the tank. But yeah, you're right. Here comes Maritime, looking really nice and together, nice and long. Narragansett still in the fight. Nice zoom in of our launch there. They'll get out of the way.
So these athletes will be trying to bring up that stroke rate, take more strokes per minute with more power. Kind of like your last sprint. They've got maybe 20 strokes to the finish line, maybe 30, depending on speed of boats. But looks like we've got ACA here closest to the Saratoga
watch
shore.
Out for ACA. They're moving.
Maritime trying to take a look at that field, but looking pretty comfortable here on our first race of the 2024 Saratoga Invitational.
And the great thing about Saratoga is we've got these 10 lanes across, right? And so it's awesome. We get so many different boats to race, but being 3 lanes across from somebody is really hard.
It's
you
tough.
don't have
They're
that
far
peripheral
away.
vision. ACA is charging.
ACA's got contact here. We've got inching their bow ball into that stern deck.
So without a doubt, these boats really gunning it. Oh my gosh, it's so close, Megan. First race of the day.
Maritime looking like they're going to have to work really hard to keep this lead. Ooh.
My mouth is open.
Ooh, what a way to start.
I cannot believe it.
ACA by maybe 2 feet at the line. Or, sorry, excuse me, Maritime up on ACA by maybe 2 feet at the line.
And here comes Narragansett. They were in that early pack. Edging out lane 7 from Ridley College. That's their B entry. And it looks, let me see, and you're seeing what we're seeing. We got a little bit of glare here in the morning every time.
Looks like that might be Niskayuna through the line out of lane 3.
I agree.
We've got 2 boats here finishing up their last 250, so they're entering those red buoys. Time to go, time to light it up. It is the first race of the day, so warm-up might have been a huge concern. It's early. We got to wake up our
40
bodies.
degrees.
It's chilly. But
look at these guys come down the course. Really nice. One swing together. Nicely done. Must be our Connecticut Boat Club. Nope, lane 7. That's going to be Ridley College. Excuse me. So Connecticut Boat Club passed already.
really
and
nice body swing in that.
We're
boat,
already back up to
sending
the start. We're in the first 250 of the boys varsity single final one. We have let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
9 lanes here.
9 lanes. So closest to us is CRI A in lane 8, crushing it with just a bow ball advantage. V Skulls team is in lane 7, just behind. Albany Rowing Center in lane 6. Oak Neck B in lane 5. Shaker Heights in lane 4. Bromfield Acton Boxborough in lane 3. Narragansett in lane 2. Long Island Rowing Club B in lane 1. And Cambridge Boat Club C in lane 0.
So these athletes, similar to that first race, will have 2 oars each, but obviously, as you'll note, it's just them in the boat. So they are the brain of the boat, they are the muscles, they are doing all the steering, they are doing all the race strategy. The singles is a tricky boat. It's fun when you're going fast, and it's fun when you know you're making those boat moves, and fun to kind of look aside and know that you can try and take the next person aside. But we've got
Watch
out
out
of
for
lane 8
0.
and lane 0, Cambridge Boat Club and CRI. We've got our Boston buddies
These are the
in
sneak
town
attack
going
lanes.
side to side.
And as we said, it's really hard, like peripheral vision. It's nice when you're in a seated race that you know kind of more information about the crews. And so usually the races will be seated from the middle with
Gives
the
you that
fastest
nice
crews
V line
out to the sides. Exactly.
out from the middle. But
Here, it's
we're
early.
not.
It's early days. We don't have that kind of information. A lot of bets are off. So these athletes in lane 0 and lane 8, looking just about as far over as you can.
You can see that CRI athlete taking a quick glance to his right.
He's got about half a boat of advantage here, maybe almost a full length.
As he makes his way through.
A lot of people say that rowing the single is almost like tennis, where it's not really communicating with other teammates, which is right. Most of rowing is done in team boats. But the single, it's you communicating with yourself.
Yeah.
Megan, what's going through these single scullers' minds?
I'm hoping they're thinking, wow, I got some flat water. I got some fast water. I'm excited to race. This is probably the first of many races this weekend, I would guess, for these athletes in singles and quads and doubles and 8s and 4s. And we've got all the boat classes here today. But they're in, I would say, the second half of the race here. We can just see those little dots on the horizon at the finish line. So they're in the place where you got to make the decision to lean into that hurt, to sit up a little bit taller in your technical skills, to put kind of all those practices together, all the winter training, all the early strokes on the water. They're in the midst of it.
So true. I love the look of this, though. It's such a beautiful morning here on Fish Creek. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Saratoga. It's a whopping 41 degrees.
I bet we're up to 43 by now. Balmy.
Sun is out. Very few clouds in the sky. We've got right now a puff of a tailwind.
So what does that mean? What?
The wind is
that gonna
helping
help
us
me?
along.
Is that going to hurt me?
The wind is helping us along. It's not strong enough to disrupt the water too much. And hopefully we're taking advantage of it because it's not going to last. The wind is absolutely projected to shift to a headwind. And
so these singles will feel a little bit of help on the water. Looks like that's still our Cambridge Boat Club entry on the far Lees Park lanes, the far Regatta side lanes. But I'm seeing them approach the finish line here, and it's everybody's got contact. It's a super cool race with 9 singles of varying backgrounds and experiences and fitness levels and speed.
Choose your fighter.
Right? Like everybody is going to have a race today, and that I think is one of the coolest parts of being able to go 10 lanes across this early in the season.
Good. So we still have our same 2 leaders. CRI currently taking it up into a little bit higher stroke rate. You can see the rhythm just elevated a little bit higher in cadence. Same with Cambridge over there in lane 0.
I'm not sure who are
But yeah, who
third
is this
place,
in the middle?
but they're coming in hot. Potentially could be Bromfield Acton Boxborough, maybe Narragansett, maybe Oak Neck in there. Oak Neck known for their fast small boat sculling, but
I think they're in lane 2.
I think CRI is going to be up ahead as we approach maybe 10
a
strokes
crab
to the
from
finish
Cambridge.
line. Ooh, Cambridge, that's
Devastating.
okay. That's okay. Hop
Narragansett
right
taking
back in.
advantage. It looks like Narragansett will be able to take that second place finish. We'll see if our Cambridge Boat Club friend can hold on to third, bring home some hardware.
Strong CRI through the line. We got a fist pump in the air. Well done.
Yeah, so that's our lane 2 Narragansett A entry. followed by Cambridge Boat Club C. And that was, I believe, lane 4. Almost a photo finish there between lane 1 and lane 7.
Long Island Rowing Club and V School's team through the line. And then even this backpack, we got 3 right in a row.
Lane 6, lane 5,
Albany, Shaker Heights,
and lane 3.
Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Looks like that might actually be Albany and Oak Neck.
Yep.
Well done, boats. That's your first full singles field through the line. That was the 7:38 race, the boys varsity single, final 1. Our next race will be same boat class, boys varsity single. This will be final 2. These finals weren't seeded. This is kind of a mixed bag, so you're not sure quite what you're going to get. And then I believe tomorrow our finals will be a little bit more stacked. So how you do today could be relevant tomorrow. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2024 Saratoga Invitational out of Fish Creek, Saratoga Springs, New York. We do have our first posted results of the morning from the girls freshman novice quad. That'll be a 4X on your schedule. We've got Maritime Rowing Club was first through the line, followed by Augustine Classical Academy, and then Narragansett. And wow, first race of the day, and there was a .2 difference between our
So
first place and
fun.
our second. So that gives you a bit of a taste of what the rest of the day is going to look like. I
Spicy.
anticipate quite a bit of that.
We've got a great look up at our start line, so huge shout out while we wait for this next race to get off in the next 2 minutes. We've got quite the staff of volunteers and regatta help here. So you see we have a starting platform up there just so every crew can look up and see. We see the flag up in the air, whipped down, so that signals to the rowers that it's time to go. And because light travels faster than sound, a
Yep.
lot of athletes are coached to look up at that flag.
And there is, I'm not sure what's up there today, but there is some sort of announcement, right?
Yes,
The
yes. They have
official
got
will
a
say
cone.
attention, go. But if you can watch that flag, that's going to be your best response time. So these are our men's varsity singles final 2 out of lane. We'll go from lane 8 will be Cambridge Boat Club. That'll be closest to us. Oak Neck Rowing, Narragansett, Mohawk Homefield, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, V School's team, Friends of Concord, and Wayland Weston.
Early leader here from lane 7. That's going to be out of Oak Neck, a huge sculling program. They take a lot of pride in their speedy sculling. And then don't count out lane 5. That's going to be our Narragansett Boat Club. Oh, excuse me, Mohawk Homeschool Rowing. Looking nice and long.
And if potentially this is your first season in rowing, first regatta, you're a parent, a relative, a friend, a family, or a novice rower, you can see here these singles give us a good idea of kind of the simplicity of rowing. Push those legs down, swing the bodies, and bring the arms in. Obviously, there are a lot of different rhythms, techniques, ideas, philosophies on rowing, but everybody here is just trying to get their little boat to move to this finish line as quick as possible.
We've got quite a tight pack here, Megan. Just after the leaders up from, we've got Oak Neck and Mohawk Homeschool still leading, but watch out, we've got quite a packed
at
field.
them.
Lane 1, Wayland Weston B's entry, really trying to separate from that fray, but it's really tight. And we can see now we've got, let's see, Cambridge Boat Club really trying to stick in there over on the far left side. They've got just about a foot or 2 of advantage over Mohawk Homeschool, so that we didn't see that in our camera
No.
angle.
No. Your screen here from left to right will be high lanes to low lanes. So high lanes will stay on the Saratoga shore, low lanes will be on the Lees Park Regatta side shore.
We've got pretty dead level here between lanes 6, 4, and I think that's lane 1.
I think so too.
So we'll give you those crews for you at home. If you don't have the heat sheet up, that's Narragansett, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, and Wayland Weston B. Duking it out here. Singles kind of like a quiet intensity because you don't really have a lot of breath speak, right? And so there's no coach that's like tuned in through a microphone or anything.
Which is super cool. It's it's a sport where you, as a coach or as a program
Oh,
director or
no.
anything like that.
What happened to Waylon Weston?
We're trying to do some steering around something. I wonder if there's something in the lanes there.
Hopefully we'll get that
We'll get
cleared
an
out.
update there. But Waylon Weston trying to do some directing, like we were
Some
saying. You
catch-up.
send your athlete out there, and they've got to deal with the elements here.
But your medal contenders are still going to be over there on the left side of your screen. We've got Oak Neck with a commanding lead of just about a length and a half of open water, followed by Cambridge Boat Club over there on the far left, and Mohawk Homesteel School still hanging in tough. Just about contact between those two second and third place crews. And those medal contenders have a pretty ridiculous gap back.
Yeah, they've done some good work
They've
here
done
in
some
that
good
first half of the
training.
race.
They're moving really efficiently, but it's still neck and neck for those 4th, 5th, and 6th places. The Waylon Weston B entry really fighting hard to get back after that little snafu.
Yeah, a snafu.
Still has contact on that next crew over there in lane 4. Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
And you can see our chase boats. So those are regatta officials, regatta marshals. They're out there to make sure all these boats are safe. Because it is such a athlete individualized sport, right? Your coach isn't out there if you fall in or get hurt or have a equipment or technical emergency. So that's what those launchers are there for. But here we're in our final 250 for these athletes. It does look like 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially our Oak Neck, our Mohawk Homeschool. Who was our leader here?
Oak Neck, I
believe
think.
That's Oak Neck coming through. And wow, that water looks great. It is a beautiful day for rowing here on Fish Creek. You can see that Oak Neck athlete bringing up the rate a little bit, pressing those legs down a little bit quicker, trying to get his body over a little bit quicker. He's got about 8 strokes to the line.
Here we go. How fast can we go?
Wow,
That's
what a
I ask.
margin. What a margin. Wow, and it's a fight for second and third. It looks like that Cambridge Boat Club A is going to take silver here.
But strong performance here from Mohawk Homeschool for that 3rd place finish. Again, these medal earners have really separated themselves in that hunt for hardware. But really awesome racing. Look at this comeback from Waylon Weston B.
Weston.
Had a little bit of
adventure of the day.
Oh,
and
but
we got a sprint
Bromfield
from
Acton
Bromfield
Boxer is not
Acton.
giving up. Oh my gosh,
I think
Megan.
they might take it. BAB through the line just over Waylon Weston here.
Great fight there. Here comes, I think that's Narragansett.
And that will be either Friends of Concord crew or V-Skulls team.
Looked like it was in lane 2, so I'm going to say that was Friends of Concord. We may have had a couple scratches in that race.
So
I don't see anyone else coming.
I don't see anybody else. Our officials are through the line. They're waving their white flag, getting a thumbs up from everybody, making sure we've made it through the race. You can see here in the foreground, we've got athletes launching from these Saratoga docks. All sorts of different races today. Our next, we've got one more final of the singles here, of the boys varsity singles. 7:54 a.m. So we are running, dare I say, spot on a little bit early so far today.
That's true. Megan, how early do you have to be to the start line? Like, obviously you have to be kind of ready to go.
I would like to be at the start line ready to pull in 8 to 10 minutes.
8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just sitting there for 8 to 10 minutes? Don't you get
You're
cold?
warm. You got layers. You're prepared. I think you're supposed to be locked on 4 minutes. Is that correct? So that gives me 4 minutes to adjust my layers, grab a drink of water, set my speed coach, and then pull right into the docks so that I am on time for my race.
They will give athletes a warning.
Yeah.
I hear there's a punishment
They're
system.
going to be sharp today.
Oh my gosh. We have another start, do we? Can't see with this. No. Yes.
I see some
They're
blades.
going.
We are off 2 minutes early. Let's go. So if all the boats are locked in and ready to go, the official can pull the crews and say, if we'd like to go, let's go. And often, like you just said, Hannah, so that you don't get cold. That's a good move. If we're all ready to go, let's make this race happen. This is the boys varsity single final 3. Out of lane 2 will be our closest to the Regatta Shore V-Schools team.
Leading.
Woohoo! Yeah, look at that. Mohawk Homeschool out of lane 3, Long Island Rowing lane 4, Shaker lane 5, Cambridge Boat Club 6, Albany Rowing Center 7, and Wayland Weston out of lane 8.
So it looks like our early leaders here, 250 in. This is kind of the explosive, like power favored portion of the race.
Get that boat moving up.
But it takes a lot of coordination as well. You've got lane 2, lane 6, and lane 8. It looks like.
And that will be.
Excuse me. No, that's lane 4.
V-Schools team, Long Island out of 4, Cambridge out of 6,
lane
and
4
out of 8, right in front of us,
Wayland
Wayland Weston.
Down the base. So as we kind of transition from that high explosive start sequence, we call it like the high strokes. In rowing, it's kind of unique in that way. In other sports, you don't really see this like prolonged sprint
super
at the
high
beginning of your
intensity
race.
right off the start.
And so a lot of like psychologists think rowers do that because it gives you that psychological advantage to be ahead of your competitors and literally look at their backs.
If
You can do that. And likewise, if you're down, like you don't have a lot of information, like you don't know how far they're up. And so you'll see this prolonged start, but lane 4 really had a nice shift. Long Island.
I was going to say Long Island looks a little bit calmer, a little bit longer than these other 2 athletes next to him. We'll see kind of how that lasts. Often, once you get to base, that's where some true fitness, some true technical challenges start to emerge.
Yeah. Oftentimes it's the crew that looks like they're just grooving along.
Yeah.
That's the one that's having the most fun or just feels the most confident.
Can you do the fastest work with the least amount of work? How fast can you go? Simple and smooth. But
Work
here's our
smarter.
overhead shot. Looks like almost everybody's got a race here. So these singles will be able to feel each other. A single is not that big, maybe, 15 feet, 16 feet, somewhere in there.
Watch out for this Wayland Weston crew. They were just out of our picture. And again, so you see the wake trailing from our media launch there on the far left. Really trying not to wake out our athletes here as they're doing their thing. So sometimes we're not able to see the full field from that side angle. But here we've got this drone, so we get the full picture. Wayland Weston with about a length of advantage here on what I thought were the leaders originally.
So there's Wayland Weston, and then out of lane 4, Long Island Rowing in that blue boat.
Megan, my eyes are doing tricks on me. That drone shot made Wayland Weston look like they were up a
I
length,
know.
and now it looks like they're
Take
bow ball to
it,
bow ball.
Wayland Weston, take it and run with it.
So maybe Long Island's just making a crazy move here. So you see different rhythms here from these athletes. Just
Right, how
slight
long
difference.
do you leave the legs pushing before the body opens? Do you let the boat run a little bit at the finish, or do you circle those hands around? Looks like that's lane 6. Maybe a Cambridge Boat Club there trying to hang with our Wayland Weston and our Long Island Rowing.
Sometimes a coach will just say, get yourself in the fight. Like,
Be in the right
you
fight,
need to be
right?
close enough.
That
Yeah,
you can feel them.
You can feel them there. Great shot here from our finish line. You can really catch the silhouetted single scullers here, cutting through the water. And so these athletes are entering the last 500. We've got the Regatta View neighborhood right on shore, and a lot of athletes here in Saratoga know that the end is near when they can feel that
See that Regatta
kayak
beach.
beach.
Yep. So there's some benefits and some challenges when rowing on your own course. The benefits is you know exactly where things are, how much more you have left. It's very comfortable, but sometimes the excitement of racing on a new course makes it feel a little bit more like a race. Yeah, so as we're coming to this last 250, athletes who are not from here will be able to see those buoys, know it's close to the end, know they've got to kind of empty the tanks here, and those Saratoga athletes or athletes from the capital region will get to rely on a couple of other visual or physical cues. But I think this is going to be Long Island.
Yeah, that's our lane 4. They had a really nice move there in that middle 500.
Strong second half there, Long Island, well done. And it looks like Waylon Weston, Cambridge Boat Club here. Potentially that could be Albany Rowing Center.
Oh my gosh, Long Island is giving it everything here. And it looks like Waylon Weston's just not responding quick enough. It's kind of like throwing punches in the single. Like, it looks just like Long Island threw that first punch in the last 250. Waylon Weston for second.
I believe that's Albany Rowing Center for the bronze.
Potentially Cambridge Boat Club. I can't tell if they were 1 lane over or 2.
A lot of lanes here today. Another athlete through the line. We've got 3 or 4 still on the course. Today, all flights, all finals will be awarded medals. So Saturday today, randomly assigned. There's no A or B flights. However, racing on Sunday will be loosely seeded from today. So how well you do today does have some impact on your racing tomorrow. And we just want to make sure that we're going down the course as fast as we can every time. But some more of our men's singles through the line here. Looks like that might be lane 5, Shaker. Lane 3, Mohawk Homeschool. Lane 3 and then 5, excuse me. And that is Albany Rowing Center to cap off our men's varsity single finals.
And the antithesis of the single is the 8. Here we go. Boys, freshman U16 8. We've got closest to us, Friends of Port in lane 8, CRI in lane 7, Row America Rye in lane 6, Greenwich in lane 5, Niskayuna in lane 4, Saratoga in lane 3, and Row America Rye B in lane 2. So all of these athletes are going to be either 15 years old or younger or freshmen in high school.
And we've got results from the first 2 finals of the varsity singles. CRI, Narragansett, and Cambridge Boat Club went 1, 2, and 3.
Look at them getting aligned here. This is such a cool shot of the start line here on Fish Creek.
Looks like we're placing blades.
Quite a lot of energy, quite a lot of personalities here
Some
across
hype.
These many lanes. You got stake boat holders, volunteers who lay on their bellies all morning.
There's the start here.
Fast and furious, picking up this boat. So the 8 weighs something like 200 pounds.
It's a big boat.
And we'll just guesstimate, like, each of these athletes weighs at least 100 pounds, right? Right?
Yeah,
like, at least, maybe, I don't know, maybe that's
a lot
an
of weight
incorrect
to get
assumption.
moving. But holy moly, who is that out early? Lane
In the middle,
Row America Rye.
they do have a historically really strong program.
But you can see just how much faster, how much more power, how much more like team excitement happens in these boats. Obviously that single
There's a lot of momentum
is
in the 8.
like a really fun boat to row and a really technical boat, but man, it is fun to go fast with 9 people.
All right, so we've got 3 boats across here into this first 250. Row America Rye A and B and Saratoga neck and neck here. You can see they're really close.
That Row America Rye A closest to us, that bow seat's going to be feeling the other bow seats over there. He's going to know, all right, how much are we up? Where are we standing?
Play a huge role, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's so much happening. Honestly, the 8 can be a little overstimulating at times.
It's wild.
And so the coxswain's role is huge in just kind of uniting the rowers, keeping everybody calm but informed,
Right.
so they know exactly what's needed, exactly what's happening.
And how to do it together, right?
Yeah, so again, this is Row America Rye with just about a seat of a lead here, maybe 2 seats. We've got a little bit of an angle. But Saratoga hanging tough, just 1 seat down on Row America Rye B. And these 3 crews may have broken
Put
open
some
water
water.
on
Yep.
the rest of the field. So again, we've got quite a few. We've got 7 boats in this race. Port, CRI, Greenwich, Niskayuna are just out of our field division because we've got a 3-boat race.
Row America Rye is continuing to put a little bit. I think they've got a deck and a seat maybe. Again, we're at a bit of an angle, but these 27 athletes know that they've put a little bit between them and the field, and they're
Saratoga's
ready
on
to
a
keep
move
moving.
here. Home court advantage potentially, but Saratoga is charging on Row America Rye B, holding contact on the really strong field the strong crew from Row America Rye A.
There's, I believe, our Greenwich crew in the neon.
Classic. If any crew
Niskayuna in
changes
that
their
red.
colors, we're gonna lose
Throwing
it.
us off. That looks like Friends of Port and Niskayuna rowing there. CRI in the red as well. And they are coming in close. They're in that last 500 here. I can see the 60-something athletes down the line.
So if you're just tuning in, you have missed quite the barn burner of the first 1,000. We're already in the last third of the race. You can see that red buoy just visible on your screen. That indicates to the rowers and the coxswain that the end is near, and it's time to kind of make your cause known to this field. How well can you move together? How strong, how fit are you? How composed are you in the face of adversity? Again, we've got Saratoga. They took a great move in that middle 500 on Row America Rye B. We'll see if they can hold on to that advantage and secure silver. But Row America Rye A's entry was kind of running away with it
They were
in that
moving.
middle. So we'll see if they can continue that momentum or if one of these trailing crews can kind of reel them back in.
Momentum is a huge thing in rowing, too. If you're up, you can see the people you're beating. If you're down, you got to rely on your coxswain, your sound, your trust in your crew.
Takes a lot of imagination.
Takes a lot
to
of
be down.
a faith in your fitness and in your technique. But it looks like Row America Rye still holding on to that lead. Saratoga inching in potentially, but our flag is up. We're in the last 200 here. There's
Yeah.
our finish line flag. That thing will go up when they enter the last 300, 250 meters.
It's got to be fun to be Saratoga in this day. Just giving it everything. They took 8 seats on Row America
they've
Rye
moved
B
in
in
that
the
last
last 2
500.
minutes. And they are strong contact on Row America Rye A here.
Row America Rye A is going to have to hold on to a bit more of a finish than maybe they originally planned. But here charging comes Saratoga. Looks like they're going to be a few seats down. Row
Wow.
America Rye will come through the line in the next 2 strokes, but only down by half a boat. Half a boat will be the Saratoga boys varsity. The freshman U16, excuse me. These are our freshman U16 crews. There's Row America Rye. B through the line. Here comes Greenwich in that neon. They've got those beautiful vests looking
my
really
gosh.
nicely.
And, Megan,
And then
this
another
is
race.
so close.
Looks like CRI and then potentially Niskayuna and Port.
Niskayuna and Port is anyone's guess here. I think it's just
Niskayuna just
but
by a
ridiculously
seat.
close finish
Just
there.
by a seat. Well done, U16 freshman crews. Well done. So these are all athletes new to high school rowing, which is super exciting. What a great first 8th race of the day.
And we got more coming. Up next, we have the boys Novice 8. So all of these athletes have to be new to the sport of rowing. But they can be any age, right? So different event for sure, more of a mixed bag, but everybody's new to the sport. So it's kind of looking at who has the steepest learning curve, so to speak. We have 6 boats slotted in this race. I'm only seeing 5. So we might have had a scratch or someone late to the start. The field as is written for us is Deerfield in lane 8, which I believe we have. And then Greenwich in lane 7. Maritime in lane 6, Riverfront Recapture in lane 5, Whale and Weston in lane 4, and CRI B is slotted in lane 3. But it looks like we may be missing our lane 3 CRI B. So we'll just have 5 boats. We're trying to get these bow balls level. Lane 6 currently needs to go up just, I don't know, 4
A
inches.
smidge.
So that stake boat holder really trying to push out the boat. Some of these boats are shorter, Megan.
Boats
Like,
do.
they're not a
They are.
standard
They're
length.
no. They're
There's
they're
like a
a
range
general
probably.
standard, but we have noticed even in singles in our rowing that some of them need a little bit more room at the start.
There are some Wintech shells that I've seen at international races that they need a little handle
An extra.
mounted to
Yeah.
the stern deck so that the stake boat holder can hold on to the handle because the boat's just not long enough.
Yep. I see some fist bumps passing along through these crews.
A lot of nerves at the start.
It's exciting.
It's quiet. Sometimes I would not recommend it, but sometimes there's some heckling
Yeah.
that can
Yeah.
shake you out of your focus.
So you can see these athletes will start to sit up at the catch once that aligner calls their crews.
Dare I say, this is our lane 3 CRIB.
Come on in, CRIB.
Join the party.
Lots of reasons that they could be pulling in a little bit behind the field. Could be equipment, could be they launched late for their warm-up, but we're glad you're here. They're going to have to make their way on over to lane 3, it looks like. Weasel themselves in there. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2024 Saratoga Invitational. We're here on Fish Creek. We've got racing from 7:30 this morning all the way to nearly 6 p.m. today. So lots of rowing for you, all different boat classes, from singles to 8s, sculling, sweeping. We've got it all. And with this final 8 of the boys Novice 8, final 1 pulling in, we are still 30 seconds ahead of that start time, so they're doing just fine, even though we had a crew slightly late to those starting platforms.
Sometimes the adrenaline can actually be helpful.
You're a little bit hyped still.
You're like, oh
Come
my
on,
gosh,
you're a
we
little
almost
nervous.
missed our race. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
So you can see they're pulled out a little bit. I wonder if they've got to readjust where their stern is.
Driving an 8 is a lot like driving like a huge tugboat or like a bus.
Like
really
I've
hard
never
to
driven
maneuver.
an 18-wheeler, but I can
I can
imagine that it
imagine.
might be similar to
If you're just joining us, we
This.
just talked about it in the boys freshman U16 8. But these boats with the whole system of the boat is like over 200 pounds. Each athlete is at least 100 pounds. The whole system is very quickly
Thousands.
approaching
yeah.
over 1,000 pounds. And so it's really hard to like, one, maneuver it. But as we're about to see, it's really hard to get those boats off the line
Yeah.
from a standstill up to your peak speed.
Right.
And so here we
Here they're
go. We'll
prying.
see different
They're trying
approaches.
to take some really quick strokes to get that boat moving. Looks like Greenwich has had a nice start here. Closest to us. Sorry, maybe that's not Greenwich. This is the boys Novice 8.
Final. Yeah, final
Yeah.
one.
Yes, Greenwich closest to us.
Deerfield?
That'll be Deerfield closest to us. Look at that. You can see all the boats warming up.
What
and
a
then
shot! That's
our
so
8's
cool.
race coming down from left to right.
If you
We've got
are a longtime rower, this is also the head of the fish course.
is.
So this
It
S
is.
turn, that
You know
bridge
that
in the
one.
far right, you start up there, make that huge turn, and then it's this beautiful 2K
Yeah.
stretch straight home.
from left to right, we've got Deerfield, Greenwich, Maritime, Riverfront Recapture, Wayland Weston, and CRIB. And these will be athletes of boys novice rowers.
Also interesting, especially in the start sequence, as it's kind of fast and furious. You might like have a rower miss a stroke in all of the hullabaloo, and so sometimes you'll see these coxswains having some steering issues.
We've got a little bit of
Especially
steering, looks
novices,
like CRI and Wayland Weston.
You are screaming at the top of your lungs. You're giving a lot of information to your athletes: the stroke rate, your speed, where you are on the field, the technical changes you need.
Yep.
There's so much these coxswains are thinking about and communicating.
and they're
And then
driving
they're also
this
driving a
60-foot long
1,000
missile.
pound missile across the water. So props to all of our coxswains, but as we kind of watch this overhead angle, we get this rare view of the steering
their
element
lines.
of the race, right? Like,
Yeah.
we want to go as fast as possible A to B.
It's a
That
straight
is
line.
not a guaranteed straight line.
Looks like Greenwich might have a little bit of a lead, and then Deerfield, Maritime, CRI, and Wayland Weston playing tough for that second place. Looks like potentially Riverfront Recapture slightly off the pace, but it's a short race, so there's room. You're not out of it until you're out of it. Looks like that the Wayland Weston boat steering a little bit. Not sure if that's in response to the CRI B boat. But again, these 8s are moving fast. They are big. They are heavy. They've got a lot of momentum. So even the slightest bit of change on the rudder can swing you around.
And as we said, like, this is a really long boat. And so sometimes people are like, oh, is the steering hard with different, like, strengths in the boat? Like, is it a power issue?
Yeah.
And it's kind of a misnomer. In fact, it's because there's so many oars and so many athletes. Usually it's not so much about the power of one athlete. It's more about that rudder underneath has the biggest impact.
Yeah.
One day we hit a log in college and we lost our rudder and very quickly realized how much that rudder does
What's
to kind of like
keeping you straight
to kind of
and keeping
mellow
you put
out
together.
all of it.
Yeah.
And so our coxswain, screamed for more power from this freshman named Katrina
Yeah.
Neva. Katrina Neva, actually from, I think she rode at Mercer. She, yammed
Yeah.
as hard as she could.
Yeah.
And because we had no rudder, no skeg, we just careened. She was too much
So
power.
strong.
Too
So
much power.
strong. Looks
So-
like we've got a little bit of steering out of CRI and Wayland Weston over there trying to figure themselves out. And then Greenwich.
kind of rising above
Strong.
the fray.
Yep. They're like, we're getting out of this. We are putting ourselves out of the field. Deerfield over there. Potentially that coxswain is looking across to CRI and Wayland Weston and trying to keep their crew.
And it's tough to be in
competitive.
that position.
Yeah.
So Wayland Weston and CRI, one little local Boston area rivalry, but they have the advantage of being right next to each other. And yeah, the steering is a little bit dramatic, but really
But those
all of
athletes
these
can
athletes,
feel each other
they can
10 feet
feel it
away.
with their
Yeah.
peripheral vision. They can hear it. These 8s are pretty loud with just the sound of every oar in the oar lock and the sound of the seats going up and down the slides. Like, there's a lot more noise than you might think.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
these boats have that advantage of kind of just information
Yeah.
on how close they are. The bow seat, if there's an advantage, they almost literally rise
know
above
it.
the fray. And
Yep.
like, once you get that bit of open water, it's like, oh, it's calm over here.
Yeah. And Greenwich might be feeling some of that calm. We are in the last 200. That finish line flag is up. Greenwich with an open water lead over the field. They look long. They look strong. Very confident performance from Greenwich here. Wayland Weston and CRI battling it over there in the far low lanes. Looks like they've put a bit of distance over Deerfield, Maritime, and definitely Riverfront Recapture. But Greenwich, I can hear that coxswain giving me the chills.
Gosh, and really nice acceleration here. You can see their torsos, even from this angle, you can see their torsos just swinging together, using the powerful opening of the hips.
Over that glassy water. One stroke to the line, and Greenwich will be your boys' Novice 8 Final 1. A winner here. I'm going to say
You're taking
you
a bet
can't
right
tell
now?
yet. I'm not making any
I'm
bets.
not a betting woman.
You can't make any bets yet. It does
Maybe
look like
CRI.
we've got Wayland
No,
Weston.
Wayland Weston?
Wayland Weston with maybe
You're right.
3 seats. Now 4. Had a little bit better sprint than CRI over there. Wayland Weston. CRI through the line.
And here comes Deerfield.
Got 2 crews still on the course that have kind of had to row a little bit more of their own race, but like Hannah said, that 8 is loud, is stimulating. So that coxswain's been giving a lot of feedback. Those rowers maybe have been, yup, here we go. This looks like Maritime. 10 strokes to the line here from Maritime.
And then coming up behind them, we've got Riverfront Recapture coming out of Hartford, Connecticut area.
So as we wait for Riverfront Recapture here to come through the line, I'm hearing this coxswain call. Athletes, you are done at the tall white and black checkered buoy
flag,
line,
but checkered
not
buoy.
the big red buoys. So athletes, if you're listening in, coaches, if you're listening in, you
There you
want
have
your
it.
race to be over. Right about there through the line, not at the big buoys.
So you've got the next race already up at the start.
This will be same event, boys novice 8, but final 2.
So you see this CRI 2-seat athlete sculling it around, so they take the oar of the person behind them so they can take smaller taps and not pull them forward, but instead just adjust the bow side to side. Pro tip. Well done, CRI.
That Boston River flow has taught them they got to be straight off the line. Starting closest to us, we have CRI, Row America Rye, Pelham Community Rowing, Greater Lawrence, Greenwich, and Wayland Weston. 6-boat race here. You can see a little bit of movement in all bow seats, all 2 seats here, and looks like they're getting ready to call them. Blades are buried. We might have a slight push of wind, but really conditions are pretty darn good right now. Very slight push. These 10 small months before the start. Little scared, little exciting.
Pro tip. See this 2-seat from lane 7. Not sculling it around, and now they've got a full foot of advantage. Now they've got to realign.
Hey. Looks like the
There we
stake boats
go.
are pulling them in real nice. There's that sculling motion, so you pass your sweep oar up 1. Nice job, CRI. Thank you for the demonstration. I'm going to guess we're close. We're burying our blades.
So oftentimes, because you want to get your boat up to speed as fast as possible, some coaches will have, especially in the big boats, the athletes might take what's called like half slide strokes or 3/4 slide strokes. So you're not quite getting up to your full catch position. And the thinking behind it is that that fraction of a second that it takes to go up that much more, the boat's really heavy. You're actually the most explosive and powerful. If you think about when you do a squat, the bottom of the squat's like a really tough place to be.
There they go. Explosive, powerful off the start.
So they'll do kind of this like top end of the squat with these half slide strokes to get the boat moving as fast as possible.
Looks like Row America Rye off to a nice start, but we're 10 strokes in. It's anybody's game. You can see, again, like we talked about in that previous race, some of the steering is easy to see from up here on our drone. You can see the path of the boats. Now, our lanes here in Saratoga are very technically standard, but they do tend to run a little bit smaller than a lot of
We live
other
life
courses.
on challenge mode a little bit.
Yeah, we want to have our 10 lanes across. There's room for 10 lanes across. So some of these boats, maybe you train in Boston, maybe you train on the Hudson, somewhere where there's not lanes. It's tricky to get out there in a full moving 8.
Big steering move from Greenwich B. Sometimes when you do a big steering move in a big boat, though, it feels like an F1 vehicle. And you're like,
You're drifting.
And that can be exhilarating.
Like CRI, Row America Rye, potentially with a little bit up on the field here. Then followed by Pelham Community and Greater Lawrence. Greenwich there, we can see their neon, and then slightly off the back already is Wayland Weston in that orange.
Also great about this view is you can really appreciate the spacing between each stroke. And so a lot of coaches will try to get their athletes to go like to clear their puddles.
Yeah,
so
you
to
want some
speak.
clean water to put your next catch in.
And that can be a good indication of kind of the rhythm more than anything else, but also just like, are we applying enough power to get the boat moving? And it can be really challenging if you're in that stern pair, maybe the stern 4, and you're rowing through your bow seats with puddles. Can be kind of tough.
This will be the boys novice 8 final 2. Here's CRI in that red and black. Looks like Row America Rye about 5 seats down. So right now CRI's got the advantage. Not only are they up a bit, but they can see the people they are beating. So that whole boat knows, all right, I'm going to just keep moving away, keep pushing away. And whereas Row America Rye is playing a little bit of catch up here, and then the rest of our field, Greater Lawrence, Pelham Community, Greenwich, and Wayland Weston.
And it's so special, especially in the novice races. Like, this might be their first like
Full crew
with
trip
so
down
many
the
boats
course.
involved.
Yeah.
Like a lot of crews will do scrimmages or boats with like 2 to 3 other teams. But the Saratoga Invite is so special just because you get people coming from all over, lining up. Some of it's a little precursor to that New York State Championship we have
That'll happen
coming up
right
in
here
2
in
weeks.
2 weeks.
And other crews might actually be trying to see if they can make it to the Youth Nats, the national championship from U.S. Rowing, where they might see some of these other crews again. And again, as novices, like this is just the first kind of foray into the sport of rowing in the spring and summer where we have these sprint races. So a lot of learning going on. But it is still CRI here. Really strong push coming into the last 250. Row America Rye holding strong.
You can see those are our times from the first final. We've got in the last 400 our second final. Will be interesting to compare the times, right? So that 5:08 Greenwich really led the way.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see what I believe we've got CRI still in the lead in Row America Rye. What's happening in this next
And
race?
we'll try to get you that. It's again this tricky angle here from the finish line.
But there's CRI on the left-hand side. There's Row America Rye in the middle. You can see the neon green of Greenwich in the background. Row America Rye hasn't let CRI move all that
they've
much.
held tough, good on that coxswain to communicate to their rowers, so the rowers don't have to turn their heads or look outside of the boat.
Just trust that
They can
little
just
voice.
stay dialed in on what's happening within their boat, within their gunnels.
I hear cowbells on shore. That bridge is a great place to watch from. The Regatta shore is a great place to watch from. But we've got it right here from the finish line on the Saratoga shore. CRI with about a half boat up on Row America Rye.
In charging, they look
But
really
they're charging.
in tune.
Yeah,
They look
yeah.
super matched up.
They're like, oh, you said 4 seats? Here's 7.
We want open
Can I
water.
give you 8? I'm not going to say they're going to get quite open, but they're going to get just about as close as they can.
Count it.
Yeah,
Nice
that's
work,
open.
CRI
Well done,
for
CRI.
first.
Row America Rye through there.
And it looks like that's going to be our crew from Pelham coming in for third place in this boys Novice 8 Final 2.
That's Pelham Community Rowing there. Very excited about their bronze. Well done, boys. This is Greenwich through the line.
Here comes Greater Lawrence. My favorite thing is hearing like celebratory like hype at the finish after they've done
boys.
that race.
Yeah,
Oh,
boys. We've got Waylon Weston coming 5 strokes to the line, and then here is our girls varsity single.
we got
A full
10
10
boats.
lanes.
So closest to us is going to be in lane 9. Let's see if this is. We've got the same glare that you have. Unclear if this is our lane 9 here in front of us or if lane 9 is just out of the picture, but we'll just give you the full lay of the land. We've got JFW Rowing in lane 9, Albany Rowing Center in lane 8, Ridley College in lane 7, Mohawk Homeschool in lane 6, Riverside B in lane 5, Cambridge B in lane 4, Oakneck B in lane 3, Oakneck E in lane 2, Y Quad Cities B in lane 1, and Oakneck H in lane 0.
Man, to have enough girls varsity singles to go all the way to H. Impressive, Oakneck.
Right? And I think this is going to be Albany actually here right in front of us from lane 8. Really strong rhythm. Just trailing. Looks like lane 6, Mohawk Homeschool. And then way
look at
over
this
on
race.
the far side, you had Oakneck H trailing and currently, what I would say, in third. There's that pack in the middle. And here are our 2 crews from lane 9. And I want to say lane 7, so that'll be JFW here on the middle of our screen. And there was Ridley A. Back up here, lanes 8 and lane 6, we have Albany. Now currently edging out lane 6, Mohawk Homeschool. Really duking it out here for that fight first and second. And again, you have that huge pack in the middle of Y Quad Cities, Oak Neck E, Oak Neck B, Cambridge B, Riverside B, and I think that was Albany as well. Or excuse me, not Albany. Albany is currently leading. So, but we had that huge pack in the middle of single scholars, and I love the single because it's just pure form of like grittiness, right? Like it's
How
not,
fast
you
can I
don't
get
have
myself
anybody
to go?
else. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's how stubborn can you be? How confident can you be? Almost get out of your own head. Definitely a balance between effective like cues that help you row the most efficiently as you can and kind of trusting yourself as well. Oftentimes it's kind of like tennis where you like give yourself a lot of commands in the single because you feel a lot of different things from being the only person in the boat. And sometimes you gotta just let loose, trust yourself, trust that you've done all of this training, all of this drilling, all of this technique work.
That you can go as hard as you can for as long as you can.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to save too much, but you also don't want to go too early. It's a tricky spot. So a lot of these athletes are probably in their first race or two in the single this year. They're getting to play this out before any sort of nationals, states, some of the more notorious races, we'll say.
Quote unquote higher stakes, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Saratoga
Big
Invite's
high
pretty
stakes
high
here.
stakes.
2 days of medals, 11 hours of racing each day. Here's our girls varsity singles. Looks like they're coming through over halfway here. Hard to tell who's who, but we've got those outside lanes, potentially an Oak Neck. And then it looks like we still have Albany Rowing Center closest to us. You see our safety launch there at the 250, waiting for boats.
So again, if you're just tuning in, our early leaders were Albany in lane 8 and Mohawk Homeschool in lane 6. The single is going to be one of the longer races that you'll see. And
Just
so
they go a little slower, and
they
that's
just
okay.
go, it's
You're
just
missing
the nature of the boat
horsepower of
classes.
7 athletes.
But what's interesting is that it just allows more drama to unfold in the
Yes.
single. And so because it's just taking a longer time, the boats are more responsive. They change momentum a lot faster once
Right.
you get an 8 up to
in
speed.
an 8, it is hard to completely walk through another
Right.
8.
It takes
In
a
a
lot
single,
of unison. Yeah.
4 strokes, you
Like
could
if
be
you
through
have
someone.
really good 4 strokes, you can change the story of the race as it's unfolding.
This is our girls varsity single 8:26 a.m. race. We are running right on time here at the Saratoga Invitational, full 10 lanes. Medals will be awarded for all racing today and all racing tomorrow. So this is the single. Each athlete's got 2 oars. They're a little bit smaller. It's called sculling. Same movement as those novice boys were doing in the 8. Legs, body, arms, arms, body, legs on the drive and the recovery. But just you rely a lot more on yourself, on your own technique, on your own brain, on your own muscles. So these athletes are in their last 200. I've got a race all the way across the board. Almost everyone is in contact with another athlete. It does look like Albany Rowing Center, Mohawk Homeschool, potentially some Oak Neck over on the far Regatta side.
Yeah, Oak Neck H there is the one on the right of our screen. Really strong. You can see her looking over. It's a really challenging thing to do,
That's
to
a
look
lot
that
of
far
space.
over. It can kind of shake you out of your rhythm.
Albany's looking over too. It looks like Albany might be slightly up on that far Oak Neck boat.
Yeah, but Mohawk versus Oak Neck H, I don't know. Maybe slight advantage to Mohawk, but there's
Again,
a full 10 strokes
In
to
the
go.
single, a lot can happen in the last 10 strokes. Here comes Albany through the line in the next 3 for the win here in varsity single final 1.
And here comes Mohawk, indeed for silver.
I believe that might be Riverside. Not 100% sure there. And then that far Oak Neck rowing H boat. Followed by, I believe, Y Quad Cities. Oh, and then we got another race here. I'm going to say Cambridge Boat Club and then JFW Rowing. And again, another race. These three athletes
comes
all contact.
Lane 3, lane 5.
Oak Neck, Riverside Boat Club, potentially a second Oak Neck boat, and then looks like that's Ridley College rowing through the line. Well done, ladies. Good water here. And
Just
there's
like
the
that,
start.
We're back up. So we've got another full race. This one's only 9 boats, not full, I suppose, but some of the largest field of racing we'll see in the spring season. You've got Riverside, Oak Neck A, GMS, Long Island, Mohawk B, Albany B, Cambridge C, and Oak Neck D. A little crab there from our crew out of, looks like it was an orange uni, but I didn't quite see the bow number. As you can see, we've got that full 9 boats across. Slight issue there from lane 3. Had some trouble with her start sequence.
There's a lot of space to make it up. You're not out till you're out. But looks like all other crews here have gotten off nicely. Little bit of steering in that far lane 1.
The wind has officially shifted to a headwind. I'm not going to lie to you, Megan. This race is going to be a little bit longer.
Looks like that far Oak Neck boat, you can see her line just compared to other cruise lines. It happens. We're learning. These lanes are small. They're tricky. But fastest race from point A to point B, start to finish, will be a straight line. And it looks like
Lane 9.
we've got potentially Riverside Boat
battle.
Club out of 8 here.
I think these are CRI blades. Let's see. How is that possible? They're not on our list.
Maybe Boston friends.
CRI Uni, though, as well. Maybe we had an elite edition?
Interesting. We'll do some
A
detective work
mystery.
and let you know.
We'll be sleuthing here at the finish line. If you have any inside information, you let us know.
This is girls varsity single final 2, 8:34 a.m. So they were off early, which is awesome.
And lane 7 is supposed to be an Oak Neck crew, which they look to be, if I know their blades.
Lane 9, maybe you were late entry. That's okay. We've got our printout from earlier this morning, so totally possible. Things have swapped around.
Oak
It
Neck
does
really
look like
pushing out.
on Streamline Rowing, CRIB,
There you
sneaking
have it.
into this race to be in the front of the pack. Go, girl, go.
Currently sitting in second place after a really solid move from Oak Neck out of lane 7. That's their A entry. Apologies if we don't have the single scullers' names on our heat sheets. So I hope parents watching at home, you have the
know
inside
where your
scoop of
athletes
which
are.
letter
Yeah.
your athlete is. Currently sitting in third, but really close, is going to be lane 8, Riverside. And then way over there is going to be lane 2,
Oak
Cambridge.
Neck.
Cambridge
2
Boat
is
Club.
Cambridge today. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So those athletes have quite the challenge of looking way over to get that
It's a-
information on how
it's the
this
whole
race
creek.
is unfolding.
You got to look over the whole creek.
And watch out, CRI not letting that athlete from Oak Neck run away with it. Holding tough and stubborn.
Which I think is so much of the single. Just being
Stubborn.
relentless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Putting those blades in again and again and again and again. 200.
No one's coming.
250
No one's coming
times.
to save you. It's all you. But Oak Neck persisting here. Little bit of wake. You can see the ripples on the water. See how these athletes handle it, staying loose, riding right on top of the waves. And again, still battling is lane 2 from Cambridge and lane 8 from Riverside. Boston rivalry. It's everywhere. But slight advantage now, maybe half a seat up is going to be Cambridge. That's the Cambridge C entry. And then not far behind, you have our lane 1 Oakneck D. And then right smack in the middle, I think that's going to be our GMS entry, coached by G-Man.
Very nice.
Gunter, our friend.
Yeah, full 10 lanes here. We've got three finals of girls varsity singles of all 10 lanes. I'm not sure you can get 30
cool.
women down the course in singles in 3 finals anywhere else. But they're in this last 600 here. Time to turn on those burners. They're over halfway, approaching that last third. Not a ton of wind yet, but definitely a puff of a head, so they may notice a little bit of stiffness, a little bit of resistance into this last 500, which is not what you want to feel, but what you can kind of dig into, shove those hips a little harder, swing the body a little bit harder, and kind of just sit up and go. This is their first race of the day for, I would guess, all of these athletes. I'm not sure there's much else they could have raced in, but they will have other races, I would guess, the rest of the day, so how do they play the game of longevity over the weekend, but still kind of put together a full race every piece?
Really strong move here from lane 2 Cambridge, really separating herself into, I believe, third place. We'll have to see as this race comes through the last 250. Those buoys have turned red. Signals to the athletes the end is near.
Time to go.
And again, this is a headwind, so this might be a longer race than they've been really hoping
they've been preparing for. But does look like that Oakneck Rowing A will be our leader into these last 10 strokes, potentially followed by Cambridge.
But CRI is still holding tough, had that early lead in the beginning, duking it out with
See if
Oakneck
CRI
all the way
can look
down.
over there to Cambridge. I think CRI might have a couple feet up on her. There's your Oakneck athlete out of lane 7 for the win. Our mystery late addition, but happy you're here, CRI out of lane 9. And I believe that was Oakneck. Potentially Cambridge.
I think it was Cambridge,
I think
because
it
here
was
comes
Cambridge as
lane
well.
1. Oakneck. Oh, right behind.
Ooh, Riverside.
Lane 8, Riverside.
And another Oakneck. This looks like our GMS athlete here. 3 more boats on the course who might have had a little bit more of a solo race, but sometimes this early in the day, this early in the weekend, this point in the season, that's a growing point, a good place to kind of learn where did you get weak, where did you get strong. She's through the line there. We've got our far Oakneck Rowing F out there out of lane 0. And then I believe this will be Mohawk Homeschool, potentially Albany Rowing Center. We'll have to let you know as we get closer. There's Oakneck through the line.
Looks like a lane 4.
That'll
That's
be our Mohawk
B.
Homeschool.
Well done, all crews. Again, the wind has started to shift to that headwind. Extra challenging on the athletes to just, it just gets a little heavier.
Mohawk Homeschool was awesome and filled out our team info for the live stream commentary. They were the first rowing club in America to be made of homeschool athletes.
No way.
Well done. Founded by the late Matt Hopkins, who was a staple in upstate New York rowing. And Hannah, they would like us to know that we're amazing. Wow. Early morning compliments from Mohawk Homeschool. Great job there, single sculler out of lane 4. This will be our last final of the girls varsity single, 8:42, right on time here. And again, in these singles, we don't have athlete names, but closest to the regatta shore out of lane 0 will be Oakneck, Long Island Rowing, GMS, Ridley College, Connecticut Boat Club, Wayland Weston, Cambridge Boat Club, Y Quad Cities, and a CRI.
And because we have so many girls singles, we will, as the race unfolds, help try to refer to them by the letters that we see on our sheets. So
are you Oakneck G? Are you Oakneck
hopefully
C?
our parents at home and friends and family have that intel, because unfortunately we do not. But and you can see up on that hill, we've got the lovely, is that Fitch? That's Fitch, right? They've got a lot of horses up there. Sometimes, thankfully, it's a headwind today, but tailwind days, we get quite the whiff of the horse farms. Not today. Early start, you've got lanes 5 and 7 with quite an explosive
Our
rhythm.
CBCs, Connecticut Boat Club A and Cambridge Boat Club
They've
A.
been practicing, and then do not discount. It looks like lane 1 or lane 0. I can't quite tell.
Well, there's Oak Neck to start. We've got both Oak Necks over there.
Right in the thick of it. Actually challenging now for second in their first
I'm
250.
going to say that Oak Neck G from the outside lane is coming to play.
This is slotted to be a 10-boat race. I'm only seeing 7. So we'll get the full
potential. We
story
had-
maybe when we have the drone shot,
Yeah.
hopefully. But
Potentially a slower start, potentially a faster start, potentially a non-start. It happens.
so Megan, when do you shift to your base rhythm?
I think sometime in the first 200 or 300 meters.
Okay, so maybe we're seeing it here now as these athletes noticeably take
Yeah, that
their
lane
cadence
7,
down a little.
Cambridge Boat Club, I saw her take half a breath.
Really strong rhythm there from lane 7 to go from almost half a length down on lane 5 to now
She's about to hit bodies
half
to
a
bow
length
ball.
up.
Yep. And that lane 5 Connecticut Boat Club, she knows that Cambridge is right there. She's going to try and hold on, maybe keep her cadence a little bit higher, maybe keep her power a little bit stronger. But it does look like this Cambridge Boat Club athlete has a very strong base rhythm.
So
she
we
is
talk
confident
a
and
lot
tall.
about how much of the sport of rowing is in the legs. But my recent kick is just how much of it's actually in the hips as well. So
Yeah.
the legs do this awesome shove, but you could really see and appreciate when we had that shot of the Cambridge Boat Club that she was really utilizing that hip opening power.
The shove in the open.
Yeah. Really cool to see that paying off. But really tight racing again. So Cambridge Boat Club, your early leader here as they come through that middle 500, but don't discount Y Quad Cities. Really strong program there in women's sculling. A little bit of steering out of our friend from Connecticut Boat Club, but she's right back on track.
Sometimes that's a natural thing. You're naturally a little bit stronger on your right hand or your left thing. Sometimes that's a comfort in the catch. Can you equally place both blades? Sometimes it's you're in the heat of the moment and you're trying to make a move and something
And
slips.
one of your hands
It
just had a
happens.
moment. It's fine.
So they're through that first 500 here. Everybody should be settled into a rhythm. We're guessing most of these athletes are rating somewhere, I would say
30?
30s or
Yeah.
low 30s.
I could take out my stroke coach.
We could do
app
some
if you'd
counting.
like, but
It is pretty mid-season, so they should be comfortable at those racing rates. I'm sure they've got some instructions from coaches of where to land. A lot of these athletes will have a speed coach or a stroke coach in their boat, so a little computer that's going to tell them exactly where they're going, how fast they're going, their speed, their distance, so that they can focus in on rhythm and not worry too much about the data, about the details. But here's your beautiful overhead shot. We've got our full field here, it looks like. We may have some trailing crews in those lower lanes, but still looks like your leader is out of Cambridge, long and strong. She is able to see the whole field, which is a huge benefit to her, and everyone else is just trying to maintain those margins, stay as close as they can.
yeah, so I did take out my phone. Most of these athletes are just around 30 strokes a minute. It is a headwind, which can kind of, just because it's heavier and the wind is pushing on your blades, it can kind of, you might see a little bit lower stroke rating
Yeah.
across the board.
Yeah, and that's okay. It happens.
And we've got quite the fight coming out between Connecticut Boat Club and the far side of Y Quad Cities.
Got some information. Connecticut Boat Club responded to our request for commentary. They were established in 2010, and they won 3 gold medals at nationals their first year. So speed right off of the bat. They're a girls-only team in Connecticut. making their mission to empower women in sport. They've got quite a few athletes headed off to row in college, and we're excited to have you here. Looks like you're fueled by famous breakfast sandwiches with all the works. The dream.
And so you'll see these safety launches here following the racing, ensuring that they're in range of rescue if anything should happen.
The water is chilly. It's
water
not
is
dangerous anymore, but the water is still chilly.
Yeah.
It
And
was
so we wanna
35
make
degrees
sure,
this morning.
especially in the single, it's a tough boat to balance, and especially as these athletes are giving it everything and emptying the tank,
Right.
sometimes it's even harder to balance. So it's really important and grateful that we have these launches here, keeping everybody safe. Here's a nice shot again of our leader out of Cambridge Boat Club extending her lead.
Rock solid here. Well done, Cambridge. That is Connecticut Boat Club right behind. And then potentially a, looks like it could be a GMS and a Long Island rowing on that far side. But Cambridge taking all the prisoners.
Yeah, really strong
Huge lead on the
performance.
field here. Maybe 20 strokes to the line for her. Everyone else is still at 25 or 30, so well done. Some of these athletes may have different goals in the singles, so are you aiming to race that boat at nationals? Is this a development race? Are you doing it for fun? Are you doing it to warm up for your quad later? There could be a lot of different reasons. So individual goals could be different, but Cambridge here is making her goal of getting across the line first pretty darn clear.
There you have it, winner of Final 3. Tight battle here.
Whew!
Oh my goodness.
She's
Connecticut
moving. Can
Boat
you hold her
Club
off, Connecticut?
versus Y Quad Cities. Oh my gosh. Connecticut Boat Club
I'm
by
going to give that
an
by a
inch.
smidge to Connecticut Boat Club. And
What a charge
Y
from
Quad
Y
City's
Quad
still rowing
Cities.
through that big buoy line. No, you got to end your
you gotta
race
be
sooner.
safe. You gotta be safe.
But Y Quad City's very prominent women's sculling here. And we still have women's singles on the course, but we've got our boys varsity double finals here. Looks like they're already 100 meters in. This is out of lane 9. Will be our Y Quad Cities boat. So teammates of our athlete who just got the bronze in our women's single.
In lane 2, currently challenging for that win is Friends of Concord. They've got
Still
about,
early, but they're moving.
and again, we'll see which of these crews has the most effective shift to base. We like to say we want someone moving and grooving.
You can have the fastest start in the world, be up on everyone, but if you can't maintain that good pressure, that good rhythm, that good consistency, that start wasn't worth much. But looks like these boats making their way through that first 500 here, that far. Lane 2 looks like Friends of Concord. That's their A boat here, right next to Cambridge Boat Club A and Oak Neck Rowing A. 1, 2, 3 right here. About 2 or 3 seats between all these boats. Again, these are smaller boats like those singles, so a little bit more room for moves, for drama, for the plot.
For the plot. And it's interesting, too, because you can kind of delegate different roles in the double that you can't do in the single that we just watched. And so you'll see the bow seats looking over more than the stroke seats usually. And the bow seat might just, with whatever breath they can muster, communicating to their doubles partner where they are in the field, if they're moving or if they need to be more stubborn, if they need to think about something technically. It's
You
a
can
lot.
see even these
Yeah.
lines, like responsibility for steering and staying in the buoys and going straight. But from left to right, we've got Y Quad Cities A, Long Island Rowing A, Albany Rowing A, Wayland Weston A, Shaker A, Oak Neck A, Cambridge Boat Club A, Friends of Concord A, and Narragansett B. And then that far right-hand lane will be Oak Neck Rowing C. This is your first final of the boys varsity doubles. That'll show up as 2X on your screens. For those just joining us, it's just about 9 a.m. almost here at the 2024 Saratoga Invitational. Water's still pretty darn flat, maybe a definitely a slight headwind puff, but nothing too damaging. So beautiful day, nice and sunny. It's getting warm. We've
The
got
water is pretty flat.
the water
and
is
nice.
beautiful.
Yeah.
We are happy about that water. We got lots of vendors for you all day. There's apparel and gear and food. Lots of things to do here. Full day of racing, 11 hours today. So get excited. This is the boys varsity double final one.
Look at this battle over here in the right middle of our screen. It looks to be just lanes 2, 3, and 4, Concord, Cambridge Boat Club A, and Oak Neck A. These 3 dominant programs absolutely crushing it here. So fun to have a battle
This
like
is
that
great.
with so many
this
friends.
is great. 20 athletes on the course. Double's a fun partnership because I think the double is one of the hardest boats to match because you're both fully responsible for both oars. You've got you can both do your own thing, but then when you get it together and
So
do
fast.
it together, it's smooth running.
So here's Friends of Concord once again. Strong start, strong middle, and now we've got a strong finish. Yeah, there's that crew, lane 2, crushing it, really nailing those finishes. You can see it just kind of rebounds just slightly, so they hold their momentum around to the next stroke.
We've got a race really tight for second, though.
3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4.
That'll be Cambridge and Oak Neck here.
Slight advantage to lane 4 out of Oak Neck.
Just maybe 2 seats. But I think they are going to
But watch out for
continue.
Wide here on
Here
the
they
far
come
side.
on the close
Sneak
side to
attack.
us. Cambridge and Oak Neck aren't
Oh
going
my
to even
gosh.
see them through.
Megan. I don't know.
That's Concord through the line. Do you think they got it?
I have no idea.
We have Y
Go
Quad
to
Cities
streamlinerowing.com
and
/regatta/Saratoga Invitational
Oak Neck.
2024/results.
right through. I'm going to say Cambridge Boat Club slightly off the pace there. Narragansett on that far side. And
That was our lane 8 just finishing
Long Island rowing here through.
Wow. Oh my
Woo,
gosh.
woo, woo.
That was one solid beep from our finish
I don't know
line.
if you can hear the beeps in the
We've got
background of
a
us. but
video review here. We're quite official at the Saratoga Invite, so
Slow
don't
it down.
you worry.
Rewind it.
We've got all of the bells and whistles, high-tech technology, and the results will be posted again on streamlinerowing.com.
That looks like Albany Rowing Center, followed by Shaker and Waylon Weston here, 5 strokes to the line. Woohoo! Spicy racing in these men's doubles already. Well done. You wanted more of that? We've got more of that. Off on the line in another 3 minutes will be the final 2 of that boys varsity double. There's our finish line official waving the white flag. That means everything's good. Everyone's all right. No one's in the water. Everyone has followed through the line. Results will be up on that streamlinerowing.com/regattas/Saratoga Invitational 2024. Results over there. We have results all the way to the girls varsity single first final, and those will update. They usually run about 10 minutes behind finish line time, give or take.
Let's see, it's 8:26.
So maybe we're looking at
So
20 or
hold
30
your breath,
these
but
days.
not actually, because it'll be 30 minutes.
That's as fast as our finish line team and our results team can get those in. They've got a full system over here. We do use Streamline Rowing, which is a Saratoga built and founded website
No
and
middleman.
system.
We got it.
It's just us here.
Going back up to the start, we've got the second boys varsity final for the boys doubles. Got fast and furious start for you here. Watching at home, early lead is going to be for lane 3 our
Friends of Port.
But as you said, Megan, like it's all about that base rhythm. The start can give you an advantage. It can,
Especially a mental advantage, too.
Right.
Yeah.
but nothing is guaranteed based on your start sequence. Narragansett here in lane 4, holding tough.
But contact through most of these crews in this first 250, first 300 meters.
So closest to us, lane 8 is V Skulls team. Then Mohawk Homeschool is in lane 7. Shaker Heights just out of view in lane 5.
Shaker's lane 6, and then we got Friends of
thank
Shen.
you. And then Shen
back there in 5.
in 5. Lane 5 is just out of view, excuse me. So Shaker's there on the left. Beautiful. And then Narragansett, Friends of Port, GMS, and Oakneck B.
But
Oakneck
pretty tight
B
racing in this first 500.
really pushing it here in their
Yeah.
base rhythm. Watch out for Oakneck.
And Oakneck B on that far
Surging.
side has a little bit of an advantage because they only have to look to their left-hand side.
True.
They've got the whole field. They don't have to look in both directions. I sometimes like being a little outside smoke and not having to pay attention to both directions. Just look in one way, see who's in your field. Oakneck's looking like maybe they've got close to a couple seats until open here, but
Conquered.
Conquered.
Holding tough.
not letting them
They
go.
got bucket hats. They're not messing around.
What lane we have there?
3.
3. Friends of Port, excuse us.
Beautiful.
Port hanging in there with our bucket hats. Friends of Port rowing with port and starboard blades. Who would have thought?
Where is Friends of Starboard rowing? Can
Friends
we
of
talk about
Starboard.
that?
Can you sign up next time?
I'm going to start it. I'm going to start a rival club. Sorry, Port. Friends of Starboard is coming.
Bow to stern here, Oakneck up on Friends of Port.
And then you got a battle over there at lane 6 from Shaker, lane 4 from Narragansett, and lane 8 here from V Skulls. Bow ball to bow ball. Again, the double is a smaller boat class. The momentum can shift that much easier. Oh no, we have a crab from V Skulls. They've stopped.
All right, recover quick. You can
We'll
do
see
it.
what they can do. They're currently at quite an angle. It's a little unsafe. We'll make sure they steer into their lane. Beautiful.
V Skulls out of Old Greenwich, Connecticut.
And we have our Oakneck entry kind of surging ahead here.
I would say they've put some space for sure.
Port was holding really nice and strong, holding every move that they were throwing.
On that
But-
right-hand side, Oakneck B leading the way. GMS just slightly back there. Then Friends of Port, Narragansett not out of the game yet. We've got our Friends of Shen slightly off the pace there
But they've got almost contact, it
with
looks like, on
Mohawk.
Mohawk Homeschool.
Shaker looking across to Narragansett right there, and then V Skulls team
They are
recovering
crawling their
well
way back
from
in,
that
clawing
crab.
in.
That little mishap
We'll
happens
see
to
if
the
they can
best.
close that gap. It's kind of almost sometimes I think of like the Tour de France or cycling races where you have a peloton,
Yep.
and it's almost like a psychological peloton, right? There's no drafting.
Can
and
I
rowing.
stay in?
But can
in
I
the
stay
race?
in this fight?
Yeah.
And you see V Skulls really trying to break their way back into that front pack.
Which is huge. Not giving up after
The
you get
adrenaline?
a little frazzled, a
Yeah.
little thrown off, and taking 3 strokes right back in, solid and strong. Good job, V
And it
Skulls.
continues to be Oakneck with the lead, Oakneck B, followed by Friends of Port. And then watch out here. We had a neck and neck battle going on between looks like Narragansett and
Shaker?
Shaker, but Shaker is pulling away here. They now have almost open water for third place. We'll see if they can actually disrupt that first and
Just
second
get on
order.
in there.
We're entering the last 250. If you can see it on your screen, I know there's some glare, but those buoys did just shift from yellow and white to red.
Red.
Kinda
Red
like
means go.
The
A bull
flag
seeing
for
red.
the bull.
Yep. But Oakneck
really
there.
Exciting sprint sequences happening. Sometimes boats like to focus on power. Sometimes boats like to focus on rate and the cadence of their stroke. Sometimes it's an emotion like we are invincible, and it's really cool
Sit
to
up
see.
and go. Yeah.
Regardless of your approach, the boats are getting faster.
Yep.
The margins are getting narrower.
Yep. But there's Oakneck, and then Friends of Port, followed by closest to us. It looks like that's 1, 2,
I
3.
think it's going to be Shaker, but let's see if we can get it. There's Oakneck with the win, Port with second, lane 6.
That's
Shaker
Shaker,
with
you're
the
right.
bronze.
Shaker came through with the bronze.
Quite the move in the
Shaking
second
it
half
up.
of that race. Taking it from
That looks like
Narragansett, who was
Narragansett.
battling the whole way. And that's going to be our entry from GMS. And our friends from V-Skulls, who had a little bit of technical issue.
But strong to the line there.
Lane 7,
Mohawk Homeschool.
and then lane 5.
Friends of Shen. Well done, men's doubles. That was fun. That will complete our small boats for now. We get to move on to some bigger boats here. Our next couple of races will be our girls' varsity coxed 4s, boys' freshman novice quads, U17 coxed 4s. So some nice 4-person boats, a good little mix. Welcome to the 2024 Saratoga Invitational here. Check out all those vendors, food, T-shirts.
If you see a volunteer, please thank them
Thank
for
them
everything
for
they
me.
do.
From us.
They are just here, goodness of their hearts,
for the
trying
love
to make
of rowing.
sure everybody's staying safe,
Yep.
everything's running smoothly,
Yep.
everyone's having a good time.
And aren't we? We've got
Beautiful
results through
morning.
the first final of the boys varsity double, all of the girls varsity singles finals.
Oh, Megan, that means, is that the race with the photo finish?
Let's take a look. Ooh, is it final 2? Final 2 has
I
not
think-
popped up yet.
I think it was the boys varsity double final 1
It was. Y Quad Cities eked out Oakneck
by point.
by .2. Makes for some good racing tomorrow. And these are our girls varsity cox 4s. So 4 athletes, 4 oars. We're back to sweeping. Half port, half starboard, and
we
then a
haven't talked
coxswain.
it. We haven't talked. If you've been with us the whole time, the past 2 hours, we haven't really talked about the difference. Sweeping, the oars are actually a little bit longer.
They're huge.
They are huge.
If
in
you're used to
comparison
rowing
these
a sculling
oars.
boat or used to rowing a sweep boat and you
Like
grab
holding
the
a
other
tree
one,
trunk.
you're going to
Yeah.
feel a little silly.
Yep. And we've got like a longer handle so that you can hold it with 2 hands. In the sculling, you only have the little itty bitty handle because you only
A
got
little
one
baby.
hand to hold
Got to
it.
do it all on your fingers with sculling. But these are girls varsity athletes, so these could be the top 4 of a crew or somewhere mid-range in those high school programs.
In lane 8, we're going to have Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Lane 7, Saratoga. Lane 6, Burnt Hills. Lane 5, Narragansett. Lane 4, PNRA Mercer B. Lane 3, Greenwich B. And lane 2, Riverfront Recapture B. Great shot of the start line you can see on those stake boats. You actually have volunteers there as well. They're holding each of those boats' stern decks and helping with the aligning process. So we have all of these referees up there who are certified by U.S. Rowing to help us run everything very official, very smooth, and they'll help the crews align by indicating which boats need to go out 2 inches
Yep.
and 6 inches so that those bow balls start level. Boats are not all the same length. They're close. There's like a range.
Yeah.
So the stake boat holder volunteers
There's
and our
our start.
referees help us get a fair race off the line.
And Burnt Hills responded to our request for information on the Saratoga Rowing Instagram.
Love it.
They're celebrating 30 years
wow.
as a club. So out of lane 6 here, our Burnt Hills girls varsity coxed 4, 30 years in. Congratulations, Burnt Hills.
So start sequences, fast and furious. There is a bit of a psychological advantage to being up in rowing because you're facing backwards. So when you're up, you can see your competitor behind you, have confidence from that. And when you're down, you cannot see how far away that
No,
leader is.
You hope you can still hear
so
them.
when you're hunting them down, you really rely on the coxswain in this case to give you that information. They're tucked down in the bow of
And
the boat. You can
what's
see
cool
all
about
these
the
little
coxswains
heads
in these
poking out.
4s is the coxswains can't see their athletes.
That's true.
So these coxswains have to be very intelligent and feel the rhythm of their crews, feel what technique feedback they might need. it's a pretty cool spot for a young athlete to be kind of as the leader of a crew, even though everybody's pulling their own weight. They're a bit of a leader, a bit of a director.
Oh, absolutely. Conductor of the orchestra.
Conductor of the orchestra.
Trying to see who we've got going here. A lot of glare going on.
Looks
from
like
this
that
camera,
could be
but
potentially. Do we see Saratoga stripes on any of those?
no, ma'am.
So looks like maybe Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Burnt Hills on those far lanes here.
Really quick catches here from our lane 3.
Lane 3, there's Greenwich.
Out of Greenwich.
And
The blade just slips right in. Nice and efficient. And over here on the far side.
left-hand side of
Bromfield.
your screen. Yep, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in the white. Saratoga Rowing in the white.
Duking it out with Burnt Hills.
Burnt Hills with a little bit. They heard us shouting out their 30 years. They said, let's go. Narragansett,
Currently
PNRA
maybe
Mercer
sitting
out of New
second.
Jersey. And then there goes Greenwich and Riverfront Recapture just coming off the far right of your screen there.
So you can see a little puff of a headwind disrupting the water a little bit here. So these athletes, it's even more important to get those blades in. We call it like a direct catch.
Sharp.
No hesitation.
Efficient.
Because that wind is just going to try to shorten your stroke, and thus you have less leverage. And
Yep.
you're not
Yep.
using everything that you have. So these athletes really working to stay nice and direct, staying strong in the legs, using those big muscles. Again, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough currently leading over there on the left of our screen.
BAB.
Fierce push coming in this middle 500 from our crew on the far right of our screen out of Greenwich, the Greenwich B entry. They might have even pulled level, maybe even have a seat of advantage here. What a change, a turn of events.
Hannah, would you rather get up off the start and lead or make a huge move in the middle and take the lead? What's going to give you more momentum, more excitement?
Well, I guess it depends. Is the only way I win coming from behind?
You can either come off the start and win,
Okay.
or
I was like,
and-
I want to
and
win,
have-
Megan.
we're going to win, Hannah.
Got it.
You either are off up the start, you lead the whole way, or do you gain a little bit of excitement? I like to walk
I think
through
it's
somebody.
fun. It's
yeah.
not that I'm here to be entertained by the
But we're here because we love rowing, because it brings us all joy. Like,
There's
It
nothing
is-
like staying composed and rowing
and
your
just
race
being faster.
in the front half, and then in the second half,
Yep.
trusting
Showing
yourself
it.
so
Yep.
much that you can just
Yep.
not slow down, not
Right.
get tired.
Right. We love a good race where you're up the whole time.
But it's kind of
But
boring.
But like let's
Yeah.
create some excitement, and these
And
athletes
look at this.
are creating
Holy
some
smokes.
excitement. I believe that is the Bromfield Acton Boxborough boat on the top of your screen, followed by
And they're holding off a charge as well from the middle. From
Narragansett
yeah.
potentially, and then I believe Greenwich will be
I think you're right.
in the mix here.
So
But they're in the
Greenwich
last
has been eating their Wheaties.
300.
They
They had
had a lot
breakfast.
left in the tank here. These other crews just can't seem to respond to that level of strength and fitness that these 4 young women are
Yeah.
putting on display.
Greenwich is holding it. What's interesting about these varsity 4s is that I would guess likely they're all experienced rowers.
Mhm.
They've all been in high school on the team for a little bit, but it could be a potentially new lineup. It's not like an
True.
8 where you swing
And
in
the
that
4
every
is
day. The
hard.
4 is tricky.
Yeah.
And so good for this Greenwich crew for kind of putting together a piece that they're proud of, that their coach can say, nice job. We put some margins behind the other crews.
Really horizontal here as we
Let's do
get
it.
this shot of the side profile. You can see these athletes are really utilizing the shove of the hips, the push of the legs down to the deck, and then that hip opening to really leverage that momentum all the way through.
And that coxswain can't see anything. So she's probably pushing them like there's someone next to them because she has no idea how far up they are.
True. Dominance here from Greenwich. And still battling, we have Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, BAB versus Narragansett. 2 long-time programs. And it looks like it is going to be Narragansett that just eked out
Half
BAB, who
a
had
boat
a
of
really
open.
strong
Yeah.
start. They were leading, if not level with the leaders, at the halfway.
BAB looking real
Really
smooth.
strong.
That's going to be, I believe, Burnt Hills through next. And then Saratoga and PNRA Mercer fighting to the line.
Getting gritty here. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to give that one to the hometown heroes, Saratoga right there.
I think I'm
Just
gonna lose.
over
I think I'm
PNRA
gonna lose like
Mercer.
a year off my life from these close finishes. We're only. What time is it? It's 9:12, and I'm losing it.
We've got Riverfront Recapture, about 200 meters to the line. But exciting racing so far today, man.
Very much so. And we have more fours to come. We have a final 2 coming up just in about 1 to 2 minutes here. They're going to be up at the start. Got a never-ending conveyor belt going on here of races at the Saratoga Invite.
Your dock masters are doing the work. Your start officials are doing the work. We have been right on time all morning, so thank you all for being ready to race, being ready to launch, listening to our officials and our volunteers. It really makes
And look at this glittery water.
smooth. Oh,
It's beautiful.
that Riverfront Recapture boat putting in those final strokes to the line over this nice flat water. There we go, to the line from Riverfront Recapture. Well done there, and that will complete our girls varsity Cox 4 final 1 here at the 2024 Saratoga Invitational.
And we're off at the start now here with the second final.
Look at that.
Pelham,
They're 45 seconds early.
they are. Everybody
Let's
was ready.
go.
No objections. It's a little chilly. Everyone was just ready to go. But we've got Pelham there on the far right, just out of our screen now, followed by Greenwich A. The Greenwich B boat just won the first final, so we'll keep our eyes peeled on this crew in lane 7. Undoubtedly will be a strong competitor in this field. Riverfront Recapture A in lane 6, Port in lane 5, Shen in lane 4, PNRA Mercer A in lane 3, and Row America Rye B in lane 2. Early leaders going to be out of Row America Rye B entry, currently sitting 3 seats up on the field. Neck and neck, we've got lane 3, PNRA Mercer and Greenwich. And just 4 seats down over there next to Greenwich was Riverfront Recapture A. And then here in the middle of our screen, that was a quick glance at Pelham, followed by, let's see, we've got...
Tricky to tell out here. We
I know.
got dark
Bear
boats,
with us. We're
sunshine.
doing everything we can to give you this race as it unfolds. We've got Row America Rye B with now open water on the crew next to them out of PNRA Mercer. Just holding contact is lane 7 Greenwich. Again, these crews are now shifting to their base rhythm. You can kind of see the athletes taking a little bit of breath at the finish after each stroke, allowing the boat to surge underneath them. Because you've got all this momentum on the boat, the rowers don't actually have to pull themselves back up to the catch. Ideally, that boat is surging underneath them, and the athletes just allow it to move their seats up to the catch, and you can really see that displayed here from Row America Rye B.
The boat wants to move forward.
You've put the momentum in.
You've done the work while the blade's in the water, and now
Pay
on the
attention
recovery.
to your physics classes, people. An object in motion wants to stay in
let
motion.
the
Don't
boat
get
do
in
the
the
work.
way.
Just keep it moving, and
They're keeping
they're
it moving.
moving it here.
Really
Well
nice
done
stroke
out there
profile
from
here.
Lane 7, I believe.
Got really fluid opening of the hip angle together. And then next is PNRA Mercer and Greenwich here duking it out. Really strong finishes here from Greenwich. Getting those legs all the way to the deck. They're maybe even surging back on that leading crew out of Row America Rye. Great drone shot overhead. You see that lead. Bottom of left of our screen is still going to be Row America Rye.
Their B-boat coming in hot here.
You know, I hate being labeled a B-boat. So if
A little
they're
bit of
anything
a
like me,
chip on your shoulder
yeah,
there.
exactly. Something to prove here today, as if we didn't already.
Which is good. Lights a little fire. And my guess would be that some of these coaches have stacked their boats. That A boat is your
Their
top 4
strategy,
athletes,
yeah.
and B boat is 7 through, or is 5 through 8. But sometimes they're even. Sometimes coaches out
That's so
there just
true.
trying to get everyone an experience.
So true. And then
Give us the
just
deets if
trailing-
you've got them. Tell
just
us,
trailing
did you
is,
stack?
Friends of Port. Let's see if they can have a stronger second half than some of these early leaders here. They're currently sitting about 4 seats down of open water back, and so that coxswain is undoubtedly trying to communicate
Yeah.
to rowers. When you're down that much, you can't quite feel or see your
You
competitors.
lose a little bit of that sensory.
And if you take that daring risk to turn your head over your shoulder, you might
you better be
lose
sure you can do it.
you might lose your
Yeah.
rhythm with your boat, right? There's a huge element of focus and being dialed into your crew. And so these athletes have to rely on the coxswain to relay that information.
Yep. We did have a, I believe this was from Connecticut Boat Club, who does not have a boat in this race, but they did talk about in their team info that they trust their coxswains. Like, their coxswains are the ones that's going to execute that strategy.
Right.
They make calls on the spot, right? You could prepare to be up a whole race, and your coxswain's got to adjust and tell you what to do when you're down.
And when you're up, you don't really need to be told what to do too much because you
Right.
have that visual
Something's
stimulus.
working.
Like this crew right
Yeah.
here from Romer Karai. Those rowers have full vision, full
They're
understanding
confident.
of
Yep.
their advantage here over Pianere Mercer. And so their coxswain might be looking over and seeing, okay, well, I can see this Greenwich crew trailing. How far are they off us? Because the
You're
rowers
doing
might
a
not be
little
able to see
mental
them.
math of margins.
Like
yeah.
six lanes over. It's really tough to see as a rower. You're trying to stay focused into your own boat.
But flag is up. Here is our leader of this girls varsity Cox 4 Final 2, Row America Rye. About 20 strokes to the line. Should be smooth and easy going here. They look horizontal. They look connected. They are just pushing those hips and then opening the swing together. I just saw a move there, Row America Rye. Even though
I mean,
they've
right?
got
What an
open
opportunity
field,
to learn.
coxswain's like, we're going up. We're
When-
practicing this sprint.
We're going as fast as possible. What does our body do? What does our mind do? Like, sometimes it's hard to know what to expect from yourself
So it's-
when you're
Yeah,
racing.
actually, in the heat of it. It looks like this might be a Greenwich crew out of lane 7.
really nice.
maybe lane
finishes
8.
Here. I think it's lane 7.
That's
you're
a
right.
7. Greenwich here coming in for the silver. Pianere Mercer for the bronze in our girls varsity Cox 4 Final 2.
And I believe this was our Friends of Port entry in lane 5, just trailing outside of the medals. More races to come, more opportunities here.
Many of these athletes will race multiple times today, if not tomorrow.
And we've got quite the close fight between these
Pelham
next two
community
trailing
is trying to jump on, I think, Friends of Shen. Friends of Shen
Yep.
with a little bit of lead. They can feel Pelham community on that far side. I see Pelham community bow seat taking a look. Can we catch them? Maybe
Sometimes
not
you'll
this
see
morning.
an athlete turn in, not looking at the competitors, but just searching for that
Where's
finish,
the finish line? I'm ready to
Where
be
is
done.
it? You see those big willows on the right, you're like, we must be close.
We gotta be close. I can hear the cowbells. I can smell the breakfast sandwiches from Food Tent Land. Our
And-
last boat, I believe, Riverfront Recapture here today.
Great racing.
And just like that, that is our first page of the schedule today.
If you too printed it out,
If you
landscape.
too are also landscape printing your results schedule,
done
there's
it.
Riverfront Recapture, women's varsity Cox 4 Final 2. And how about it? We flipped the page. Did you want more girls varsity Cox 4s?
I
You
did.
got them.
Let's go.
On
Here
your
we have
s-
a great
yeah.
shot of all of our stake boat holders. So racing started at 7:30 this morning. So this is the good old 2 hours later switcheroo, driven by Coach Tessa Yurko.
Yeah, Tessa Yurko. Drive that work launch.
Everybody suited up. It's pretty cold, a little windy. Sun
And-
protection is key. Snacks, water.
And for the athletes,
Whoa, starting off strong here. Oh my gosh. Lane 8, lane 7, and lane 6. So we've got an insider scoop. We're going to keep our eyes peeled 500 meters in.
give it another minute of racing.
There's a special guest,
We'll see if we can
a
catch him.
special spectator. But quite the barn burner of the start here from our high lanes. Got Romer Karai, Ridley, and Connecticut Boat Club with a fast and furious start. They had some pretty quick reaction times over there. But duking
Connecticut
it out
Boat Club,
on
an
the far
all-girls
side.
program.
Let's see, that's going to be Greenwich C and Wayland Weston. Also really strong start. Again, the start is an advantage if you can get off the line fast, if you can gain some confidence, get out some of the nerves.
Right.
but
If you have a strong start, you've set yourself up really nicely, not only positionally, again, situationally against all the other crews, but mentally.
emotionally,
Like,
absolutely.
wow, we just did that. We can do this. There's Connecticut Boat Club, that all-girls program. And then we've got Lane 8 here, Row America Rye, 2 very strong women's programs in the U.S.
Okay, we're coming up on 500 in.
There's
oh my
the
gosh,
eagle.
There's a bald
There's
eagle.
the bald eagle
right
on
there
top
on
of
the
that
tree.
right above your Row America Rye team.
Go America.
Welcome to Fish Creek.
Go USA. Here comes Connecticut Boat Club, strong here through that first 500. They're now in the second 500 of this 1,500-meter race. Trying to see if they can break contact. Again, the coxswain can't quite see. Maybe she can turn her head. She sees open water to her left, open water to her right. It's a good sign.
It's a good sign. It looks like that Greenwich Sea crew on those low lanes could be fighting right here with the Row America Rye crew. Those coxswains taking a long look across 8 lanes, 9 lanes.
We've got a lot of different
Ooh, look
programs
at that
represented
beautiful
too.
little angle here from lane 0 all the way down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and don't discount Row America Rye is still in this fight. They may be a few seats down, but a lot
They're
can
not
happen. It's a headwind. The race is a little bit longer. There's more time for drama, and there's a fight all the way across. So from left to right, we've got Row America Rye, Ridley College, Connecticut Boat Club, Fayetteville Manlius, Shaker Heights, Liverpool High School, Wayland Weston, and Greenwich Sea. So Greenwich Sea currently taking a charge in that outside lane on the right. I think they might have an advantage over lane 7 Ridley.
And these girls varsity Cox 4's final 1 and final 2 are already on Streamline. The results are already up, so we can see winning times were 5:43 and 5:41. What is this winning crew going to field?
So again, current leader is Connecticut Boat Club. They're in the middle in lane 6, followed by Row America Rye, and then all the way over on the right, Greenwich Sea. We had a winning crew of Greenwich B in final 1, silver in final 2. So this Greenwich Sea boat is looking for...
And they don't know how those other 2 finals
they
went.
have no idea.
So they're like, we got to post
But
the
whole
best
team
Greenwich.
wants to do
Yeah,
well, right?
Yeah.
And everyone wants everybody
Perhaps
to
a little
do
bit
well.
of intra and extra squad competition.
True. I mean, the Greenwich B boat posted a time that was like 8 seconds faster than Greenwich A. The drama, and obviously you can't compare times. You heard it
But
here.
it's kind of fun.
But you know,
we
we're
love
just,
a little
we're
bit of
just
rowing drama.
interested. The weather doesn't want us to compare, but we have to. We can't
It's part
help
of
it.
the nature of...
And watch out, Wayland Weston making a charge here. Maybe not for third, but trying to see if they can eke out a 4th place finish here over Ridley College. Again, a lot of meters left in this race. We're just about 500 to go.
And you know what I've noticed, Hannah, is that in these boats that have coxswains, because you have someone dedicated to steering, we're noticing a little bit less of those wiggly paths, those
True.
wiggly trailing
And it's
lines.
nice for the rowers
which is
to not
nice.
have to worry.
Just
right?
sit and pull
They
hard.
can just focus on their effort, their technical changes, and just like living in the moment.
Loving the row.
So it still continues to be Connecticut Boat Club here at the bottom left of our screen. They've got about 3 seats, 4 seats of advantage still on the whole field. But watch out, Greenwich
Greenwich
Sea.
is not letting
They
much
are
happen in the
making
middle.
quite the claim
Yep.
for hardware
Yep.
this morning. Let's see if they can come away with another silver medal. It would be nice to get one of each, gold, silver, and bronze.
It'd be a good photo op, Greenwich coaches.
You definitely get higher up on the medal table with 2 silver, 1 gold than 1 bronze.
But you're right. This
really strong
Connecticut
push.
Boat Club crew.
Row
just
America Rye has a good sprint up their sleeve here. They are not going to give it away so easily. Connecticut Boat Club holding off the charge from both Greenwich and the Row America Rye.
All right, Connecticut Boat Club, give us a sprint. There I go. I saw it again. I love that
cadence
shift
comes
up.
up.
They switch.
And when you do
They
it all
snap.
together, it's
It's
like an
beautiful.
electric feeling.
Connecticut Boat Club not letting anybody touch their girls varsity 4 in this third final. Row America Rye and Greenwich. I'm not going to say anything just yet. Maybe Row America Rye is going to have it here.
Yeah, it does look like
Big push from Row America Rye in these last 15 strokes. Well done there,
held
ladies.
their lead by 2 to 3 seats. And then here we go.
Woo!
We've got the battle between Ridley and
Waylon
Waylon
Weston,
Weston.
our Orange Cruise.
Ridley will hold on to it. They had a really strong start, really strong finish.
Nice job there, boats. And a race between our last 3 boats here.
So this is going to be Liverpool High School, Shaker Heights, and Fayetteville Manlius.
Liverpool looking like they've got a bit of a lead off of, who is that? Fayetteville Manlius. But those coxswains can see each other. Those coxswains are pushing right to the line.
Strong push through this headwind. The water's still a bit cold. I wish we could heat it up. But the rowers are heating it up just nicely.
And that is our final boat through the line of our girls' coxed varsity 4s.
We'll go right back up to the start for the next boys freshman novice quads.
And there they are. That's a lot of boys freshman novice quads. We are back to sculling, so you'll notice each athlete's got 2 oars. That does make some of the aligning at the start a little bit simpler. You can just have your bow seat take taps with their port or taps with their starboard instead of having to rely on 2 athletes to do it. But we have no coxswains, so we've lost that driver, that motivator, that brain in the boat. These athletes are doing it all by themselves, the steering, the strategy. We do have a full 10 lanes across, starting out of lane 0, closest to the Regatta Lees Park Shore, Burnt Hills B, Row America Rye B, Maritime B, Shaker A, Riverside A, Narragansett A, Burnt Hills A, Row America Rye A, Augustine Classical A, and Maritime Rowing Club A. Waiting for the start here. This is the 9:30 race, so we do have about a minute. If the regatta officials do not feel everyone is ready, if they do feel everyone is ready, they'll let them rip. Augustine Classical Academy was started by the late Matthew Hopkins, who actually started Niskayuna rowing as well. Him and his wife were the first coast of Shaker. He also was a additional founder of Burnt Hills and Saratoga, so huge impact in the Capital District region rowing. In fact, Matt Hopkins walked out in the winter on the frozen Fish Creek with the SRA coasters, and they measured out the 2K course that these athletes are starting on today. So huge history with ACA and this Fish Creek course. You can see a little bit of that water movement, a slight headwind into these athletes and their boats, but nothing too destructive yet today. We're going to enjoy this reasonably flat water while we can. Full 10 lanes here again. Just about start time. Hopefully they're pulling the
I
cruise.
don't think people at home might appreciate how rare it is to race
Nuts. You don't
10 lanes across.
Like this screen, you don't see. You don't see it.
It's an unfathomable number of boats. Like in most races, you'll get 6.
6.
That's like
It's pretty
a big
standard.
deal.
A
to
big
race
day,
6.
8.
Ma-
10
It's like unheard
for
of.
every race for 22 hours.
Everybody's gonna have somebody. Just the odds.
Yeah.
Like the odds are someone is going to be close in speed to somebody else, and so everybody kind of gets a sparring
Yep.
partner, if not a
Many.
field of 6 sparring partners.
We're holding right on to our spot on race times here. They should start in the next 30 seconds or so. The wind, as the day goes on, will pick up, and that'll make getting aligned, getting started a little bit trickier.
Especially when you have 10 boats.
Especially with 10 boats. You got to make sure all 10 are good to go and not just 4 or 6. But for today, so far, we've had some good on-time aligning, starting. We've got a great starting team up there. This will be your boys' freshman novice quad.
Here we go. So the quad doesn't have a coxswain,
No.
Megan, but it goes almost as fast as an 8.
Whew.
Let's talk about it.
Same number of oars.
How do you steer that?
So a lot of boats, some boats will just steer with pressure. So,
Yep.
hey, if we're drifting to port,
like
give me a
leverage
couple
steering,
stronger
just
on
like-
port. There's a start here.
Here we go.
Cleanliness is important. Power is important. Moving together is important. These are boys, freshman novice quads. So they're young athletes. They're developing. They're figuring things out. But we're talking about steering. Sometimes they'll just leverage a little bit harder on port or a little bit harder on starboard. In some boats, you have a rudder attached to your toe. And that when you
What do you
move your
mean?
toe,
What do you mean?
you got some wires, and when you wiggle your feet, you can go in different directions. And so then you can steer without affecting pressure on your blades, which is cool. But
you do have to have.
you
loose
do have
hips.
to have the awareness.
Have you ever seen if our Disney Pixar fans How to Train Your Dragon when he's flying toothless and he loses his schematic, he loses his cheat sheet, and he just does it based off feel? You hope
That's
that these
the general
athletes
direction you're trying to move.
slowly but surely can just do it off feel. They see a
Which
slight
is a
drift to
freshman
starboard,
novice quad?
and they just steer back to
That's
port.
tough.
It's
But
tough.
these leading crews, looks like we've got 3 boats in our maybe Row America Rye,
running down this
Maritime,
poor little
and
duck.
Riverside.
Duck, get out of the way. Let's see. Oh, here's a great shot to help us orient ourselves.
Your early leaders will be
10
out of
boats
lanes
across.
5 and 6, Narragansett and Burnt Hills. Burnt Hills with maybe a touch of a leave, and then out there ACA.
Yeah, Narragansett and Riverside, I think, are those
Narragansett and
two
Riverside.
leaders.
You're right.
But then just behind them is Maritime B.
Row America
I
Rise
can't
in
count.
it still.
Don't count out anybody. We're
There,
only
look at that
we're only
field.
300. Oh, we're just about to cross that 500-meter buoy there on the left.
We'll
side
check
of
in
your
on our
screen,
Eagle
and we
friend.
see some of the steering drama unfolding as the crews try to get straight down the course A to B. There's that Riverside blade. Stripes very confused, often with the Saratoga,
Saratoga.
chevron. Similar
Looks
dark
like
blue and white.
potentially Narragansett, Riverside, 5, 6, and Row America Rye, it looks like.
So we're right into that base rhythm here in the middle of 500. We'll see which of these crews can find that sustainable red line. You want to
Yep.
be sprinting as fast as possible, but it needs to feel emotionally, it needs to feel sustainable. It might not be sustainable according to your body screaming, hey.
But your brain's got to say, yep,
Sometimes
I
we have
hurt,
this
and I can hurt for 5 more
Sometimes
minutes.
we have this governor in our bodies that tells us to take it easy, not to hurt ourselves, but the sport of rowing, we're trying to
Ignore all warning signs.
ignore the warning signs, trust our training, and trust our teammates here. But it continues to be Riverside with the lead, followed closely behind by Maritime. They're on the right side of them. And on their left side, looks like it is Burnt Hills. No, excuse me, Narragansett.
Narragansett, I believe, yep.
Sorry, my mistake. But then we, again, 10 boats across.
Look at
Everybody's
this.
got
Everyone's got a
somebody.
race. We've got our leader. We've got a fight for 2nd and 3rd. We've got a fight for 4th and 5th. We've got a fight for 6th and 7th. And we've got a fight for 8th, 9th, and 10th.
And one of the realities of the invite is that we have safety launches.
Yep.
They're going to keep people safe. That's their number one priority. If
Yep.
someone flips, goes in the water, has an injury, needs medical attention quickly,
Snaps an oar.
they need to be close. And so we'll see sometimes we got this rippling wake behind a trailing behind a launch. One of the extra motivations is to not
get
quote,
passed.
passed by launch.
Yep.
It's an abbreviation, PBL. It's happened to me.
Yep.
It's the worst. It's nothing like that motivation to never let it happen again.
But you see, we have 3 launches for this 10-boat race because there is such a wide differential in speed. And so one launch is going to follow our leading crews, and then we've got 2 launches back there with our second pack.
So Riverside and Narragansett, slight advantage here, Narragansett over the crew out of, let's see, over there in the low lane is going to be Maritime B. Maritime B still looking fierce and fighting hard, but definitely a couple seats of advantage now to Narragansett here, but Riverside is just risen above the fray. We have this pretty
They
cool
look smooth.
V formation going on. I
They're
don't
in
know
this
if
last
we planned this.
200.
Beyonce said get in formation, and
these
these
boys
boys
freshman
freshman
novice
novice
quad
quads,
says you got it.
they listened.
But smooth and strong here out of that lead quad
So
from
over
Riverside.
there, we'll just kind of orient you to if you're just tuning in. That's Maritime A on the far left of your screen. ACA and Row America Rye next. Burnt Hills in lane 6. Narragansett is currently sitting in a very close second place with a charging Maritime over there on the far in lane 2. Over there on the right, trailing is going to be Row America Rye B and Burnt Hills B.
There's your winners through the line.
So much going on here. Who is going to take it, Megan? Oh my gosh, Maritime.
Riverside, Maritime.
And then Narragansett.
Narragansett.
Wow. What a push from Maritime there. They trailed the almost entire second half.
But believed
that.
in it. And went
It was
right in at the
close.
end.
It was
Yeah, they
close.
left just enough out.
They knew they had a strong last 200.
I believe that was ACA through the line.
I think it might have been Row
You
America
think that might have been
Rye,
Row America
'cause
Rye,
here
you're right.
comes Maritime A, and then trailing in that far left is going to be ACA.
You right.
Uh-oh, some steering issues here. We're going to hit that big red buoy.
It's okay, the
Gonna
race will be over.
okay.
Race is over. Buoy, that's all right.
Awesome racing, all of these crews here. Boys, freshman, novice quad. Quad's such a fun boat class. It's fast, it's sculling, so it's very technical and finessed with the small little oars.
The hippos from ACA coming through the line.
Mhm.
Can hear the bow seat calling pressure on port and pressure on starboard. Leaning a little bit away from those big buoys, but safety launches are checking, making sure everyone's all right. This could be first race, at least on this course, maybe this season for some of these athletes. So very exciting here.
And we have a start for the girls' junior U17 4 final one. There's 2 finals in this event. Both finals will get hardware for first, second, and third. In this race, we've got 9 boats across. Row America Rye closest to us here in lane 8. Whalen Weston in lane 7. Greenwich in lane 6. Albany in lane 5. Shaker in lane 4. Emma Willard in lane 3. PNRA Mercer B in lane 2. Saratoga B in lane 1. And Greenwich C over there in lane 0. Again, we did have a bald eagle spotted on
your eyes
one
out.
of these trees at the first 500 mark. So as these athletes are completing their high strokes, we'll both anticipate a shift to base and a bald
and
eagle.
some America representation.
Really strong start here from this crew in lane 8, Row America Rye.
Not to be unexpected. Very strong program there.
Really fast rhythm here going on.
But our
Using
PNRA
the
Mercer and
legs.
Saratoga Rowing and Greenwich over there are still playing. And I believe this is Greenwich A, also right up with Row America Rye out of lane 6. Can see the
So-
stroke seat in this Row America Rye boat just laying down a rhythm for her crew.
Super long arms, allowing the leverage of the upper body, but the power of the lower body.
Yeah.
And it looks like we got the same glare you have, but it looks like lanes 3 and lanes 2. Lanes 3 and 2.
Emma Willard and PNRA Mercer potentially.
Let me double check. And of course we pan away. Of course we
And
pan
we
away.
pick our leaders here.
Really exciting to see this kind of acceleration from a girls U17 4. So no seniors in this boat. Everybody's 16 or younger, and they're still bringing a lot of great rowing to this table here. Yeah, definitely lanes 3 and 2 here, challenging with lane 6 for that second place position.
That's going to be 2 PNRA Mercer, 3 Emma Willard, and lane 6 is Greenwich from Connecticut. This is the middle of the race. It's where I wouldn't say there's a settle per se. These athletes are still 100% pumping. There's no relaxing.
Feeling. The
But
settle,
a base, potentially a floor, a pace that you don't want to drop below. You've hyped yourself up in the start. You're going to set this base. You're going to set this strong rhythm. And 1,500 is, we'll say, give or take between 5.5 and 7 minutes for all of these crews. It's not that long. You don't really get a chance to lean into it. But that's the PNRA Mercer. You can see those red shoulders, and then Emma Willard with the red full uniform.
Emma Willard putting down a really strong performance here, holding just about coxswain on stern tip. So really competitive here. That coxswain is undoubtedly telling her athletes from Emma Willard just where they are, because those rowers can't see them.
Nothing.
They might be able to hear them.
I think we
right?
could probably still hear just bow to stern a little bit of
Especially
that.
with the coxswains being
Yeah.
mic'd up.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, so cool fact about the coxswains is those people who you're seeing sitting in the little bow of the boat have a microphone. So they're wearing a headset, and there are speakers throughout the boat that the athletes can hear. So you've really got someone doing a lot of the thinking work for you, and you just get to execute as a rower in a coxed boat.
it's interesting, too, with the advancement of technology. These coxed fours used to have the coxswain in the stern of the boat, so facing
Like we've
the
seen in those
rowers.
8s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was because they used to literally have a cone attached to their head, like a headset, but instead of a microphone, it was a cone that just like stayed on their mouth. And so they would just shout all this information to their rowers. Nowadays, we've got the technology to get that speaker through the boat. Much more aerodynamic and weight distribution, much faster to have a bow-loaded coxswain as well.
We can see that Row America Rye boat, that Greenwich crew on your left-hand side, and then still playing, looks like that PNRA Mercer and that Greenwich C on the far right-hand
Yeah, we've
side.
got some
Don't forget about
changing.
Greenwich C.
The kind of pecking order of this pack has shifted quite a bit just outside of the medals. So it continues to be Row America Rye leading the charge, followed by Greenwich. But the third place crew from PNRA Mercer, I believe, is that right, Megan?
I'm thinking you're right.
Has now pulled away from the pack, and instead we've got Greenwich C making a charge for fourth. Emma Willard just slowing down in this last 500 a little bit.
But I can see all of the crews within 100 meters of each other, 150 meters.
So
We're
exciting.
10 strokes to the line for our leading Row America Rye boat here out of lane 8. They've got good open water. They're comfortable. Then PNRA Mercer has put a little bit of lead between themselves. The Greenwich C boat,
PNRA
believe.
Mercer definitely sitting in third. They've got about 4 seats of advantage over that Greenwich boat on the far side. Emma Willard was in that fight for third. They're currently sitting.
That is lane 6. That's going to be a Greenwich crew.
Yep.
Good, good. And then that should be
Mercer.
PNRA Mercer right there. Another Greenwich crew.
And here comes Waylon Weston, followed by Emma Willard. Emma Willard had a really strong start.
I believe that was Albany and then Emma Willard. That orange
Got it.
is tricking us up.
Orange
But
is tricky.
There comes our Waylon Weston. But yeah, Emma Willard, really solid first half
I would
there.
say everybody changed their colors. You know, in a soccer match, no one's wearing the same colors.
Yeah.
Why don't we abide by the same rules? You have your darker uniform, your lighter uniform, whatever it is.
Your home team.
Help us out.
Here's our
Rowing
final
is becoming
crew
a
through the
spectator
line.
sport.
There's
Help
our
us out.
Saratoga Rowing, our girls junior U17 Coxed 4. We've got one more final of those. You wanted more of that same boat class?
You got it.
We're going to give you more. This will be a 8-boat final. We're missing boats in lane 0 and 9. That's just how the cards were dealt. That's the entries. But man, I'm looking at the finish line. I know
Everybody's
we're up at the start
hanging
over here.
out.
And there are so many athletes
One of
there
my
who just
favorite
laid it
parts-
all on the line.
My
I
favorite
love
part
that.
of racing is the overwhelming sense of like respect and like kudos
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
get at the finish line. Like,
Yeah,
holy
we all just did that.
holy moly. That was so hard. Like, hats off to you.
Yeah.
Thank you for pushing me.
Yep.
Like, I'm happy to be here.
And hopefully some
That
of
was
those
so hard.
sentiments are being shared there. But here's our start. This will be final 2. Closest to us, out of lane 8, PNRA Mercer A, Ridley College A, Saratoga Rowing A, Connecticut Boat Club A, Friends of Port A, Narragansett A, Greenwich B, and Row America Rye B. So 6 A boats, 2 B boats. Again, that's not necessarily indicative of a cruise rankings, but it could be. And they are ready for a 9:46 start. We are right about 9:46, 9:47, so keep them coming. Start line, dock masters, coaches and athletes, well done.
Thank you again to our volunteers. This is a new batch
Yeah.
of stake boat holders. Most of them are Saratoga juniors,
Yeah.
middle school or high school. And so if they've got a schedule that allows a 2-hour lounge in the sun on some belly time, we've got a ton of help here to make sure this racing can run smoothly. And again, we've got crews warming up as well. Start here coming off clean. Oftentimes you'll see the start. We got to get the boat from an absolute standstill to our peak pace. So it's a very explosive and dynamic part of the race. But the race doesn't end after your high 20, high 10,
You
whatever
got
it
a
is.
few more strokes
You
to
got
go.
just a few more, so not indicative necessarily of the final race outcome. But again, we've got PNRA Mercer, Ridley, Saratoga, Connecticut Boat Club, Port, Narragansett, Greenwich B, and Row America Rye B. Your current leader looks to be out of lane 4, so that's going to be Port, but it's inches. It's just about a deck of advantage over the next cruise. We've got no bow number. Shame on you. I'm not afraid to say it. Narragansett, we got to get you a bow number because it's
It could
really
have fallen off.
it's
It's possible.
but tape it. You
But
know?
But bow numbers are important, so
They help everything
you
run.
know,
So
priorities.
we'll just remember
Next
our
time around.
Narragansett, we got no bow number. And then over there in lane 3 is going to be Greenwich B, closely followed by Connecticut Boat Club in lane 5. And just trailing behind those crews, let's see. We've got Saratoga just out of frame on the left. So as we're duking it out, Megan, what do you think when you're bow ball to bow ball with another boat? Like, what is possibly going through these athletes' minds when they're in that high kind of pressure situation?
I think there's two angles you can take. You can take a little bit of a scared, this is
can be
scary.
overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's loud. The
Yeah.
coxswains are screaming.
Yeah, you know you have to hold on to something or you're going to fall behind. Or you can take the, all right, push another inch, knock them down.
It can either overwhelm you like a tsunami wave can be like huge pressure, or you can think like pressure makes diamonds, right?
Yeah.
Like
I'm going to be the one that
this is
rises a
gonna-
little bit further out of
this
this.
is gonna help me dial in
But
and
Hannah,
focus.
look at this. We got 6 boats.
Sorry,
dead
I
even.
thought you meant there was a bug.
There are a few bugs. But
It's like,
look
oh
at
my
this.
God.
We got contact. 6 boats across.
This is maybe
7
the
boats
closest
across.
race we've had. We're
It's our
almost-
girls junior U17 Cox 4 final 2.
we're
Way to
almost
go.
halfway,
Whoo.
and no one is letting up. The
at
whole
this.
right side of the screen, especially, is giving everything to just have that 1-2 seat advantage. Just off the pace is over there on the left side, Ridley College and PNRA Mercer, then Saratoga. But the mix here from Connecticut Boat Club, Port, Narragansett, Greenwich, and Row America Rye is
It's fun.
it's fun. Slight advantage is definitely going to be to that early leader of Connecticut Boat Club,
But just slight.
but just slightly. And watch out for Row America Rye B on that far
Row America
shore.
Rye B and Greenwich.
Yep. So here as we're approaching that last 500. This is where we really need to start to feel the finish line. The race has taken a toll on the body, but we're fit, we're strong. We can surprise ourselves is my favorite expression. So
You don't know what you can do until you try it.
yeah, nobody knows what we're capable of. And here we have quite that push from Row America Rye, eking out maybe an inch of advantage here for that gold medal.
They're starting to make their moves. You don't want to wait too late.
And the advantage of being next to a crew that's on the move is that you have Greenwich fully feeling that boat surging next to them, and they can respond.
Greenwich has also taken some water, I
They
would
might
say.
even be challenging for second place.
Yeah.
As Connecticut Boat Club, just 2 lanes over, might not have as good of an awareness, especially that coxswain is tucked down in the bow. They
Right.
really have got to turn their head.
Right. Little
And
bit
it
of
can be
wiggliness.
stressful to have someone charging from behind on you.
Yeah.
Like they've got
You
some
can't see
momentum.
them. Yeah.
Puts a little seed of doubt in the minds of some athletes that like, oh my gosh,
Here they
they're
come.
surging. Why
How
am
can
I
I
not
surge?
surging? Does
How
that
do
mean
I
I'm
surge?
slowing down?
Yeah. You got to use that as an impulse to encourage your
Dig
own
in.
surge.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Row America Rye, Greenwich, and then I'm going to say Connecticut Boat Club.
Mm-hmm.
Looking real nice coming into our last 200 here. Our leading crews are in the red buoys. Our flag is up.
And Narragansett and Port really pushing as well for that 4th place,
Yep.
with Saratoga just behind that pack.
These are our girls' junior U17 coxed fours. 4 athletes, 4 oars, and a coxswain. 5 athletes coming down the course here in each boat.
Row America Rye still on the hunt
They
here.
are,
last
but I'm not
250.
like Greenwich B hasn't let up.
We'll see how
I could
Greenwich
see it getting
B
real
versus
close.
Connecticut Boat Club. Connecticut Boat Club had that lead for a lot of this really close race.
But Greenwich B has Row America Rye right there. They can feel them a little bit closer
Right.
than Connecticut can, and I think that's
Connecticut
going to
might
be
be
an
in a little
advantage.
bit of a vacuum.
Yep.
Just how the lanes shaked out here.
Row America Rye maybe lost a seat or two. We're gonna twist it. We're gonna say Greenwich B gained a seat or two in this last 200 meters.
And Greenwich B is going to take that silver here, followed by Connecticut Boat Club. And here comes the
Woo!
fight for 4th. Saratoga on the surge
On
here.
the hunt.
They went from 6th to challenging for 4th, but they'll come in 5th.
That's Friends of Port,
Following
Saratoga. I think that's Narragansett on that far side.
Really strong push from Saratoga to get that 5th place finish.
I believe this is PNRA Mercer from New Jersey here. Those white and red unis. And Ridley College here, we were talking about a little bit the different types of coxed fours. There is a stern-loaded coxed four, so you can see the coxswain there in that bright orange, Ridley College orange. Sitting in the stern of the boat, she can see a lot more of her athletes. A little bit less aerodynamic, maybe. I think
And the
mostly
weight distribution.
most boats
yeah.
have moved to that bow loader cox just for speed reasons, but a boat's
But
a
you know,
boat. You got to use what you
boat's a
can
boat.
use.
Equipment is equipment. Make the best of what
In
you
the
can.
last 200 here, I believe that's Shaker coming through, and we've got the 2V cox fours already on the course.
So second varsity coxed 4, final 1. You got 8 boats across. Whalen Weston in lane 8, closest to our screen there. You can just see their coxswains sitting up. Connecticut Boat Club, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, Ridley College, PNRA Mercer, Friends of Port, Row America Rye B, and Greenwich Crew C. Over there on the very far side.
There they
Currently
are.
leading. Oh no, just behind. Let's see. That's lane 1. So that's going to be Greenwich,
Greenwich.
but Row America Rye B currently leading here. Really strong acceleration here from Row America Rye B, working that leverage all the way through to put the boat faster and faster across the water.
That was Waylon Weston at the front of our screen. Here come our full set of crews here. Friends of Port, Bromfield Acton Boxborough. This is our view from the finish line here. They're probably about halfway through the race, I'd say.
Yeah, you can see on the left of our screen, that's the 1,500 meter buoy for our 2K course. So that's actually 500 to go here for these athletes today. And a cool angle here, you can really appreciate the catch timing and the rhythm of the swing from each of these boats from this angle. So you can see the sharp blades go in, the sharp blades go out, and there's a little bit of crispness to some of these leading crews that we can really appreciate here. See one swing of the body.
Hannah, what does 2v4 mean? We just saw the U17 fours. That's an age-restricted category. What about 2v?
So varsity is typically the top of each of these athletes' programs. So you can have all classes in them. There's no age restriction. It's just the top-end speed that you have. And so second varsity is kind of, in another sport, you might have like your starters and then the first players to sub in from your bench.
Like a junior varsity.
Yeah, junior varsity, exactly. And so these athletes are kind of just like the next level. And so you might have your first varsity 4 and your JV or second varsity 4 combined
And
into
that's
1
your 8. Yeah.
right?
So super cool
and
that
some
these
programs,
athletes get
some programs might
yeah.
put their athletes in different competitive situations. So they might have an A boat and a B boat in the varsity 4.
Yeah.
And then put their second varsity 8 and split them into 2
Yeah.
fours and have an A boat and a B boat in
In the
that
2V.
second varsity 4.
Yeah.
So different strategies. Every coach has their own method.
Yeah.
And
What
rhyme or
experience do I
reason.
want my crews to have? What experience are my crews ready for, etc. But we've got our 2v4s. Looks like I'm going to guess Row America Rye, potentially Greenwich out there on our far lanes.
A little bit more separation here in this race compared to some of, especially that last race with
Yeah.
6 boats
Woo.
across. But that early leader really putting out a dominant performance here. Getting almost a full length of open water. Megan, what does it feel like to be a length up?
The
On
bestest.
competitors.
That's where you want to be. We say open water, and that's kind of the point where you know you probably can't be touched. Like this this bottom of your screen leading boat, which I believe is Row America Rye B. They know that if they continue on the path
Barring
that they've been
disaster.
rowing, right?
Yeah.
Barring disaster, and I'm gonna knock on wood here. Like if they continue the way they've been rowing the race, they're golden.
Our coach
And
calls it an insurmountable lead.
Insurmountable lead, in quotes, Eric Catalano. But Row America Rye, pretty solid lead here, about a full boat of open, so you can fit a boat in between that open water. Really commanding performance there in the 2v4, and it looks like we've got, I believe that's going to be Greenwich C, Row America Rye B, followed by Greenwich C, and then we do have a race for our third place. I believe PNRA Mercer, Wayland Weston, Connecticut Boat Club. Whew! I'm going to give a little bit to Wayland Weston right now, but Connecticut Boat Club inching close up onto PNRA Mercer. Last 10 strokes,
Wow.
ladies. There's Wayland Weston. PNRA Mercer with maybe half a deck on Connecticut Boat Club. This is Friends
Lane
of
3.
Port from just south of us. In all blue, there's Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
BAB.
Blue BAB.
And finishing out the race in lane 5 is going to be Ridley College here, coming in strong their last 20 strokes. Really the goal, as in any racing opportunity, is to just go as fast as you can, as fast as you're capable of, be the best version of yourself. And so these coxswains play such an important role in, regardless of the race that's going on externally, like, are we going as
Right.
fast as we possibly can? Like, that has to be goal number 1. And so huge appreciation to all coxswains, regardless of what's happening. They are committed to just bringing the best out of our athletes. So cool.
Yeah, and that final crew cross the line there in the girls 2v Cox 4 was Ridley College, which are our friends up from Canada, our Canadian neighbors. They call themselves Canada's most successful secondary school program. Well done, Ridley College, focusing on early introduction to rowing, technical training, and small boats. On the
Shout out
course
to
now,
Ridley.
shout out to Ridley, is a full 10-boat field of the girls 2V Cox 4. Our early leaders out. Give me their bow number. I can't tell quite.
The glare. Looks like an outside lane.
Could be that
maybe.
Row America Rye from lane 0, outside smoke. 10:02 race, running ahead of schedule here, but closest to us, Narragansett A out of lane 8. Greenwich A out of 7, Burnt Hills A out of 6, Friends of Concord A out of 5, Bromfield Acton Boxborough 4, PNRA Mercer B 4, Greenwich B, PNRA Mercer, was 3, Greenwich B at lane 2, Friends of Port B at lane 1, and that Row America Rye out of lane 0, who,
Yeah.
yep, there's our
I
outside
was
smoke
gonna say,
already.
Megan, you called it just left to right there. So many crews, so many different programs from so many different places
So
and like
cool.
different experience levels. Again, like all
some
of these are
school teams, some club teams, some,
right.
yeah.
And everybody's coming. Like some of these athletes are 3-sport athletes
Yeah.
that do
We
other
had
sports.
a lot respond with ultimate frisbee.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of athletes doubling. We had 2 different schools say that a lot of their team doubles at ultimate frisbee.
My team used to warm up playing frisbee.
Right? Maybe
every-
some like
every day.
team connection, some hand-eye coordination. Yeah,
But all
pretty
that
cool.
to say, just people coming from all over and just duking it out.
Throwing it down.
10 boats across.
Row
Again,
America Rye, early lead on that right-hand side out of lane 0. Got to be nice for those rowers. Coxswain cannot see boats anymore, so Coxswain is relying solely on sound, I guess, and intuition. But those rowers,
maybe just some neck mobility exercises to get
Yeah.
full tilt.
but those rowers are looking left and can see the whole field, which
Yeah,
is cool.
so here we have the side view. We've got lane 7.
Greenwich A,
They're currently sitting in 3rd place, and it looks like if that's 7, you can see what we can see. So bear with us.
7 and 8 would be Greenwich and Narragansett, and then looks like that might be
Maybe
3.
Greenwich or PNRA Mercer.
PNRA Mercer. Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like PNRA Mercer with perhaps an early second
But
silver
it's close.
push.
It's close.
But we'll push. Go push, Mercer. Go get him.
Again, we just passed the first 500 buoy. So this is kind of the middle of our race.
The meat and potatoes, the bread and butter.
This is where we really want to test our rhythm, our kind of internal focus. This is where the body is basically screaming to
Help.
please slow down.
And these athletes
is
have
a
been
lot.
taught winter training, race practice, to ignore kind of those warning signs of slow down and dig in a little bit deeper and say, nope, I'm going to slam those legs down a little bit harder. I'm going to push those hips. We're going to swing together.
Sometimes we've been exploring the kind of psychological side of rowing recently here in Saratoga, and there's a lot of power of just gritting your teeth
Yeah.
because it elicits the same brain response as smiling. So obviously we're in pain. We're doing a hard thing. It's a type 2 fun, but it's like not happy, cheery, like easy going. And so there's a lot of research going into the power of smiling while you're racing to trick your brain into thinking this is happy, breezy, easy going.
Like placebo effects
Yeah.
work.
Like if you think this is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life,
It might be.
it might be.
But if you think I'm having a great time on the water with my team, working together, going fast, getting fit, then that might be your mindset. And that's probably what those Row America Rye gals
of
are thinking
the-
out of lane 0.
Think of the
They're moving.
evil scientists like mwahaha laugh. It's the same energy. Like if I'm evil but I'm having fun, you can't stop me.
There's our glorious Fish Creek.
We've covered quite a lot of ground already. We're 1,000 meters in, which is
Yeah, they're coming into even this last 300 here.
so this race is just under a mile long. So we've gone about 2/3 of a mile.
There's Row America Rye out of lane 0. Looks like lane 3, PNRA Mercer having a good race here for second. Potentially,
Yeah, Greenwich, A and
Greenwich
7.
or Narragansett. We've got him coming through the finish, but man, Row America Rye A not blinking, not letting anybody shake their confidence here. That coxswain, I would guess, will likely still practice a sprint, even though they could continue with base and not have a problem still pulling off the gold here. Those girls probably have more races today. Little bit of practice, little bit of excitement in these last 10 strokes. But Rowe-Marickarai, 10 strokes to the finish line, lots of open water, back to PNRA Mercer, and I believe that is going to be Greenwich A.
Really a strong push here, a fight for silver. Both of these crews are going to get a medal, but the question is what color?
Whew! Greenwich trying to walk right through Mercer. They might. And they did. Greenwich with a bow deck up on Mercer for silver and bronze. Narragansett here with the 4th place. I believe that's going to be Burnt Hills.
I think you're right.
Followed by a Greenwich B. A Greenwich B. 3 crews still left on the course.
Here comes BAB, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
I can hear these coxswains. It gives me the shivers. I love it. There's Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
And to the wire.
Woo.
So that was lane 1, Friends of Port. And I think Friends of Concord.
I believe so. Could have been Burnt Hills. I thought Burnt Hills already came through, but our final 2 boats there.
Beautiful morning here. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Saratoga Invitational 2024. You're here with Hannah and Megan, commentating with you all weekend, bringing you racing live as it unfolds. We've got the next race about to start, boys varsity quad, and they're off.
And they're off. Look at those quads.
Quad is one of the fastest boat classes in the sport of rowing. We had a little crab over there in lane 7. In lane 6 GMS, but they'll build back up and claw their way back into this fight. Early leader lane 4 is going to be Burnt Hills, but the high strokes are not the deciding strokes of the entire race. They're huge in the emotional feeling of the race.
Yeah, how are you going to start your race? But look, other than our early leaders on that far outside and then our middle 2nd place, we got 5 boats across, 6 boats across. That's awesome.
And again, this quad event is special because each of the roles of the coxswain really are delegated to different people. So the steering might be pressure steering, it might be tow steering. We have no way of knowing from our current point of view. You can talk to your sources on the ground over there in the
Regatta
State Boat
land.
Launch. But really cool. You got one athlete steering the boat. Usually either the stroke seat or the bow seat will have a tow steering. Or if it's no rudder or a fixed rudder, you'll have one person in the boat make steering calls and call for port pressure or starboard pressure. Bow seat or 2 seat might make those motivational calls.
Yeah.
To unify the boat with some sort of feeling of the boat feel, technical change.
I believe that's potentially Friends of Shen out there out of lane 0.
In lane 4.
And then lane 4, which is going to be Burnt Hills. So our Capital District varsity quads.
But we've got a couple of pairings here in the high lanes, Maritime and Oakneck duking it out, next to GMS and Narragansett duking it out, and then we've got a trailing...
boom, 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 Shaker, Wayland Weston, and Riverfront Recapture. But
really fun to come to a race and have a sparring partner and just have someone pushing you. In practice, you can say go as hard as you can, but it's a whole nother thing to say win at all costs and just see what happens.
Friends of Shen out to that early lead. Time will tell. We hope that that's the race plan. It's go out hard, finish hard.
Burnt Hills doesn't really have anybody around them, right? So these athletes feel a lot of calm, a lot of silence around them.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
that can
calm
almost,
is a strong word. Silent and
it's totally
yeah,
different to have a
potentially you
boat
can
next to
breathe.
you.
You can breathe for a few strokes.
And so
yeah.
sometimes that calm can be like deflating almost though. Like you're coming into this race, you're
This
trying
is
to
a
be
race.
intense,
I'm ready to get hyped.
but if there's no one near you and you don't have a coxswain screaming at you,
Right.
like sometimes being alone can actually not produce the fastest speed.
Right.
And you can see here these battling pairs have kind of started to
They
separate.
have a little bit.
Oak Neck now with about 3 seats, almost 4 seats of advantage, charging on that Burnt Hills quad.
And everybody trying to hang with that Friends of Shen quad too.
They set the bar and everyone's chasing them down. And same thing, we have some separation with advantage of GMS over Narragansett in those trailing 2 crews on the top left of your screen. Again, watch out for Oak Neck here, challenging Burnt Hills. These athletes forced to kind of take a peek outside of the boat
Yeah.
every now and then to
Yeah.
get that external motivation.
It's so pretty. Look at this.
Beautiful water. Puff of a headwind, but the water is flat. It's perfect,
This
like
is a good,
exercise
this
temperature.
Is a good day to row.
We're approaching 50 degrees.
Flag is up. We're in that last 250.
Megan, what's your favorite sprint call? What do you think? I'm a big sit-up gal.
Yeah.
'Cause sometimes as you get tired, your core starts to get
Start
tired
to
and
collapse a little bit.
you can almost like sink into the bow. But sitting up keeps the bow running high across the water.
I love the shift where everyone in the boat decides it's time to go. Like you
Cycle
can,
it around.
like boom, on this next one.
Yeah.
Let's go. Which it looks like Burnt Hill's done a little bit of. They're giving themselves a little bit of space on the back of the field on that I think it was GMS and Oak Neck.
But it does look like it's still going to be Shen for gold, Burnt Hills for silver.
Shen looking so clean across the line, so sharp.
And here comes Oak Neck with that really strong second half to
Yep,
separate out for
very much
third
so.
place. They've now got open water on the field behind them.
Back to Maritime and GMS and Narragansett in that order.
Really dominant performance again from Shen. Hats off. Really impressive start to finish. Oftentimes the
Yeah.
early leader is not the winner at
late
the
leader?
end. So
Yeah.
really gutsy race plan there from Shen. And Burnt Hills never let up. They
No.
chased them down. They almost closed to contact at the end. Gives me goosebumps.
Woohoo. This looks like we've got potentially Shaker Heights here.
That was lane 3, Shaker Heights. Yep.
And then Waylon Weston, our boys varsity quads.
Whew. 9 boats
Quads
across.
are fun. Quads are fun. Fast boats. This will be our final boat across the line, I believe, from Riverfront Recapture.
And we'll very quickly head right back up for the boys junior U17 quad final one.
There
We've
they
got all the
are.
crews nice and timely up there at the start. We've got our stakeboat holder volunteers holding on to the sterns of each of these quads.
This
You can
feels like a
see-
small race. There's only 7 boats.
That's ridiculous.
It
What
is.
a ridiculous
It is.
sentence. Again, just out of sight, we have a starting platform that's actually elevated up almost a full story high so that all of these athletes can visibly see the starter drop the flag, just like in a, I don't know, NASCAR race.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
watch the
say.
flag drop. And they'll also give like an audible attention go. Ideally, they'll pull all the crews, but sometimes, especially if we want to stay on schedule, we might just say a quick start is coming. Save some time. But there's nothing like hearing all of the competitors in your race get called in order. Very exciting times at the start line.
You're
a lot of
sitting
nerves.
there, maybe shaking in your boots. Lane 1.
But then the race
Oak
starts. And it's like, okay.
All right, we know
Now
how to
we
do
can
this.
go.
We know how to do this. 7 boats across, starting from closest to us will be CRI out of lane 8, Maritime lane 7, Albany lane 6, Burnt Hills lane 5, Friends of Shen, lane 4, Row America Rye B, lane 3, Niskayuna B, lane 2. This is a 10:18 start, so we're 2 minutes ahead. They are locked in and loaded.
And here are some results from one of the previous races. The girls' junior U17 Coxed 4 final 1. Had a pretty dominant display from Row America Rye, 10 seconds ahead, 9.5. We'll give it to Greenwich. For silver, who were 7 seconds ahead of PNRA Mercer B.
We've got both of those finals, final 1 and 2 for the U17 Coxed 4, and final 1 and 2 for the 2B Coxed 4.
Yep, check out
Available.
Streamline
Rowing.
StreamlineRowing.com.
A Saratoga Rowing Association
It's the fastest
specialty.
way. Yep. And we're back up at the start.
Some of these boys checking their points. We're looking like we're putting blades in, potentially pulling crews here. 10:18 a.m. Boys Junior U17 4X or quad final 1.
So for folks at home, if you see anything in this like notation on the website,
Yeah, what is this jargon?
anything with the X is sculling, and so that's going to be your single, your double, and your quad.
They've got to start.
And then anything with a plus sign means it's sweeping for 1. Or I guess you could have a plus sign without it.
We might. We do have some middle schools with a plus on our
so
quads
plus
later.
sign just indicates there's a coxswain present.
Yep.
And so our Cox boats, we do have some middle school Cox quads. There used to be a Cox pair event back in the day,
Back in the day.
2017. But those are going to be your sweep boats. So your pair, your 4, and your 8. It's a lot of jargon.
It's a lot of jargon.
Bear with us. But this is boys junior U17 quad, no coxswain, final 1.
Pretty
So
tight through that first 200 or 300, maybe.
early leader to Maritime.
Maritime, I would agree. And then boom,
And basically
boom, boom.
6 boats across.
CRI, Albany slightly off the pack, Burnt Hills and Shen and Row America Rye and Niskayuna all in contact.
So this overhead shot does make it appear a little bit closer than it is. So we have to take some perspective taking practice here. So that boat all the way over from Niskayuna B, while it looks pretty close from this bird's eye view, they are sitting a full length back on the pack. And so those athletes don't have that peripheral vision feedback of a crew next to them. They might be able to hear the boat, but they're clawing their way back into this fight here.
Especially because it's early.
It's early.
Maybe you got a little shaken off the start. Like there's...
But if you got a good rhythm, you got a good
can
base
keep
pace,
walking. You
can
trust
walk
in
your way
that
back
fitness. Your coaches have given you good practice, a good strategy. So you can see this launch following pretty closely on our Row America Rye B and our friends of Shen B. They're just making sure we don't get too close. We stay in our lanes.
There's some steering drama.
It is a straight boat, which means it does not have a coxswain. So these athletes are doing the steering, are doing the motivating. But who's that over
check
there?
out
That's
Row
our
America
Maritime.
Rye, Shen,
leading
and
the
Burnt
way.
Hills.
Stroke for stroke.
Level across, maybe a seat, half a seat advantage to that middle crew from Shen. But the quad, while it has a lot of momentum, it is so technical that you really need to stay dialed in, stay sharp. Any bobble or like disjointedness can really mess with that momentum. And so these athletes, while it's a lot of high stakes, you got a lot of boats around you, a lot of just like feedback of your surroundings. You hope that that doesn't cause us to fall apart.
Right, you gotta use that feedback in a nice, confident, collected way, which
And
is a
here
hard thing
comes
to practice.
Row America Rye B with a strong
They
move
did, they
here,
just
pushing
moved.
into second place. The leader still the dominant Maritime Rowing Club. They've got about a length and a half of open water advantage on the rest of the field of those 3 trailing crews of Row America Rye B, Shen B, and Burnt Hills.
Maritime out of Norwalk, Connecticut. They do sweep, they do scull. Their
They have a
title
really nice
mantra
website.
on their website is "We build champions on and off the water." And ain't that the truth? The on the
We
water
gotta
is
get
super
these guys
important.
to make us a hype video. This is really good.
Well done, Maritime. We love your
So
website.
Maritime bring in the hype, but really strong push here continues to come from the entry in lane 3, Row America Rye B. Still charging. They have now 2 seats on the previously leading for second place Shen B. But watch out. Burnt Hills is also on the charge. It is bow ball to bow ball. Row America Rye, Burnt Hills. It's anyone's
Shen's
guess.
got to hang there if
We're
they want a
being,
chance
we're
at the
being
medal.
pretty gritty. We're stubborn.
Yep, I'm going to say that Row America Rye B has
They
taken
just
a
took
few
another.
seats.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, Niskayuna, you can see on that far side, Albany and CRIA are having to kind of row their own race a little bit.
Steering issue coming pretty
Ooh,
aggressively
yep,
from Row America
That's
Rye.
Row America Rye. They
So
are
that
adjusting.
Launch is helping kind of correct them. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you don't even realize that your
You've
steering
drifted, and all of a sudden you're over the buoys.
It's
They're in the last
it's a lot of
200.
jobs. It's a lot
It
of
is.
hats for these quad rowers to wear.
There's Maritime in that blue, in the yellow Empacher, and then Row America Rye.
We're taking it up. We're taking our sprint here. The sprint is a risky business.
How early do you go?
How much do you bet on yourself? How much do you bet on your whole boat to stay together? Maritime here rehearsing that sprint, going up in rate. Doing a pretty nice job of staying together here. Sometimes
I heard a yup.
one athlete wants to go, but they can't go alone,
Nope.
right? Everybody has to go at the same time, and here we see Maritime doing that pretty well.
They, I think, put another half boat of length in the last 250.
But watch out, Burnt Hills
Burnt
and Row
Hills.
America Rye continue to battle to the line for silver. It looks like Row America Rye still has a couple seats of advantage.
Yep.
Burnt Hills pushing off that fighting Shen.
That was a good race, those three crews. Well done. That's a race that you look back and you're like, we grew, we pushed, we learned.
And like the gratitude you have for your competitors
Right.
there, like I didn't know I was capable of doing that.
Right. There's Niskayuna rowing through the line. Here's CRI out of Boston in that red and black.
And then here comes Albany Rowing Center through their last 20 strokes. Again, we do have a bit of a headwind here, challenging all athletes to really get gritty, dig deep.
Yeah, so while both directions of winds are impactful to the boat, a tailwind will often give you a little bit of lightness, a little bit of speed, and a headwind gives you a little bit of heaviness. It does help you set yourself up often slightly better, so you're in a more stable platform, but it does sometimes feel heavier. I wouldn't say we're quite at the point today yet that things are heavy, but maybe just noticeable. A lot of these crews row on current or in really windy spaces, so I think it's probably a pretty nice day for everyone still. But there's your first final of the boys junior U17 quad. Did you want more? Oh, we've got more.
Oh.
Same event, final two.
Here are results from that previous race, boys varsity quads. Shen went with the win, dominant performance, led from the beginning,
They were up
finished strong.
early. Yeah.
5:19.1. 2 seconds back, Burnt Hills, really gritty performance from that quad, followed by Oakneck, 5:24.
Just a reminder as we ease into the middle of the day here that we're grateful for our volunteers, we're grateful for our regatta staff. Just make sure we're respectful of them, that we're paying attention to where our food trucks can be and our parent drop-off and all of that. We appreciate it. We want everyone to be fueled and ready to race and safe. This is our starting line for our second final of the boys U17 quad or 4X on your schedule.
And we have a start here. Athletes getting up from standstill to peak speed by moving together. Hard to tell just who might have the fastest start yet, but all boats getting off to a clean start here. Slightly slower start, maybe from Burnt Hills B on that far left side of your screen.
From that far left of the screen for now, closest to the regatta shore, Burnt Hills B out of lane 2, Maritime B out of lane 3, Niskayuna A out of lane 4, Friends of Shen out of lane 5, Row America Rye lane 6, Augustine Classical out of 7, and GMS out of lane 8. So a 7-boat race. We see those officials trailing. We see our lower lanes GMS. Sorry, excuse me, Burnt Hills and Maritime there in the red and the blue. But here's our leaders. Can't tell the bow number there. I'm going to say maybe Friends of Shen, maybe Row America Rye.
It looked like maybe lane 6.
Lane
What
6,
do we
there's
got?
our Row America Rye.
Yeah, really strong start there. Almost open water on the field. It's pretty gutsy to do that, Megan.
It's bold.
You're
gotta-
betting on yourself.
You got to trust yourself on that. Yeah.
Takes
if you
a lot
can
of
do
confidence.
it, you should do it. But you got to know that you're not gonna blow up in the
But
second
the start
half.
can also be some of the most rehearsed part of the race. Some
Right.
of these
It
crews
is.
just
You
like
can control 100% of that.
like it's just matching rhythm. It's being explosive and trusting that when you shift to that base, it's going to be a rhythm that's sustainable, confident, powerful. All of these adjectives apply. But that start 500, sometimes it's not actually a lot of thinking. It's just a lot of going.
Yep. Starts practice are some of my favorite days. This is our view from our finish line here. We see a lot of our regatta staff, of our launches, of our full fleet that is needed to run a day like today.
Megan, in all of your volunteering days, what's your favorite job?
Well, live stream commentary,
Wow.
of course. I like working the docks because you get to see everyone.
Mm-hmm. You get to
Like,
wish them good luck.
You get to wish them all good luck,
congratulate
or you
'em,
get to give them all a fist bump for a good
check the
job
heel
well done.
ties.
I think that's a way to be like super mixed into
Mhm.
the racing. Let's see. We've got Row America Rye with our early lead. Friends of Shem, GMS, Niskiuna, and looks like Maritime B might be
Mhm,
sitting in a
I
nice
agree.
second place there. But even Burnt Hills at B, still a race. Almost everyone is still in it.
I would say maybe GMS has a few seats holding that second
Into
place
that second.
position.
Yep.
But really strong performance here from Row America Rye. We've seen this race strategy a few times here at the Invite so far. Takes quite a lot of confidence, a lot of preparation to be that confident, right? Like
Yep.
some people are born confident. Some people
But a
are
full
blessed
lineup,
that way.
You're going to have to practice that.
But for everybody to be united in that confidence takes a lot of preparation. A little bit of steering issues. Again, there's no coxswain in this event, and so the athletes either have to use pressure or leverage steering to like reach out a little bit further with one hand versus the other, and usually you'll kind of do that at the same time to make it like a potent
Yep.
steering move. And so
If you
usually
can only steer for one stroke instead
bow
of
seat
four,
or
that's
or
better.
two seat might call like starboard or port, and then everybody takes one stroke that just helps turn the boat back to the center of the lane. But it continues even more so, maybe GMS really pushing away into that strong second place position. They might have contact, maybe a couple of seats of open water down on the leading Row America Rye. And then trailing behind Rye and GMS is going to be Shen there right in the smack middle of this field. And then 2 lanes over is Maritime B. Those
In the
two are
last
duking it
250.
out for third
Yep.
here. Hardware is hardware. What do you do? Who wants it more? That is the question here in the last 250 of the Saratoga Invite Boys Junior U17 Quad.
Row
Final
America
2.
Rye dominating this final 2.
And it looks like slight advantage potentially to Shen here. They've got 20 strokes to go. Anything can happen in 20 strokes. But it's Shen versus Maritime. 2 dominant programs in boys sculling, but continues
Who's
to
over
be.
here out of lane 8?
We got GMS.
That's GMS with our second. They're very horizontal, very smooth around
They
that
took
release.
that move in the
They
middle.
did.
They really separated out from the field.
Woo.
Paid off in a big way.
Where's your money at right here?
I would say
There's-
slight advantage to Maritime, here
Maritime.
with quite the last push in those last 15 strokes.
There's Shen. This is Niskiuna rowing.
And here comes ACA in the purple and green.
Here come the
Big
hippos.
push. And to round out the field, we have Burnt Hills B coming in lane 2.
Well
Across
done.
some glittering water. Beautiful
It's
day here.
beautiful.
Good racing all crews. We'll move right back up to the start for the next race as well. Is the girls 2V quad final 1. So second varsity quad could be the second best quad of a program. Might
Could be the third or the fourth.
The third or the fourth. We don't know. The strategy of these coaches boggles my mind. They're so good at what they do. They give their athletes the best race experience possible.
It's also fun here at the Saratoga Invite because there are so many races. So potentially you've got athletes that could be in the 1V quad or in a 3V quad, but it makes sense with the racing lineup to put them in the this quad because they have a race earlier in the day, they have a race later in the day that they also want them to attack. This will be the 10:34 race. We are, I'm going to say, even a little bit ahead of schedule right now, which is awesome. Thank you to dock masters and start officials and also coaches and crews for being ready, having your heels tied, having your oars ready. Takes a village.
What do you think is the most important thing you can do, Megan, at the start line?
Breathe.
Breathe. Oxygen is key. If racing is a science experiment, number one ingredient, number one part of the method is breathing. Oxygen to the muscles.
Because I think sometimes you'll sit at that start while they're pulling the crews, and 10 lanes, we got 9 lanes in this race, takes a long time. And if you're holding your breath there, here, we're sitting ready.
No bueno.
And then you take 10 strokes as hard as you can, you're going to get to that 11th and
You're going to be
need
quite
to
out
gasp.
of breath. Yep.
But
There's
here's
not really time to gasp. So just breathing all the way through.
deep breath here, ladies. This is our girls 2V quad, final 1, 9 boats. Closest to us, Niskayuna, GMS, Maritime, Burnt Hills, Row America Rye, Y Quad Cities, Albany, Connecticut Boat Club B, and Oak Neck B on that far side. We've got to start.
Strong start from this yellow boat here. It looks like Maritime had a nice clean start. Row America Rye A had a nice start as well. But again, as we've seen, the best start isn't always the gold medal
full
winner
race.
at the end. Really awesome to see this tight racing
Look
here.
at that.
What an experience for these athletes to get at such a young age in the sport of rowing. Rowing's a lifelong sport, but no one's going to forget this
Their
8
first
boats across level.
9? We got 9? Yeah.
So a little
Starting
bit
to
of a
separate
push.
a little bit here. We've got crews that maybe held onto their high strokes a little bit longer, have a little bit quicker high strokes. Row America Rye and Y Quad Cities potentially leading a little bit. Connecticut Boat Club and Oak Neck from that far side.
Yeah, that's definitely a lane 4. That's Row America Rye, your current leader.
And then potentially a Connecticut Boat Club. 2 over.
I agree.
If you're new to the sport of rowing, a parent, a novice, a middle schooler here for a race later today, just watching these crews, they're pressing their legs down together, they're opening their bodies. Those blades exit the water and enter the water at the same time. That's all rowing is. You want to just get that boat backwards, pushing as hard with your legs, swinging the bodies. It inherently is a very simple sport on the surface, and then obviously there's a lot of intricacies and nuances.
I think it uses like 80% of your muscles
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
whole body, so
We got a lot going on.
a lot of coordination. Like, it's simple, but it all has to kind of happen in the right
in the
order.
right order. It looks like that left-hand side, we've got Connecticut Boat Club B, Albany Rowing, and Row America Rye there with the early lead with really...
A push from Maritime coming back in after maybe they didn't have as effective as a shift as some of these other boats in the field, but their base rhythm is really getting them back in. They have really crisp finishes. Like, holy smokes, Megan, look at those finishes.
Sharp.
Maritime really clawing their way back in.
I love a view
Almost
like this.
holding contact here on the leader from Row America Rye.
This is so cool.
And even though we have our front runners, people gunning for the hardware, the beauty of the invite is that everybody has a sparring partner.
Everyone gets a race.
So we have on those middle lanes just straddling the wake of Row America Rye. Y Quad Cities and Burnt Hill are duking it out here. Just one lane across. And then over still to the right of your screen, Connecticut Boat Club versus Albany Rowing Center. There's
Oak
only
Neck
a
hanging
couple
in
seats.
there. Yeah, yeah.
And then on straddling those two, Oak Neck versus Y Quad Cities.
It's
Y
so
Quad
fun.
Cities has a sparring partner to their left, a sparring partner to their right.
And these athletes, this is a straight boat, so there's no coxswain telling them where their sparring partner is. This
But
is
check
a
out
sensory feel.
this move from Row
I'm
America
checking
Rye.
it out.
They just took a full length of open water. I'll have whatever they're having in that second 500. They're nearing that big white buoy that indicates the last 500. Maybe they had a 650 to go move. That's my favorite spot.
A little sit up before you hit the last 500. And we all know, I think, as athletes, but parents and family and friends watching this, these athletes are not getting fitter today. Today is a performance
Right.
of all the work
Show
that they've
off
put in. So
day.
there's a
Yeah.
reason Row America Rye is making this big move with 500 to go. That's a lot of practice. That's hours of being prepared for this big move. So today's a day of execution, of putting it all
Watch
together.
out for Connecticut Boat Club here, making a charge for second place. Again, each one of these finals, both today and tomorrow, earns a medal for these crews. So we're fighting for hardware, fighting for some bling. Maritime had a really strong start, but they're holding off a charge from a Connecticut Boat Club that they cannot see with their peripheral vision. They got to take a peek, or else this is going to be stolen from them without them even knowing it. Connecticut Boat Club pushing off that charging Albany crew. But it looks like those three crews are our medal contenders. Row America Rye, Maritime, and Connecticut Boat Club. Albany giving it a good push, but they're a full 3 seats down on the field. That's a lot of margin to make up in the last 250. We'll see.
I would say we've almost got some open water spread between some of these boats. We're in our last 20 strokes here.
Oakneck B holding on to contact on Albany, but it continues to be this crew
America
from
Rye
Row America
walking
Rye,
away.
now followed strongly. What a
Yeah,
push from Connecticut
Huge
Boat
move
Club.
from Connecticut there. Well done,
They're
ladies.
now sitting a full 4 seats up for second place. Barring disaster, everybody stay clean. No crabs in the last 5
Which is
strokes.
scary. You're going as hard and as high as you can. You're going faster. You're sprinting.
We're losing motor skill
And
very quickly.
you're empty. So there's Row America Rye. 3 strokes to the finish. Really commanding race. Whole time. Sat up, sat ahead. This is Connecticut Boat Club.
Making it look easy here. It was anything but. We have quite a shift here. Albany and Oakneck may have stolen 3rd place. Maritime just falling off the pace in a heartbreaking 5th place finish. Well fought all the way through, but hats off to Albany and Oakneck, who are your 3rd and 4th place finishers.
And then look, a race for 6th. Race for 7th. We've got
Oh my gosh.
GMS just over Y Quad Cities, just over Albany.
That might have been over GMS, right?
GMS took that over potentially Albany or Y Quad Cities, and then this looks to be Burnt Hills through the line here. All those results hard to see on the screens. This will be
These are our friends from
This is
Niskayuna.
Niskayuna from just south. All results will be on Streamline Rowing. Sometimes
the
we'll pop them up on our
previous
screen
one.
here.
You've got a typo. You've got a typo on these ones. It keeps saying
Boys Journal.
journal. Yeah. Junior. And we're back up at the start. We've got this is going to be the girls
Second final.
2V quad final 2. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Saratoga. We've got fist bumps galore. People dialed in, getting their points. We've got stake boat holder volunteers from majority would be from the Saratoga Juniors community. So if you don't have a race for 2 hours,
You
come
get to
on,
go stake
come
boat.
on down, lay on your belly, and hold a bunch of boats.
Looks like we are missing a boat in that middle lane. If I'm
It does. Maybe Narragansett either late or potentially a scratch. These things happen. No drama. We do have a slight crosswind going on, so
a
making
little
sure
bit
these
coming towards us.
these athletes are keeping a straight point. So 1, we get from A to B as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know if I said one or A, but
That was one.
second point. Second point. We do not careen into another crew.
No careening today.
I will
Minimal
never forget
careening.
Tokyo Olympics watching those. Like, these are like the highest level of the sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
The person steering, I think I won't name countries. We'll just keep it. One crew, their person who had the tow steering blacked
Lost
out.
it.
Past, like, lost
Uh-huh.
control. Obviously was like still kind of just in the momentum of things, so was still rowing, but had no knowledge of the tow, no knowledge of the steering,
Yep.
and they careened into another crew at the Olympics
Yeah.
in the final.
Yeah.
So it happens everywhere, but the ideal is everybody stays in their lane, much like the road.
Yep.
Stay in your lane.
So spring racing in rowing is a lot like track. We've got in these races 1,500 meters of lanes. You're fully buoyed. You've got buoys on your port side. You've got buoys on your starboard side. And your goal is to stay as evenly between those two buoys. And here's our start, which is often a scary part of the race to steer because people might press
It's explosive.
differently.
It's fast.
Yeah, it's happening really quickly. But this is your girls 2V quad final 1042 race, a 6-boat race. We are, I believe, missing our Narragansett boat in the middle there, but starting from closest to us here, Connecticut Boat Club, Riverside, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, Oakneck, GMSB, and Romerica Ride B.
We're starting to see some repeat athletes here. I'm
Could be.
recognizing some hairstyles. But so these athletes, we're starting to get into a who knows situation. How well
many
are you
races do you
recovering
have
between
under your
races?
belt?
Did you have snacks?
What's at the food tent?
How hydrated are you? Did you have good sleep this week? What's at the food tent is the question, but Connecticut Boat Club here, really strong start. You can see their bow ball just surging here from this camera angle. Super exciting to see the boat just gliding across the water. The athletes engaging the core at the finish. Really just a class act exhibit of speed from Connecticut here in the first 500. With the pink visors is going to be all the way over there in lane 4, Oakneck. Currently sitting in second, just down 3 seats, maybe 4 seats on that second place position. Then lane 2 is going to be Romerica Ride B. So they have a gap between those two crews. Oakneck in second, Rye in third, with GMS just behind the field, just out of our field of vision here. That's going to be Riverside with the stripes. Just about contact here with that third place crew out of Rye. Riverside holding on to that leading field.
Those stripes, we know them well.
And there you have GMS just trailing in this field. Panning back up to our leaders from Connecticut Boat Club. We haven't seen Bromfield Acton Boxborough, so I'm keeping my eyes peeled for you. Here we have the beautiful drone shot. That'll do it. That'll do it. Connecticut Boat Club there on the left. Riverside Boat Club next to them. So actually making quite the push here. They were holding contact. They're now sitting in a very close third place behind Oakneck. So Romerica Rye maybe had a little bit of a lull in their speed, you could say.
Now they're
Clawing
coming
their way
hot.
back in.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's BAB right in the smack middle of your screen. And finally, GMSB on the right, trailing this competitive field of girls' second varsity quads.
And all of these boats are racing today for medals in a unseeded final. So the way that they were assigned lanes was not based on speed or past season results or anything like that. Tomorrow, the finals will be based on today's speed. So even though potentially you are going for a medal today, you are also looking at margins off of everyone else. So even though you might have 3 or 4 races today and 3 or 4 tomorrow, or 4 over the course of the weekend, you want to lay down your best race every time.
Why not? Why not?
I don't have a reason why not. There is no reason. As
So it
long as you fuel
continues-
properly, recover well.
So we had a really exciting surge from the crew in lane 7 out of Riverside. They continue to stay in this medal contending mix with Connecticut Boat Club, solid first place. They have about almost a length of open water coming
Yeah.
into the last 500. And then we have Oak Neck still in the silver position. They are about bow to stern over that crew out of Riverside. And that Riverside crew has just about 3, maybe 2 seats of advantage over Row America Rye B. Again, we've got quite a lot of lanes here in Saratoga. It can be a real challenge to race these blind boats or the boats without a coxswain because the rowers are told over and over again, keep your head in the boat.
Don't look out of the boat.
Stay internal.
Race your race.
Match up with the person in front of you. But externally, you need to know where you are.
Yeah.
Like, you need to
When
know
do I
when
make
it's
my
time to
move?
go. And so these athletes, especially the ones fighting for third here, with so many lanes between them, between Row America Rye B and Riverside A. Hats off to you guys.
50,
This
60
is a
feet
tough,
across.
This is a tough scenario to be in. Still continues to be a slight advantage to Riverside, but last 250, all bets are
Riverside,
off.
you've got a loud voice on shore. She's cheering for you. We love that. Thanks, parents. Thanks, supporters.
Here
Connecticut
comes
Boat
Connecticut
Club.
CBC, just barreling down this course, fluid, efficient, real display of matching here as well. Each of these athletes bringing their strengths to the table, doing it together.
CBC's got seniors headed to Dartmouth, Boston College, Miami, Harvard, Stanford, University of Wisconsin, College of the Holy Cross, NYU, Cornell,
Pretty
and
cool.
Drexel. Awesome,
Pretty
CBC.
cool. CBC coming through the line here. Gold medal secured. Next is Oak Neck coming through. They continued their push. They extended their lead. And Megan, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Row America Rye B, Riverside,
Riverside's
both
charging.
have been just giving it everything. I think it's going to be Row America Rye B by just a seat.
I think Row America Rye B should be glad this race was 1,500 meters. They timed it perfectly.
Right. If
Riverside
it had been a
was moving
12:50,
another 10 strokes.
I don't know.
But good racing there, crews. Well done strategy. Onwards to tomorrow.
BAB, pushing with that blue diagonal striped uni. Looking really nice and clean around those finishes. Coming through the willows of Lee's Park campground. Beautiful scenic finish line views here for you. And here comes GMS. And we'll already be panning back up to the start of the next one. If
We
you're just
got
tuning
eights.
in, welcome to the Saratoga Invite. This is going to be one of the smaller races. We've only got 4 boats in the girls' freshman U16-8. They're getting pulled into their lanes, getting the bow balls aligned for a clean start. Here's the results from the girls' second varsity quad final 1. If you've been with us, we just watched the second final. So this was the one before. Dominant performance from Row America Rye. And then a tight finish for third place, that last medal between Oak Neck, B, and Albany. Really awesome race, start to finish. These athletes are bringing it.
They're bringing it. It's a
also
good day to
a
do it.
perfect day. If you're not
This is
here,
the office. It's the dream.
This is a great day here in Saratoga Springs. Got slight cloud cover, which is kind of nice for the eyeballs, for
Yep.
me personally,
Yep.
staring at these screens. But no, it's beautiful, perfect temperature.
It looks like we may be missing a boat. We will find out who that is. We should have a
this-
4-boat race.
It should be Concord, closest to us. We might be missing a Greenwich crew entry, then Row America Rye, and then Saratoga on the far side of our screens. Looks like we are going to get going off the start. Blades are squared in the water. This is the girls'
3-boat race.
freshman U16-8. So all of these athletes are under the age of 16 in this calendar year. Oh, here comes Greenwich.
Sliding in close, Greenwich. They are.
Perfect.
That
That's
is spot
close.
on race time. So
Maybe
perhaps a bit of a delay to the start, but
the penalty
they're
system
doing
is
what they
unclear.
can.
It's not a point system. So we will have a slight delay here for the girls. Freshman U16-8.
we've got the Saratoga freshman U16-8 coaches waiting anxiously for their boats to come down. The girls' teammates here on the docks, as I'm sure there are teammates on the docks on the Lee's Parkside shore as well. But here we go, Greenwich locked in. We're going to pull the crews and send them.
So the 8, again, it's a really fun boat class. It's a lot of personalities, a lot of power, and honestly, just the physics of it, like it's a lot of momentum. Once you get that boat up to speed,
Yeah.
you're just kind of tapping it along, and it's like
Yeah.
a runaway freight train.
I was going to say it's a truck on a downhill with
Yeah.
no brakes.
And so it's all about just adding to that speed throughout the course of the race.
We see some sculling happening in 2 and 3 seat here in the Friends of Concord crew. That must mean we got a little bit of a side wind.
Yeah, it's definitely pushing these crews to port side. So you see a lot of
Here we
those
go, locked
bow
and
pair
loaded.
ports sculling it around.
It's the scary job of being in bow pair. You're a little bit
It's
responsible
crucial.
in an 8. Mm-hmm.
And
There
you
we
do
go,
not
bow
want to
balls
careen.
aligned.
We don't want to careen into other crews.
2 minutes behind, so Greenwich, good job hopping on quickly, even though
We're
we
glad
were
you're
late.
here.
There we go. Could be these first crews, likely the lineups, first time off of a official start.
A little
So
bit of a crab here from our friends of Concord. They'll build back up to speed.
but Row America Rye out to a early, maybe 2-seat lead. Saratoga holding strong, maybe 3 seats up on Greenwich.
We'll see which of these crews has the better shift to
Right?
base here.
Right.
So these high strokes are explosive. They're fast and exciting.
But
They
it's
give
the
you
meat
some
and
advantage,
potatoes.
right? Like if you
Yes.
take an advantage
Right, if
on
Row
a
America
crew,
Rye sits here.
that's better than not having it, but it's not guaranteed to hold all the way through.
This is fun. We got some nice overlap into this first 300.
And as we shift to our base pace, it's going to be crucial to kind of strike that balance between finding the sustainable, but also kind of towing the red line a little bit.
You want to finish your race empty.
Right.
So you can't be too sustainable because it's not that long of a race.
And it can also emotionally make you feel like kind of complacent.
Right.
You want to stay on the offensive. You want to be aggressive,
Offensive
confident.
here, Row America Rye trying to extend to maybe bow to stern on Saratoga. Saratoga still quite a bit of overlap on Greenwich here. Friends of Concord out of the picture, at least for now. But
Really nice straight
Row
arm
America
hang
Rye.
here from
Yeah.
Rye. Just like looking at what these crews do differently to kind of separate themselves. Obviously the fitness, the training, the strength, that comes into play, but we can, from our side, we don't
Mhm.
know what
Right,
those
right.
stats
I got
look
no
like.
feedback on these gals and their 2Ks
but
and their
they're really
training.
allowing the lower body to push the boat along as opposed to grabbing with the arms, grabbing with those smaller muscles.
Greenwich possibly eating into a little bit of that Saratoga lead off the start, but Saratoga 2 seats, seat and a half up still. This will be a fun middle thousand for Greenwich and Saratoga.
It's worth noting the 8s are so loud. So these athletes can hear one another. Their mics running, their speakers are running all the way through the boat. And so if you have a seat of advantage, that bow seat can kind of
You
feel
know
like,
it.
oh, finally, I
Yeah.
can calm down.
I feel the open water, which maybe this
Exactly.
Greenwich bow is slightly feeling here.
And oftentimes when we're stressed, it actually brings the rowing into the wrong muscles.
Yeah.
Right? So if our strongest muscles are in like that posterior chain in the legs and the glutes, we want to try to stay as relaxed in the upper body as we can. So all of that power down low comes through.
Got to use the big muscles.
Gotta. So it continues to be, if you're just tuning in, we've got the girls freshman U16 8 well underway. We're just about halfway through, approaching the last 500 of the race. Leaders are Row America Rye, followed by Greenwich Crew and Saratoga. We've also got Friends of Concord just off the screen. They had a little bit of difficulty off the start. But here we have our medal contenders coming through. Row America Rye extending their lead a bit here, trying to stay together as we enter that last third of the race. We got to make sure that when we feel the finish line, we start to sprint, we do that all together, and that coxswain plays a huge role in unifying her athletes or his athletes.
Yeah,
Their
especially in an
athletes
8,
through
you've
it.
got 8 different responses in the rowers to the water, to the move, to the speed of the boat, and a coxswain can really be that voice that unifies everyone into that one common goal, whether it's we're going to work on our swing here, we're going to push our legs down, we're going to commit to this big move.
So we can see here from the commentating tent at the finish line that we do have the crews passing the last 500-meter buoy.
Looks like Row America Rye with that really solid push ahead, especially into this last, I'd say 700 they're in. We're in our last 3 minutes or so of the race.
Greenwich late to the start doesn't seem to have shaken them too much as they're sitting in second place here. Silver medal on the line here with Saratoga trying to charge. Had a really strong first half, Saratoga, but trying to make sure that we're extending that rhythm all the way through.
We've talked a little bit about home course advantage, and the Saratoga boat knows exactly this course. They know when to make the moves. They know how to make the moves, but potentially these visiting teams have a little bit of more race day adrenaline because this is a new place. This isn't where they practice every day, and so Row America Rye and Greenwich taking advantage of being on new water, having a fresh perspective, and Saratoga hopefully seeing that beach in Regatta view and knowing it's time to go.
Really nice shot of our current gold medal contenders, Row America Rye, coming into their last 15 strokes here.
Close, I mean, barely open water between these three crews.
Yeah,
so
Greenwich has really come back here in the last half of the race.
For the girls, freshman U16-8, a good experience, side-by-side racing with crews that you don't know how fast they're going to be.
Greenwich really staying direct here into this slight puff of a headwind.
There's Row America Rye through the line.
They'll finish
Greenwich
just 2 seats off.
Yep, just open water, and about the same open water, maybe another seat or two. Here comes Saratoga.
And our friends of Concord are still coming down the course as well to finish out our 4-boat final.
Well done, ladies. Probably the first race or two as a full lineup, which is exciting. How do we respond when things get good? How do we respond when things get bad? And in the meantime, Friends of Concord here in our final 250, but we've got the girls' Novice 8s, final one, so all ages, just new this season to rowing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got a 6-boat race. Closest to us will be Connecticut Boat Club, then Greater Lawrence, Narragansett, Ridley College, Row America Rye, and CRI B. So there are 2 finals. We'll have a CRI A and a Pelham Community B in the next final, but 5 A boats and a CRI B in this next race, which is about to get started. It is the 10:58, so we are right on the minute.
Right back on.
Let's do it.
So Megan, how do you make a lineup in an 8?
Woo!
What is there like a strategy?
Yeah.
Is there
there's some,
I don't know,
there's some
like
good
a characteristics?
stereotypes, right?
Yeah,
some good characteristics. Your stern pair, so those closest to the coxswain in the back of the boat, we're going backwards. So on your screen here, they're the leftmost 2. Those are going to be your rhythm setters, often nice, long, calm, composed, have a good leg drive. A good example of how you want to lead your crew into the rowing stroke. So potentially a little bit more technical, potentially a little bit more experienced, or just like a nice, beautiful stroke that you want the rest of the boat to emulate. We say our middle 4 is our engine room. So being in the middle 4, you have a little bit more stable platform. You sometimes can just yam on it a little bit more.
Right, you're not as exposed at the ends of the boat where it's like a little bit more.
Right, to the tippiness, to the wiggliness. Not to say that you're not technical, but you do get to tend to be
you can hide a little
bit more strong, powerful. I just need some wattage in the middle of the boat. And then your bow pair, often your most technical. They are the ones that are generally more impactful to the set, so that responsibility can fall to them. And there's a start in our girls' freshman U16-8. Obviously, all of those seats are just general. Each coach has a way of making a lineup, whether it's through seat racing or through long steady state rows or based on a bigger body of work that's going to make each crew work. But wow, what a start. We have so many athletes.
And this is a novice race. Like, let's reiterate, this is a novice race. Everybody here is new to the sport of rowing in the last year.
And look at them.
They're crushing it.
I love rowing.
Me too. We got lanes 8, 6, and 4 are your current front runners off the start. So that's going to be Connecticut Boat Club A, Narragansett Boat Club A, and Row America Rye A. Narragansett's typically more of a smaller program. You typically see them more in the singles and maybe the doubles, maybe a quad. So
Look at
cool
these
to
eights.
see them rowing the 8, honestly. And they're hanging right with it. Really strong start here. They're bow ball to bow ball with lane 4 out of Row America Rye in this Novice 8 event. We're just coming up on the first 500. There was a bald eagle staking out there,
He's
kind
watching.
of giving us the check-in, but
He could be still watching.
he might have flown away. It's okay. Really strong push from Narragansett here. They've just taken 2 seats on Row America Rye.
That bow seat dropping her blade, kicking
And
her hips, swinging
because
through.
it's
I
such a
love
big
it.
boat and there's so much noise, like that bow pair in Narragansett feels the space, feels the open water next to them with that peripheral vision, with the
Yeah.
sound. It's so exciting to feel momentum in an 8 and just pass that feeling to the person in front of you and the person in front of them and just kind of go on a tear.
Right. If I'm on bow seat, if I can work hard enough to get my 2 seat on bow seat, which looks like Narragansett is, look, 2 seats got that bow ball, like that's going to feel good. That's going to
Yeah.
hype up the rest of my boat. That's going to make me push a little bit harder to get my
And
teammate
this
up.
coxswain can feel that they're moving up the boat as well.
There we go,
Each
3 seat.
person just kind of taking that momentum, running with it, right?
Running.
Like it's a runaway train.
Yeah.
Don't get in the way. It's a snowball rolling down a mountain. Don't get in the way.
In rowing, when you're moving on someone, when you're catching up and passing them, we call it walking through.
Yeah.
So there is nothing like sitting next to a crew and having your coxswain or your bow seater, whoever's the voice in your boat, say, "Walking!"
Yep.
And I bet this Narragansett crew
Run
right here
like you stole
is
it.
feeling
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So these are our gold and silver medal contenders here. Narragansett coming out strong into this 8
Ooh,
here.
but look at that bow ball.
And
Connecticut
yeah, exactly.
Boat
Don't
Club
count out CBC.
sneaking right in.
Listron's program always strong. You can see here they are duking it out. CBC and Row America
CBC and
Rye.
Row America Rye.
So
With
here
a
we got a
race
view of the
happening
trailing crews.
Right back there.
So we've got Greater Lawrence, Ridley College, and CRI B here in this Novice 8 event. So we've got another final coming up. So this is going to be Row America Rye A, Connecticut Boat Club A, and Narragansett A. And the trailing 3 crews are CRI B, Ridley College A, and Greater Lawrence A. Currently looks like 4th place. I'll give it to Greater Lawrence.
Slightly up. CRI is not backing down. But I will say that Greater Lawrence probably has about a half a boat, about 4 seats.
And for safety, if you're new to the sport and you're like, why is that launch waking out
Right
my
in the
child?
middle.
Fair question. The safety launches, these U.S. rowing certified referees know how close to follow a crew to ensure their safety. So these leading crews, should something happen, they need to be attended to right away. And so that's kind of the reason why they ride so close, even when there are other crews behind. But it continues to be Narragansett here. They took quite a move in that kind of 250 to 1,000 meter
That
mark.
second quarter. Yeah, I would say even in a 1,500, that second
And it
quarter.
seems to be one of those insurmountable leads. They're coming in the last 500. That big white buoy at the top of your screen is 500 meters to go. Watch out, CRI is taking a move here for 4th. And it is continues to be bow ball to bow ball, Rye versus CBC, Connecticut Boat Club versus Row America Rye. Coxswain's looking over, giving their athletes the information. They can't quite feel each other being that many lanes apart. And so that coxswain relaying information is crucial.
Yeah, coxswain having to pay more attention than to just
Row
her
America
boat.
Rye here
Yeah.
taking a move. They just took 4 seats,
Woo!
putting themselves firmly into silver position with just about 250 to go. You see those buoys change color from white and yellow to red. Red means go, in this case, not green. Narragansett putting on a show here.
Trying to hold on to that good
Chris
lead
finishes
they've
all the way
established.
through.
Row America Ride doing the work, though. They are not letting Narragansett walk away without putting up at least a little bit of fight. We've got maybe 20 strokes, both boats on the sprint. I would say Narragansett maybe 3 seats up.
Holding on to our handle, staying clean here. Avoiding that
Oh,
crab
this
at
is
the finish.
exciting.
Narragansett here holding on to that
They
5,
did.
6 seats advantage. They'll cross the line for gold. Row America Rye for silver. And here comes Connecticut Boat Club for a hard-fought bronze medal here in the girls' Novice 8 Final 1. CRI continues to be on the move here. They're sitting solidly now in 4th.
They've
They were
really
duking it out.
put themselves ahead of this 5th and 6th positions. They said, we might not be in the medals, but we're moving out of that back crowd for sure.
Race the race you're in. Here comes Greater Lawrence in 5th. Holding off a charging
Maybe 3
Ridley
seats up on
College.
Ridley. Greater Lawrence moving as we enter these last 3 strokes. Just bow to stern over Ridley, crossing the line now. Well done, freshman U16. Excuse me, those were novice 8s. Excuse me, girls novice 8s.
And we got more
We
Novice
got
8s
more of it.
coming up. Here we
Another
are
6-bow race.
back at the start. We're waiting on one crew, it looks like. Deerfield Academy. Hopefully, let's see,
Hopefully
time
just-
check. It's 11:07, so they are
They are late to the
potentially
start, if they're up there.
not
hope
going to
they're up
make
there.
it, but
There they
there
coming
they
in.
are.
Backing it down. Coxon looking around, making sure her stern's not going to go into anyone or any stake boats. So these are novices. Potentially in scrimmages earlier this season, they might have just done a floating start, so not attached to a stake boat, something like that. So this could be their first time in a stake boat, which would
It's tricky.
explain a little bit of the trickiness getting in here.
It's like moving. We talked about, if you're just joining us, we talked about this a little earlier, but it's kind of like driving a bus or
A big
a
bus.
big boat.
A big
or-
expensive bus.
Yeah, and so it takes a lot for each rower really to play their part, whether it's backing, whether it's getting the point. We call that like sculling it around, because we really don't want the boats to move forward when we're trying to
Just
steer.
sideways.
And so when you take a rowing stroke, obviously you're moving the boat forward, and so athletes have to go up as close as they can. You see this 2-seat almost sculling it around. But if you keep the blade closer to the hull of the boat, you'll change the point without really bringing the boat forward.
We've got about 6 more races of our morning here.
So from closest to us to furthest away, CRI A, Deerfield A, Greenwich A, Riverfront Recapture A, Whalen Weston A, and Pelham Community Rowing B.
Let's see if I have any information on any of those teams from our information request. Not too late to send in some responses in response to a regatta director's email
We'll hype you
yesterday,
up.
2
We'll hype
days
you
ago.
up. So these 8s are pretty heavy, so we'll see the athletes kind of take different approaches. Most will take what's called half slide strokes or 3/4 slide strokes, because the strongest part of your stroke is actually what we call half slide, where your knees are at 90 degrees instead of with your shins all the way perpendicular to the water. So that half slide position through the swing of the torso from the hip opening is actually going to be the strongest portion of your stroke. If you think, oh, I've squatted something before, I know that it's easiest at the top end of the squat versus when you're down at the bottom. It can be kind of hard to get out of that position. And so these athletes will use that same feeling. So they'll take shorter strokes where they're the most powerful,
big, heavy object.
and you turn around faster, so that fraction of a second helps to kind of build momentum from a standstill up to your peak speed really quickly.
We've got results all the way updated, so even that final one that just went down the line is updated on Streamline Rowing. You can also check the schedule. You can check your entries. You can do, all of your regatta management there. In the meantime, check out our vendors. Check out the food. I heard there's pizza, some wood-fired pizza over there.
I love pizza.
We got merch for your 2024 Saratoga Invite. All your fans. Grandma needs a sweatshirt, Might get chilly tomorrow.
They have shirts that say crew dad, crew mom. All the family members are accounted for.
I actually think it's supposed to be gorgeous tomorrow, which is so exciting.
I know. It's supposed to be 80 degrees on Monday.
Ah. Anybody
here.
staying in Saratoga through Monday?
I mean, we're all relatively in the same weather
Close enough.
system region. It'll be nice in Boston. It'll be nice here.
How about our Canadian friends?
Oh, I hope.
Are
I'd have to look
are
it
you
up.
still a little bit chillier up there? But anyway, this is our Girls Novice 8 Final 2 6-boat race. Looks like blades are getting ready to be buried. We got a little bit of adjustment. You can see slight ripples on the water. So that just means that the boats aren't going to stay perfectly straight. So the goal will be to adjust as much as you can, but you also don't want to be adjusting as the aligner and the starter say go.
Right. You want
So
everybody to be sitting
You'll
at
adjust,
the
you'll
catch.
adjust. We can see this 2-seat is rowing things around, trying to get that CRA point in the right direction. Hopefully, she will place her blade and get ready to go before that starter says go.
You'll notice here that CRI
There
boat
we
kind of
go.
got a little offset. So really important that the boat stay set on those first 5 too, so that both blades can be buried
Yeah.
in the water.
Yeah, you can get everybody's power. There they go. We've got a start in our Girls Novice 8 Final 2. So all of these athletes are new to rowing this season, which is crazy. Look at them go. Full racing. They're rowing the same race that varsity athletes are racing. We've got CRI, and then slightly back, Deerfield, right up with them. Greenwich, Riverfront Recapture, slightly back. Wayland Westham and Pelham Community still in it. But this could be a first full racing experience for some of these athletes. How fun.
And with so many friends.
And with such, it's loud. I wish all of you could be right in the middle of an 8s race. There's a lot of talking. There's a lot of splashing.
Maybe 2025 we'll mic them up.
Yeah.
Random
Yeah.
draw, you get mic'd up, and we get to hear you for a snippet.
Yeah.
Just not
Yeah.
the whole race, but
Walk us through. So
So-
CRI out to that early, maybe a 2-seat lead with, looks like Greenwich not giving them much.
yeah, oftentimes in 8s racing, you get the boat up to speed, and then it's just about relentlessly tapping that boat along, continuously feeding the speed with the legs push, the hips shove. And then trailing behind, we've got Deerfield, Riverfront Recapture, Wayland Weston, and Pelham Community. So it looks like Wayland Weston there is currently sitting in 3rd place from our camera angle here. Panning back to the rest of the field. That's going to be our friends from Deerfield Academy in this Novice Girls 8. Over there on the far side is Pelham PCR crew.
You can see the water's not dead flat anymore, but there really isn't a ton of wind impacting the stroke. There should still be some pretty smooth riding for these crews. You can see the blades of CRI and Greenwich going in together and being extracted together, and that's the goal in an 8. Get
Megan,
that
how
impulse.
do you get the blades off the water? I imagine it's kind of like, it might be disruptive to have your blade kind of hitting the water.
Yeah, so you can see as these girls take their oars out of the water, their handles coming a little bit lower, towards their thighs. It's scooping around. That's called a tap down, and that's so that we clear our blades. If you could think of it as like training wheels on a bike. So if you're leaving your blades there, sure, you might be a little bit more stable, but you're going to be a little bit slower, a little
Right.
bit trickier. So these novice boats are looking real nice. Blades are off the water, which means the boat is set. We're confident in our tap down. We're confident in our recovery, handle heights. Really good work from this Greenwich crew. You can see the bow half of this CRI boat
Yeah, they're
feeling that
on the
Greenwich
move.
crew. They're not letting them go.
We do have a puff of a headwind, so looking at the times, looking at how long this race takes to unfold.
Look at these beautiful 8s.
Beautiful.
These are novice rowers.
They're doing
just
so
this
well.
season.
Coordinating
That's
all of
amazing.
what we said, 80% of the muscles in your
Yeah.
body.
With
Just you.
7 other people.
And then matching all of that coordination with 7 other people.
Left to right, we've got CRI, Deerfield, Greenwich, Riverfront Recapture, Wayland Weston, and Pelham Community. Looks like Riverfront Recapture is a little bit off our screen here, but we can see Greenwich with the lead, CRI almost bow to stern, and then it does look like Wayland Weston over Deerfield, Pelham Community, and then Riverfront Recapture.
So when we look at these crews and try to, obviously we can't quite understand the fitness or the strength of each individual athlete. We don't have like a betting predictor, but we can kind of just look at the stroke itself as it appears on the screen, and you can see the Greenwich crew has really nice direct catches, one finish, and honestly rowing, while it is a lot of coordination, in the premise of it, it's pretty simple. One catch, one finish, one blade entry, one blade exit. And
Yep.
that alone can help produce a lot of speed in these boats. And so for a novice crew especially, start with the basics.
Blades in, blades
Blades
out.
in, blades out together. And it's pretty cool how far that will get you. And then as we get more and more advanced
Can
in the
add in
rowing
all the
stroke,
little
we
nuances.
can add more. We can think about the rhythm of the stroke, how we add the different muscle groups in unison, in sequence, whatever it is.
But my guess is, having a little bit of experience coaching novice girls, is that these athletes are just trying to put together all the training that they've done.
Right.
In the last, you could have read the fall season and the first half of the spring. They're just trying to use those legs, use the swing, keep things really simple, and execute kind of the plan this CRI boat, really swinging together, trying to not let, looks like Greenwich walk away too far.
Here's a nice side profile view of this Greenwich crew. They're running away with this race here.
They have. Well done, Greenwich novice women.
Practicing that sprint sequence. They don't need to sprint to win, but practicing it nonetheless.
Might need it tomorrow.
Might need it tomorrow, might need it later on. CRI here for second. Silver medal for CRI. And here comes Wayland Weston, another friend from the Boston area. Home of
Regatta
Chrissy Wadger,
Director's
our Regatta
homeland.
director. She's going to go to the Olympics this year. Came right from this program, Wayland Weston. And here on the screen, you've got Deerfield Academy, girls novice 8, coming through the line for a well-fought fourth
Look at
place
that,
finish.
hip swing together. Go, ladies. Nice, nice.
And for fifth, we've got Pelham Community Rowing B entry coming through.
That is it for our 8s this morning.
Yep, and then just finishing out that field, just off the picture,
Our
we
final
do have
race.
Riverfront Recapture coming through their last 250 while we pan up to the start line once again for our last race of the morning. No, not last race of the morning. Excuse me. Our first girls varsity double final.
We've got 3 girls varsity doubles finals and then 1 final each of a middle school coxed quad for girls and boys. But
Left
these
to
are
right.
our
Yeah, we've
doubles.
got Riverside Boat Club, Y Quad Cities, Maritime, Cambridge Boat Club, Connecticut Boat Club, Concord, Ridley B, Oakneck B, and Bromfield Acton Boxborough B. So that's left to right on your screen here.
You can see a
current
little bit of
leader.
wiggly paths. Not
They are
only
a
are they a
little wiggly.
small boat with no toe steering, no rudder off, I would guess they might,
Yeah.
but I would be surprised. It is a little bit breezy, so the smaller boats will get blown around a little bit more than the bigger boats, and these athletes will kind of have to deal with that challenge.
Your current front runner here, just about 750 in, halfway through this race, Cambridge Boat Club over there in lane 5, followed by Maritime. Nope, excuse me. Y Quad Cities in second. Then Maritime, Riverside, and it looks like Concord are currently duking it out for third with a close trailing Connecticut Boat Club. Little steering issue from Connecticut Boat Club here as they try to get back centered in their lane. So again, left to right, we've got Riverside, Y Quad Cities, Maritime, Cambridge Boat Club, Connecticut, Concord, Ridley, Oak Neck, and BAB.
So it
Full
looks like
group.
Cambridge has a bit of a lead, but everybody else is still within striking distance of that silver and bronze. Maritime, Y Quad Cities with a strong showing here into this last 600.
500 in. Yeah, 500 to go. So here these athletes get the opportunity to practice their sprint.
We got some cool sounds coming from the supporters' docks. Love it. Love it.
So CBC of the Cambridge variety coming in strong here. Looking to take home the gold medal in this final one of the girls' varsity double. Sitting in a very decisive second place is Y Quad Cities entry. But third place is a little less certain. I'm not going to lie to you.
We're seeing them. Flag is up. They're in their last 200 or so. We've got a huge field. This is awesome.
Riverside, Connecticut, Concord, all fighting here. Maritime just off the pace.
But here's Cambridge, who also won the women's varsity single in a pretty decisive fashion. I wonder if
They've been putting in work.
But Cambridge with a nice win in the women's varsity double final one here.
Y Quad Cities pulling away for that second place finish. Over on the
They
far
have.
side in lane 0 is going to be Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. I would say they're currently sitting in third. On all the way over here, Riverside is pushing for
Hustling.
it, but I don't think
Riverside is hustling.
BAB
I
can
don't
be
think-
chased down here.
I think Riverside left a little bit too much for that sprint, but they've moved themselves into a really nice fourth place. There's BAB through the line.
And I think that's our Concord crew coming in next.
Ooh, and a tight finish here. Connecticut,
Connecticut and
Ridley, and Maritime. That was fun. That was
fun. And here comes Oak Neck.
Oak Neck still coming through the line. We've got our
And we're already
second
back
final
up. We're already
ready
back
to
up.
roll.
We're trying to get back on schedule, guys.
And it sounds like they might be.
So in our picture now is lane 7 and lane 6. That's going to be Oak Neck A and Ridley A. Ridley A with just about 2.5 seats of advantage, pushing for that stroke seat to have the bow ball, but Oak Neck giving them a fierce fight here. This race is another 10-boat race. We've got Mohawk just off the picture, Long Island Rowing Club just off the picture with ACA, CRI, Albany B, Narragansett B, and Ridley C. But our current front runners right on the screen
That
are,
Ridley A and that Oak Neck A.
they're duking it out here.
Oak's Neck's not letting them move. They're
Yeah,
not.
they
I
took
would
back-
actually say they took back a seat or two.
But the double is a really responsive boat class. The momentum can shift very quickly. So it's really about stringing together as many successive good strokes as you can.
You're not wrong.
But they are stringing them together. Oak Neck charging now to level with Ridley here.
Can our
In-
Canadian friends take some seats back?
Oak Neck is on a rampage here. They are taking no prisoners, or what did you say?
All the prisoners.
Oak Neck really pushing through here. That's halfway. They just crossed the green buoys that mark the 750.
So nice fight for gold there. We'll fight for third back here. That's looks like lane 5, Long Island. Welcome north, our Long Island friends.
An 8 Mohawk there coming through, fighting for third with
Over
whoever
there.
that is. Who is that?
Who are you over there?
Ridley C? No.
There's our drone footage.
Here we go. Now we got the full
From
picture.
your right-hand side, it's Ridley C and Narragansett over there. Albany Rowing Center with a little bit of a lead on CRI, ACA, Long Island, and Ridley. It looks like Oak Neck and Ridley A still fighting it out with Mohawk Homeschool, still right in the race. I'm going to say that 1, 2, 3, we might be
5-boat race, but definitely an advantage for first and second to those early front runners of
It
Oak
is
Neck and Ridley A.
potential. We've passed a boat or lost a boat. This is a 8-boat race. We've got 10 on.
Yeah, I think we're
10 on
missing
the
someone
schedule.
here.
That's all right. It happens.
But definitely Oak Neck with a commanding lead. If we're talking about hardware, it's pretty clear.
They've
Who-
created
who's in
open
the
water back to
story?
Ridley. Yep.
But Ridley hanging tough, holding off these advancements from the trailing crews.
Mohawk Homeschool's not out of it, as well as CRI, I think, right there.
I think so too.
Stroke seat or bow seat of a double, Hannah?
I'm a bow gal.
You like your bow seat?
Yeah. I think I just spent more time there, so
Yeah.
I think I know it better.
Yeah.
But
So these bow seats are often a little bit more of the brain of the operation. They're the ones that can call the strategy, that can see how their partner's doing. But the stroke seat's laying down that rhythm. On a buoyed course like this, a stroke seat can be a little bit more responsible for the steering. They can see those buoys right in front of them. But it's a partnership. Both athletes bring a lot to the table in this small little boat. Oak Neck still leading really nicely here. Ridley College, and then I believe
I think this is going to be Albany
I
B.
believe so.
I think
Mhm.
CRI is out of our picture, so that crew there, third from the right, is going to be Albany, currently charging for third, but Mohawk doesn't want to give it away. Mohawk is sitting in a little bit of wake here from the leaders from Oak Neck. Can be a little bit distracting to
Yeah,
row in
it can.
the
That
trailing
wash.
wake, but
Oak Neck's put a full boat between them and Ridley at least, and Ridley's going to have to hold on right here to fight off that charge from
Albany
Albany.
or Mohawk, I don't know.
I'm going to say Albany almost has Ridley.
Wow, what a push.
Ridley, Albany. Woo!
Mohawk and ACA.
Mohawk and
finishing
ACA.
there.
They row down near Albany, both of those teams.
Good fight from Ridley, holding off that charging Albany crew. Neck and neck once again, Narragansett. Oh, just edged out
I
by,
believe that's
looks like Long
Long Island.
I think. And here comes Ridley C through the line to finish out this field. We, I guess, lost our CRI.
We must have
entry.
lost 2. Those results will be up on Saratoga Invitational under Streamline Rowing. So if you're looking for confirmed margins and times, we've got all the way through that first final. That was the second final, and here's our third final of the girls varsity doubles.
Got another 10-boat race here slotted for you. Narragansett A, Shaker Heights A, Bromfield Acton Boxborough A, Friends of Shenandoah A, Albany Rowing Center A, Riverfront Recapture A, Cambridge Boat Club B, Friends of Concord Crew B, and Oak Neck Rowing Academy C.
And Narragansett A looking really strong here right off the line.
They just dominated
They're
the girls
just-
novice
here
eight,
we
and now
go.
we're here,
Here we
dominating
go.
the girls varsity double as well. We're still in our high stroke, so you can see the cadence is fairly high for most crews. Some crews only do a start 5 and a high 10, so that's the first 5 strokes to get the boat moving. High 10 is just kind of like explosive adrenaline. Some boats do a high 20.
Yeah,
Got more adrenaline to give.
yeah.
So we'll see these crews pretty much across the board at least shift down a couple beats in rate and strokes per minute. So these crews starting to groove a little bit more.
Yeah, looks like that's lane 9, which let me just get my schedule up to date.
Narragansett,
Narragansett, I
should be
believe. Yep. Maybe they should be about 8, but that's all right.
They're in it, and bow 2 should be Riverfront Recapture. I think that's their. Oh, excuse me.
Cambridge
Boat
B.
Club.
There you go.
Thank you. I was like, I don't think that's their uniform at all. Okay, so Cambridge and Narragansett, familiar foes.
They are. They are. Looks
One
like
out of Boston, one out of Rhode Island. And that's 500 meters into this race.
so they've got about 1,000 left, 4 or 5 minutes.
that
somewhere
Bousy
in that
knows
realm.
she's got open water. She took a peek over. Obviously, we're going full tilt here, so not a lot
Full.
of speaking going on, but a bow seat's job is to kind of communicate
Yeah.
and unify the boat.
Even if it's only in single syllables.
right.
Legs.
There are some words that
swing,
are easier to say than
go.
others, and you learn very quickly which ones those are.
You're not going to say rhythm.
No,
That's
rhythm
tricky.
is, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine saying the word rhythm. Here's a full view of our field. So we've got Narragansett, Shaker, BAB, Shen, Albany, Riverfront, Cambridge Boat Club, Concord, and Oakneck here.
Right now looking Narragansett, Cambridge, and Oakneck with those 5 boats in the middle of Shaker, BAB, Shen, Albany, and Riverfront Recapture having
It's
a good race.
Kind of like a poker, like face-off almost, like who's going to fold first,
Yep.
you know, like are you
Can you
really
make it
going
to the
bet
1,000?
on yourself?
Can you make it to the 1,200?
Yeah. And the beauty of the Saratoga Invite is we have so many crews to race. It's a rare opportunity to go even 6 boats across, let alone 9. So we have this pack in the middle here pushing each other. There's the front runner of our Narragansett crew on the far left.
Who hasn't been able to shake Cambridge Boat Club?
Yeah, they're definitely pushing. They're holding almost contact here. But in rowing, you're facing backwards. There's a huge psychological advantage to
being up even
up enough to
seat,
see them
even 2 seats
behind you. And
Yeah.
so you kind of have control. And they just hit 2 ducks. Cambridge
Get
Boat
out of the
Club
way
getting
there, ducks.
everything thrown at them.
Seeing if Riverfront Recapture will also escape them. Looks like it.
Currently moving in third is that far right crew here on our
I think
screens.
that's going to be Oakneck
I think
C.
it's Oakneck C. They've got about 2 seats, almost bow to stern on the next crew, right there in the middle.
Oakneck is going to try and put themselves in a place where the medal is guaranteed, right? They don't have to sprint wildly.
Oh no, these
get that
ducks are
bronze.
being absolute menaces. Just, it's like when you are a tree is falling, and people try to run with the tree to get out of the way instead of just stepping to the side.
Just go right over the decks.
These ducks are not stepping to
over
the
'em.
side. So again, Oakneck over there on the far right, where just out of frame is our leaders from the start, Narragansett Boat Club, and our second place crew out of Cambridge Boat Club. So this is really a view of the fight for third and the places thereafter. But there's our crew from Cambridge Boat Club.
Commanding in the women's varsity small boat sculling today. Well done, Cambridge. There's Oakneck, who looks to be in a pretty solid third. Hopefully not too stressed that they have to pull off a superhero sprint just yet.
But it's anyone's guess. Shaker, BAB, Shen, Albany, Riverfront,
Friends of
Concord,
Concord even.
all duking it out.
There's your
for
finish
that
line
next
flag,
fourth place
holding
finish.
strong.
I actually think the referees can't see the flag. That's the team.
Ooh.
They might replace it in the lunch break.
We will see. Dun dun dun. Drama of the flag. A little too pale for her. For
Yeah,
the flags.
it's hard to see.
But there's your leaders. 20 strokes to the line. That rate is up.
So currently on the screen is our second place holders, the CBC of Cambridge Boat Club. Taking a peek over, it might just be too much of a. Oh, they're moving.
They're
I don't
moving.
know, Megan.
I think Narragansett's still going to pull this one off.
Narragansett
But
upping
just
the rate,
barely.
upping the power.
Woohoo! Narragansett with
Really fun race.
half a boat up. There's Cambridge. Well done, ladies. Good race. Good race. That water is flattening out. She's beautiful
Yeah,
these
it's
last
really pretty.
200. There's
Here comes
Oakneck.
followed by Albany. And with the blue could be
I think that might be BAB
or Shaker.
or
Can't
Shaker.
tell. I think it might be Shaker.
I think you're right. And
BAB
blue
close
behind them.
behind. And then on the far side is going to be Riverfront Recapture.
There's Oak Neck. Close finish, Albany. Albany had a nice second half there. Shaker, BAB.
And battling through the line here, this is Riverfront Recapture, but closely following is going to be our two last crews from, let's see, can I identify? That says vow number 7, so is this our Shaker crew?
This could be Shaker. We might have had Friends of Shen already through.
And then last but not least, we've got Friends of Concord crew. Shen might have been that green boat if I know
That's
Shen.
correct.
They
You're
do
right.
love
I
their
think
green.
you might be right. Results will be up on Streamline Rowing. We've got, that was all of our varsity races for this
Whoa.
morning. We've got 2 middle school races, a coxed quad, which we have yet to see today. That'll be a 4-person boat, a 5-person boat, a 4-rower boat with a coxswain. So you'll see closest to us right here out of lane 8 is Burnt Hills. They've got the coxswain right there in the stern and 4 athletes ready to go. Now, huge props to our starters there. Look at those. We've got, I think, 9 boats in a line, 9 middle school coxed quads ready to roll. That's pretty impressive, Saratoga Rowing. And all of your boats in this race. We've got out of lane 8, closest to us, Burnt Hills, then Bromfield Acton Boxborough, Connecticut Boat Club, Niskayuna, ACA, Maritime, Saratoga, Maritime B, and Saratoga B on that far Lees Park shore. They are an 11:38 start, so 11:37, all boats locked in, ready to go. Yeah, middle schoolers. It's a tough thing to do for anyone. So these are athletes likely in 7th and 8th grade. Could be a few 6th graders in there, but they are within their first couple years of competitive rowing. They are rowing quads, so we've got 4 rowers with 2 oars each. We are sculling, and they all have a coxswain. So you'll see in lane 8 closest to us, they're in the stern. In lane 7, 1 boat in, they are in a bow loader tucked in there. And that'll vary school to school, what boats are available for middle schoolers to use. What are we most comfortable with? Sometimes that stern loader has a little bit more control, a little bit more visual awareness.
And they're off.
There they go. Girls middle school, coxed quads. Off on time. Well done.
Pretty cool. So we got some separation already, but early days.
I'm going to say ACA, Augustine Classical Academy.
Yep.
Maybe some Maritime up there. There's Niskayuna in that red, and then Connecticut Boat Club in the black closest to us.
Great shot here. Maritime really eking it out here over our friends from ACA. Lane 4 also right in the fight.
Connecticut Boat Club in black here. Niskayuna in the red, ACA in the purple, and Maritime in the blue with, it looks like that's going to be Saratoga just on the far side. Those 4 boats with a little bit of room on the 5 boats, I guess, a little bit of room on the field, but Maritime B, Saratoga B, and BAB and Burnt Hills, not out of it yet. Anything can happen. It's a middle school coxed quad race.
Anything could happen. So again, this is CBC here, Connecticut Boat Club, currently leading the pack. Coxswain might actually have a hard time knowing just how much they're leading. All they see left or right is open water,
which is a good thing. That's a good thing for that coxswain to see, but tough to relay information to your rowers when you don't have much.
Right. And so sometimes the rowers themselves can take it upon them to be like, oh my gosh, they're taking a move. Dig in, be stubborn, be gritty, don't let them come back. But
really nice
Connecticut Boat Club really
Connecticut.
pushing away here.
Maritime not letting them go too far. Coxswain there's hopefully saying we've got contact. Let's hold on to it.
Yeah.
I believe that's ACA,
ACA.
excuse me. Hippos.
The purple. I like their shirts with the white
Yeah,
head,
yeah,
the white line.
very fresh.
So
You
these
can
two
see that
crews
ACA
separating.
coxswain popping up just a little bit, checking on the field. But
He's-
good water still. A little bit of a headwind, which maybe in a middle school boat is slightly nice to set you up,
It does
give
stabilize
you a little
the
bit
boat
of
a little bit.
stability.
Really nice rowing here. Even from a middle school contingent here, we've got really nice long arm hang, shoving with the hips, letting all
There's
that big
Maritime,
power come in first.
Saratoga, Niskayuna. What cool racing experience. Side by side, 9 boats across. Everybody's got a race. We saw a little bit of that race in the back happening between our B boats, our BAB, our Burnt Hills.
And here's the Connecticut Boat Club again with the dark blades cutting through the water here. They're just over halfway through this race.
So Saratoga Rowing invite today is a 1,500 meter race. So just under a mile. A mile is 1,600. And then I believe tomorrow is full 2Ks
In the morning.
in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a great drone shot of our middle school girls cox
Look at those
squads.
straight lines, middle
They're
school girls
crushing
cox
it,
quads.
And all these boats are matching up so well,
This is
getting
awesome.
the blades in and out together.
This is the future of rowing, right here.
So fun. Again, if you're just joining us into this girls middle school cox quad final, you got Burnt Hills and Bromfield Acton Boxborough there on the left. Leading is Connecticut Boat Club on the bottom left, followed by Niskayuna next to them. Then ACA, or Augustine Classical Academy, Maritime Rowing, currently sitting in third. Then Saratoga in the lane next. And then the final two battling are Maritime B and Saratoga B.
And the cool part about this one race, one final for the middle school cox squad is that those B boats get to be part of all the excitement of the final and still have a buddy,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of if these boats are stacked or not. Saratoga Invite's really trying to give everybody a race, everybody a sparring partner. And man, look at that Connecticut Boat Club and
They're
that
holding
ACA
on, but
Boat Club.
ACA is being pretty
Oh,
gritty
it's
here.
beautiful. Look at those catches. Blades in, blades out together. 5-person boat, 4 rowers, and a coxswain with 2 oars each. This is sculling a coxed quad.
Maritime still sitting in third here with Connecticut, and our ACA friends sitting in first and second, respectively. Niskayuna and Saratoga A are neck and neck. Fourth place is literally anyone's
We're
guess.
fighting. And they've still got, can just see
Got
them at the
about
finish line, maybe
300
300
to go.
meters.
Just about a minute and a half left for these athletes to empty the tank and just see what they can do.
And this will be their
Again,
one race. I believe this is
Saratoga
the one
is
middle school
moving.
race. Some of those varsity athletes will race 3 or 4 times over
And
the course of the
worth-
weekend. This
Worth
is a one
noting,
and done.
This is a local battle. Niskayuna, Saratoga. Who's going to come out on top? It's neither really going for the medals here as they're a length down on the next crew.
Something's happening in that Niskayuna boat.
No,
sorry, in that
Saratoga
Saratoga
has
boat.
a crab.
But there's Connecticut Boat Club. There's ACA in the purple. That coxswain is shouting.
It seems that she does not have a microphone.
She is using her
That is
voice.
challenge mode.
Well done, ACA coxswain. Getting your crew down the course with no technology. But Connecticut Boat Club looking long and strong. These middle school girls.
Maritime still sitting in third.
They are. They are.
Niskayuna staying a bit cleaner. They're sitting in fourth with Saratoga A in fifth.
This is Connecticut Boat Club through the line. You can see the Saratoga boys ready to cheer on those girls' quads.
Oh, they're so happy.
They're
I
so
got
happy.
goosebumps.
There's
Saratoga,
ACA through the line.
Look at Niskayuna cutting into the lead of Maritime.
They're moving. They're moving. Maritime, what do you got to hold on to?
Oh my
Niski,
gosh.
what do you got to push through?
This is going to be tight. Maritime versus Niskayuna. Girls middle school cox squad.
Woohoo!
Maritime by
3 feet.
inches.
Yeah.
Inches.
Well done.
Saratoga coming through here.
There's our Saratoga A boat. And then here's a race, side by side. We've got Burnt Hills and Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
And
We
here
are
comes Maritime B. Saratoga B just a few lengths behind.
Oof. I think Burnt Hills might have this one.
Oh no, they stopped early. Oh no, a crab.
By the skin of their teeth, Burnt Hills pulls out the win on BAB with
The
Maritime
drama.
Rowing B over there coming through the line here. Saratoga Rowing about 10 to the finish, and look at that, we're already 300 meters, 400 meters, maybe 500 meters into our boys race.
So again, this is middle school cox quads. So sculling, 4 people, 8 oars, 1 coxswain.
Who is that out
What
to
is
a
a-
generous lead?
Maritime B making quite the statement here in this boys middle school cox quad
We
event.
might be missing,
We might be
I
missing.
can't tell, or maybe we're missing a lane 7, a BAB. Kind of looks like our launch is taking up that middle space there, but
It does.
it's anybody's game. From left to right, we should have Maritime A, BIB A, Augustine Classical Academy A, Saratoga A, Burnt Hills A, Shaker A, and Maritime B. And it looks like potentially Maritime B smashing the field.
Smashing it.
So these
Really-
are middle school boys, coxed quads, 4 rowers, a coxswain, 2 oars each, sculling. This is our final race of the morning.
So we've got in the high lanes on the left side of our screen, Maritime and ACA duking it out. A familiar story.
It
if
is.
you've been with us,
It
these 2
is.
programs have been throwing punches at each other all day.
This Maritime boat, smooth, connected, just a little bug inching down the screen, locking and sending.
Really direct catches. You can see the almost like holding through the finish, allowing the oar to unbend through the water. That's
Yeah.
pretty high level stuff.
Well done.
Slight advantage. We're going bow ball to bow ball here, exchanging the lead in those trailing crews for second and third. We've got Maritime and ACA.
I
Now it's
believe
currently Maritime with a couple seats of advantage. It's a long race, 1,500 meters.
But they are over halfway. I can see them. Got about 3 minutes left of racing this morning with the Maritime crew in that bright blue leading the charge.
Really awesome rhythm here coming from Maritime. Both A and B. B boat over here in lane 2. And it still continues to
beautiful.
be Maritime A in second place, but it's not by much.
They're
They've got an
throwing
advantage,
punches.
but-
They do. We're slightly up. Looks like that's an ACA boat. Maritime isn't even in the picture. We gotta scan all the way over this way to catch them. Well done there, Maritime B. Beautiful rowing, gentlemen. They've got maybe 15 strokes to the line, bringing up that rate. Blades going in. Blades coming out really strong here. This is the future of your boys' youth programs here. Our middle school boats. Very nice. They're excited about
And
that
the battle
one.
continues here for second place. ACA versus Maritime A. Just an advantage to Maritime, but ACA is
It's
putting up a
close.
fight.
It's close. Say Maritime maybe with a half a boat, but very good racing to both of those crews.
And here we go. The next group of our crews, we've got Shaker, Burnt Hills, and Saratoga coming up here, finishing out this field. Here comes Saratoga for fourth.
With those chevron blades.
Gliding across the water here.
There's your host team, Saratoga through the line. Got 2 boats out on the course here. Believe that's going to be Shaker. No, I believe that might be Burn Hills. Let's see if we can get a catch of that bow number.
Yeah, Burnt Hills coming through, followed by Shaker to finish out this morning of racing. We'll see you after lunch.
Grab some food, grab some merch, get recovered.
Thank a volunteer.
And 2 strokes, and we've got all of our morning boats across the line. Well done. Racing will restart as far as we're aware, but stay alert at 1:16 with the boys Varsity 8s. We'll see you then.
116 is far away.
It's very far.
Should we work out? What should I do?
I'm dog sitting in Interlaken. I think I'm going to jog there. And then walk home.
That sounds great.
I'm a little hungry.
Step on.
I'd like to do that first.
Step on. Food.
Nice. Nice. All right, what do I need? I don't know. Probably eventually plug her in. It'll say like 6 hours, and then I'll check 45 minutes later, and it'll say 4 hours.
Yeah.
See you guys back around 1.
Are they really?
Is that a race? Are they still racing?
Double one.
There's no way.
Okay.
There was a
Well,
well there.
I feel like that's Shaker.
Well, they were missing.
they were missing.
They weren't at the start.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Double, okay. Double bucket.
They're not really. I'm gonna get that as a hopefully a equipment.
I like them. I was introduced to them a couple months ago, and I'm like,
Alright.
and then like that weekend, I was listening to music, and I had like a sample, and I'm like, I was jamming with this band. This next one sucks. Rubble bucket. This is some Rubble bucket. Rubble bucket. It's one word, but like there. Sitting around? Yeah, jeez.
So how many batteries these?
Your battery. So make sure you back your battery. Where's ours? Is this stuff over here?
Yeah.
All of our stuff here?
I don't think so. Maybe a pause on that. Do you want this? Well, you eat first. Good afternoon from the 2024 Saratoga Invitational. On the course already, 1:16 takeoff. We've got the boys Varsity 8 Final 1. Looks like we've got lane 8 there, which will
CRI
be
is currently leading, but lane 8 looks like
lane 8 is
PNRA Mercer,
PNRA
maybe?
Mercer, CRI out of lane 7. Lane 6 will be New Trier. Lane 5, Maritime. Lane 4, Friends of Port. Lane 3, Bromfield Acton Boxborough. Lane 2, Fayetteville Manlius. And Lane 1, Liverpool High School.
Megan,
It's-
different day. It's only
We've
been an
taken
hour.
a lunch break, and the winds have picked up quite a bit. We've got a sturdy headwind here, but these 8s are starting us off strong.
Mother Nature brought in her evil brother, Uncle
Uncle Wind.
Headwind.
That headwind's going to make things a little bit heavier, a little bit tougher, but set up your boats nicely sometimes. So these crews, while it might feel like a little bit longer race, it might be a little bit longer race. The stability and the connection is sometimes easier to find in the headwind. But this is Hannah and Megan coming to you from the finish line Saratoga Shore for our afternoon session of day 1 Saturday at the Saratoga Invitational.
So New Trier High School and PNRA Mercer are currently duking it out here, bow ball to bow ball through the chop, just desperately trying to hold on to
Yeah.
contact to a charging CRI. Really strong boys Varsity 8.
And I think if CRI gets open water, that's going to be huge mentally for them. If PNRA, Mercer, or New Trier catch CRI and gain some contact, that'll be a huge mental win for those teams. So these 3 crews are leaders in this first final of the boys Varsity 8. Starting our afternoon off into this headwind. What a better boat class to start off our afternoon into
true.
some choppy conditions than the boys Varsity
So it does
8s.
look like New Trier is on the move here. They've taken 4 seats in the last 30 seconds.
Yep.
It doesn't look like too much from our drone angle, but they are moving. Let's see what Mercer can do to respond here.
You can see on that right-hand side, we'll have Liverpool, Fayetteville, Manlius, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Slightly up ahead will be Friends of Port, and then back to Maritime. And then, as we've discussed, our leaders here, CRI, just followed by New Trier, who's maybe 3-4 seats up now on Mercer. I've rode at Mercer quite a bit. Those Mercer guys should be able to handle this kind of headwind. They know the wind.
It's a windy course.
Mercer can be a little bit feisty, we'll say.
New Trier kind of giving back a seat or 2 here as PNRA Mercer is charging down the course, approaching this last 500.
Yep, we can see him here at the finish line. Great angle here from our drone. You can see those blades of the CRI boat entering, exiting there. Almost, there you go. They're clearing their puddles there. So bow seats, oars, those oars closest to the bow are clearing where your stern pair is placing the oars. And that's just a sign of good boat run, strong legs, and a good swing together. Look at this fight between New Trier and PNRA
It's a
Mercer.
pretty special thing.
Yeah.
Each coxswain undoubtedly communicating to their rowers what they need to do, how they're going to do it, and that they're running out of time.
Yeah, and that you've got about, in this headwind, 25 strokes to finish strong.
Looks like PNRA Mercer had a really effective step up there. They took 2 seats over the last 15 strokes. Let's see what the final 15 strokes has in store. CRI desperately holding off both crews charging.
CRI doesn't have to do anything crazy right now. They just have to hold on to that sprint, not let anybody walk too far. PNRA Mercer, I think, walking on New Trier right now from what we can see.
Yep. Really strong fight here from these top 3 crews for the medals.
Mercer's bow ball on 4 seed of CRI. New Trier's bow ball on 5 seed of Mercer. Well done, boys varsity 8s, those top 3.
Good fight through the headwind. Here comes in blue our friends of Port. They'll come in 4th place. And barreling down the course, both with, I would say, lighter blue accents. We have, let's see, far over there is going to be
I think that's going to be
Bromfield,
BAB.
Acton, Boxborough, with a slight advantage over the crew over here from Maritime. BAB takes 5th.
Maritime strong finish, yep. Through 6th here. Barely open water between those 2 boats. With a little bit further back to
Fayetteville Manlius and Liverpool High School coming into their last 10 here.
I like that
Headwinds,
orange.
They do separate the crews out
Yes.
a little bit more. Just like if you think in flat conditions, there's only a second advantage.
Yep.
In headwind, that second might expand just with a total percentage of the piece.
And that, I think, is just comfort with the winds, the conditions. On flat water, you're not going to have the skill of having to deal with conditions. When you get to choppy water, crews that are faster will likely have a little bit more windy experience.
Right.
And that's just going to put them a little bit ahead. But we are moving right in. Look at this. This is our...
So it's going to be worse at the start.
It's
in a
going to be
headwind.
real choppy up at that start. We've got our second final of boys varsity 8s. This is looking down the course towards the Regatta and the Saratoga
So
Rowing Boathouse
we've got,
shore.
Let's see, lane 6 and lane 5 here. So Greenwich and Pelham front and center on our screens. You can see just a few blades of Saratoga sculling it around to get a straight point. We've got stake boat holders on each of these stake boats. They're volunteers from Saratoga. We love our volunteers.
We love our volunteers.
Especially in these windy conditions. It's crucial that they're holding on nice
Yep.
and tight.
There's a start. There's lane 5 and 6, Pelham Community and Greenwich crew. You can see
Super
Saratoga and Row America Rye.
Saratoga getting a really clean start. Looked like Pelham had a little bit of trouble there with a couple of diggers in the first 5.
Which that boat's coming from a stop. You don't have any momentum. You have
Yep.
no swing. You have no rhythm. It's a tricky start, especially in conditions here.
So we've got Deerfield Academy closest to the Saratoga shore. Here's Row America Rye in lane 7 with an early lead. Bow ball to bow ball in the yellow boat. We have Greenwich. And then far over Saratoga, neck and neck here, battling out for a second place in the first 250. There's a shot of our trailing crews outside of medal contention at the moment. Deerfield Academy there. And Pelham in the blue boat. Next over is Burnt Hills there in red.
Yep.
And Wayland Weston and Friends of Concord there in those far 2 boats. You can see the
It's our
blades are
trailing
catching
pack.
a little bit of water. We've got
Here's
some
our lead
splashing.
pack. Our leading pack currently. Looks like Row America Rye, Greenwich, and Saratoga.
Yeah, Row America Rye with just about 5 seats of water up on the next Greenwich. Greenwich with about 4 to 5 seats over Saratoga.
You can see that Row America Rye boat doing a really nice job of getting clearance under the blades as they release. So at the finish, when those legs are flat, that body swung back, they're creating space under that blade to get over the choppy water. And then they're doing a nice last minute quick square and drop and go, which is going to let that wind impact the blades a whole lot less. You want to be able to control what you can control in the wind and let everything else be loose and easy.
In the headwind, super crucial that these crews are accelerating all the way through, not opening too hard off the front with the torso swinging, but trying to use that full leverage all the way through. The crews are still in the same order. We've got Row America Rye now with almost open water on the trailing Greenwich. They've got just about an inch of contact. That coxswain looking over. but Saratoga holding a full, like 4 seats, I want to say, on Greenwich here.
Yeah, those top 3 crews not really creating a ton of space. I'm just looking back. For those of you that have never rode in any sort of conditions and are
Ooh,
not sure,
big crab
yeah,
from
yep,
fixed
okay,
so
fixed it.
they're only a seat up now on
And
Saratoga.
Saratoga has taken advantage of that
Chomping
move.
at the bit.
You ask, why does the wind matter so much? Well, number 1, it creates an unstable platform, but number 2, just makes everything a little bit slower. Our boys Novice 8s this morning around 8 a.m. we're going 5:10, 5:15 for the 1500, and the boys Varsity 8 Final 1 winner just went 5:15. So conditions are slower out there, but everybody's got the same conditions, so the racing across the board shouldn't change much, which is exciting.
Point in case of you got to stay in the fight. Saratoga putting themselves in a position to take advantage of a couple of crabs here from Greenwich. Greenwich able to kind of use that adrenaline, it looks like, to maintain their advantage, but
As long as Greenwich can stay long and calm, I think they can walk back out of this, but Saratoga's got to take advantage of maybe a little bit of a shaken Greenwich crew. We're not sure what's going on in their heads, but if you are next to a boat and the boat catches a digger, that's your turn to run. Slingshot yourself forward. But that leading crew, Row America Rye, not backing down whatsoever.
so Royal America Rise extended their lead to a half boat length of open water on the second place positioned Greenwich crew, who's sitting just about a seat and a half, 2 seats up on Saratoga. They're coming in the last 250 here.
Row America Rye looking really strong into that wind. It's not phasing them. They're clearing their blades.
You can see all boats bringing their rate up here.
I don't
Trying
know
to
if you
empty
can
the tank.
hear in our mics, but the Saratoga contingent on this shore is powerful.
Saratoga's down about 2 seats still, unable to cut into that lead. It's close, but we're running out of room. Here we go, last 15 strokes for all crews. Row America Rye coming through the line here with a full length of open.
Real sharp, Row America Rye. Real sharp.
Saratoga still down 2 seats. Greenwich holding on, keeping it simple for second place.
Yep.
And here comes the next batch of crews here. Deerfield Academy duking it out with
I believe that's
Pelham
Pelham
in blue.
and
Pelham will take 4th.
Waylon Weston over there for 6th. Pelham, Deerfield, Waylon Weston.
And here comes our final 2. Believe that's going to be CRI and Burnt Hills. I don't think we had a
Friends
CRI.
of Concord, Burnt Hills. Well, you're right. That is.
Well, they're using Burnt Hill oars. Maybe we got confused. Burnt Hills and Friends of Concord, I think. Oh, we got an issue up at the start.
Lots of sideways boats here. That's not a good sign.
Not what we want, but that's
That
the
wind
inside
has
scoop.
pushed them over.
This is what happens.
We see our coxswain in blue is frustrated, as I would be too. But this wind is tricky. These are 2 V8s.
There are the times from the first final, not the one we just watched, but the first race of the afternoon. Really tight racing between CRI, PNRA Mercer, and Nutrier.
Yeah, that was
Pretty
fun.
neck and neck the whole way down with some early gutsy moves from CRI.
They did just enough work in that first 500 to keep everybody
Keep
off their
control.
back. We'll have those results from final 2. Our timing crew has been really great at putting those up. As soon as they got things settled, we've got to check with the referees, make sure those races are all fair and good to roll.
We'll try to
So.
get this next race off without a hitch. We have a little bit of
A hitch.
confusion. A little hitch here. There's definitely a bit of a cross element to this headwind. So coming
Yep.
from Lee's Park shore, we have a crosswind blowing crews over. So
Our
it looks like potentially our friends from Pelham were probably in a great spot. And then very
some
quickly
wind.
swung over into a not so great spot.
Our center lane here, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, was great at filling out our team info for live stream commentary. They've got 4 seniors looking to go on and row at Wesleyan, Hobart, Penn Lightweights, and MIT. Awesome job there. They've got a couple of world champions and Olympians on their coaching staff. And they're pre-race superstitions, which we'll see how they work out here in these conditions. If you lose a bolt or hardware, good luck. But if you forget your riggers, bad luck. Bolt or hardware, I guess, is a little bit easier replaced. And their favorite part about coming to Fish Creek is the rain. Well, I'm sorry we cannot bring that to you today, BAB, but we are happy to have some sunshine. Oh, here's one more fun thing about them. Their home water is incredibly rough, so they're fastest on choppy water.
Ooh.
So a little bit of
Bodes
of them be fighting words, BAB. Let's once this race is off, I'm excited to see you guys race.
Has been very windy.
Has been very
Most places.
Yeah.
There are the times from that final that just went down. A blazing 5:02 from Row America
So
Rye.
fun
The last
part,
final was
yeah.
5:15.
Fun part about that first final, the winner of the first final would have gotten 4th in that second final. So
Can't
tomorrow
compare.
is going to be a barn
Can't
burner.
compare, but like we're gonna compare.
But that's what you do. That's what these coaches will do when they get home. They'll create race
Those are
plans.
some really competitive times.
Some thoughts. Yeah, those are nice. Great work,
And
Varsity boys.
That first race was so close. CRI won
Yeah.
in a really competitive fashion. But
Yeah.
Nutrier and who was it? And Row America Rye? No.
Mercer.
And Mercer.
Yeah.
We're right there.
Yeah.
These two V8s are getting lined up here. We'll have another 8-boat race of CRI, Row America Rye, Greenwich, Maritime, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Pelham, Fayetteville, Manlius, and Wayland Weston.
As we're going through this afternoon, there are lots of fun things over on the Regatta headquarters side. We've got snacks and apparel and food and treats and lots of fun rowing to go this afternoon, so go check that out as you're waiting for your races. Food tent land, I've heard rumors. Great success. Lots of fun
It's just
meals
a party
planning.
over there.
It's just a party. If
I've,
you think
I've
your
seen
food
some disco balls there in the
Really?
past. It's my favorite
Oh,
thing.
very
The
Hannah.
energy.
Very
Yeah.
Hannah. If you think your food tent is the greatest food tent in all of food tent land, go ahead and Instagram Saratoga Rowing. Brag about your parent volunteers, your food team.
Stories, anecdotes, proof, photos.
Yeah, we'd love to
Why
see
do you
some
think it's
photos
so
of
good?
those burrito bowls or hot turkey sandwiches or soup. It's not quite cold enough.
Yeah,
Like
it was
usual.
chilly this morning.
It was. Here's our cruise. We've got CRI, Row America Rye, Greenwich over there on the Saratoga shore. This is the view from like the starting aligner. So they've got a big tower up there so that all the crews, stroke seats to bow seats, can still see. They'll wave a flag for the start in addition to a sound. Most rowers lock in on that flag so that they don't have to rely on the sound, especially in this wind.
This is a very chaotic start
This
line.
is a lot going on.
Poor people.
These
Getting
two
a little
V8s
stuck.
getting a little windy. We're moving in. Looks like Pelham is getting in there. BAB getting in there.
I heard one of the referees say it's like herding cats up there.
Except the cats are in 60-foot long,
They're 60-foot long, 1,000-pound cats
1,000-pound
with each
60
leg
foot
thinking
long cats
autonomously.
with 9 brains. There's our Wayland Weston in stripes over there. Home of Saratoga Rowing's regatta director Christy Wagner. We can see our stake boat holders there trying to figure out how to help these boats get along. I'm wondering if we're moving the event out, if we're having them loop around. Seems like a lot
unclear.
of movement.
That might be the case. Because I don't know. Any pro tips, Megan, for those watching at home thinking, oh my gosh, I hope that doesn't happen to me?
Yep. My race is in 2 hours. Oh no.
I would say getting into a stake boat in choppy conditions, it's crucial that everybody's kind of doing it at the same time.
Yeah.
and that once you're there, you don't relax. Coxswains have to stay on it
vigilant.
and constantly check your
Yes.
point. Like, it might seem tedious to have the same person scull it around every 20 seconds. But if you do that, you make small corrections
Yeah.
and kind of stay a little bit type A with getting your point in the stake boats. It kind of prevents this disaster of letting the whole boat swing over and getting
And then
caught
all of a sudden you're
perpendicular.
perpendicular. Yeah. And we've got almost all types of boats this afternoon. 8s, quads, 8s, 4s, doubles, 8s, 4s.
Thankfully, I think all
Quads.
the singles are done.
Yeah, all our very, very small boats are done.
We are canceling freshman novice fours due to the chop. The doubles are under review.
Girls freshman novice 4s.
So those two
Yep.
are out right now. The doubles are under review.
Okay.
We're not
As in-
changing any times.
Okay, the schedule stays the same.
We get a break. And as we watch these crews have some trouble getting into their lanes, we've got an update from our executive director. We are canceling the 2:36 and the 2:44 p.m. races, the girls freshman novice Coxed 4 finals 1 and 2, due to the unsafe conditions for those boat classes. So the 2:36 p.m. and the 2:44 p.m. girls freshman novice Coxed 4s finals 1 and 2 are canceled, and the doubles that follow those races are under review. So just stay alert, stay around the regatta areas. We're currently reviewing conditions for those. The rest of the races will not be moved up. As of right now, those times will stay standard. There will just be
We'll just have a little
gap.
break.
So just one more time as we get these 2Vs in. The 2:36 and 2:44 p.m. races, girls freshman novice Cox 4s finals 1 and 2 are canceled due to the conditions, and those doubles, the boys junior U17 and the girls junior U17 doubles, are under review. We just want to keep everybody safe out there. Nothing dangerous, nothing unnecessary.
You can see all these coxswains trying to get their points. Probably will be a very quick start.
So that means that we're not waiting around for the official to necessarily walk through every lane. There we go. That was a quick start. We're good to go. Let's roll. That is the 132 boys 2v8 final 1. We are looking down at lanes 5 and 6, Maritime and Greenwich. And here from lane 8, we've got CRI, Row America Rye, Greenwich, Maritime, BAB, Pelham Community, Fayetteville Manlius, and Wayland Weston.
Quite a punchy start here from Row America Rye. Their 1V did quite well in the Varsity 8 final. Seeing the depth of this program here and their ability to field 2 very competitive 8s. But CRI also had a really speedy 1V.
They did.
So they're also showing the depth of their program here in this first 250.
Which is not surprising that if a program does well in the 1V that they also have a strong 2V. Those 16 athletes will push each other, build each other up. There's a culture of working hard, of success, all of that. I see Wayland Weston over there. I see Pelham Community. That, I believe, is Greenwich out of lane 6. And we're back to our early leaders.
You can see just how challenging these
Just
conditions
struggling.
are.
It's hard. But CRI holding a lead. Row America Rye holding lead on that CRI boat. Many a bucket hat in that 8.
What's your opinion on the bucket hat, Megan?
Oh, it's a vibe. Go for it.
Have you ever raced in it?
I have not. I'm a baseball cap kind of gal. I need a little bit of a brim for these sunny days. But there is lane 6. That's our Greenwich 2V. We look over to lane 3 is our Pelham Community and Wayland Weston out of, I believe that, yep, Wayland Weston out of the Boston area. So you can see this Greenwich bow 4 creating some space under those blades at the finish. They're doing a nice job of tapping down and around. I'm going to guess that this CRI boat is doing the same. Continuous pressure in this headwind and then clearing some space.
Rowing in these headwinds, it can kind of feel like you're rowing through molasses sometimes.
Yeah.
It's just so heavy. The boat's not quite surging as much as it would in a tail or flat conditions, so it can feel like it requires more effort to move just as far.
Yeah. Hannah, did you notice that we do have a bucket in that CRI boat?
I did. I thought
I did not make the
in the
bucket
bucket.
hat connections. So when we're talking about a bucket, you'll notice that in almost all of these 8s, you alternate one port blade and one starboard blade. In a bucketed boat, you've got 2 of one side on the same side for rhythm reasons, for following reasons. Lots of different ways why coaches will throw that in there, but
some magic sauce.
yeah, just a little something special.
Coming into this last 500 here.
We're
The end
getting
is
close
near.
here.
It's been a long fight
It
just
has.
to get
They've
to
been
these,
out there.
this 1,000-meter mark in the race. Continues to be Row America Rye and CRI. CRI there on the left with the red and black and white wave.
Yeah,
Row
a
America
ripple.
Rye now just outside of the screen.
I believe that's Maritime in that bright blue, slightly behind the safety launch, official launch here. Those officials also get race times on the water, so that's why they've got to be close to our leading crews. Yay, supporters.
Yay. There's Greenwich trying to come back into CRI's lead, but it's over a length of open here for CRI up on Greenwich.
They put in that work early.
We'll see what Pelham can do here into this last 250. You see these buoys turn to color red, signifying even if we have a home court advantage doesn't mean we know where we are better than
Yep.
anyone else. The same buoys everywhere.
That's Row America Rye, just ahead of CRI, and then Greenwich barely up on,
Yeah, I would say they have like 4 or 6 seats somewhere in there.
I believe that's BAB. Maybe 2 lanes. That may be Pelham. Followed by Wayland Weston
I think
on
it's
that
2
outside.
lanes, yeah. So that's Pelham Community Rowing, currently charging for 4th, but it will be Row America Rye crossing the line
Clean
here.
through that line. Just barely open. Back to our bucketed CRI.
Here comes Greenwich coming in for 3rd, about 2 lengths back on those gold and silver medal finishers.
Well done, Greenwich 2V.
Able to push away on a charging Pelham. And here comes Wayland Weston, orange and red stripes. Then we have about 5 to 6 lengths back on the next second varsity 8s. First coming here is going to be, I believe, Maritime.
Yep, I believe
And
so.
we have similar issue here at the start line. Coaches, if you're listening,
Can't get sideways at the start line.
you got to help the rowers prepare for this. It's challenging conditions up at the start. But we're still here commentating from the finish line, watching Maritime come across the line. And here comes Fayetteville Manlius. I don't think we saw, are they here? I found Bromfield. They're coming.
That baby blue. We just have Fayetteville Manlius through the line. I believe I saw a supporter t-shirt. They're the Hornets.
Oh.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
If you're wrong,
if
I
I'm
won't
wrong,
be
who
the one
knows?
to
Maybe
correct
I'll-
you because I
maybe
don't
I'll
know.
double check myself.
You could have said anything and I would have believed you. Maybe not the bumblebees, because I'm pretty sure they're green. You know. It's like- okay, so
they're a
up
high
at the
school,
start now,
yep.
working through it. We'll have the second boys varsity 8 or second varsity 8 final. We've got some chaos up there. It's not looking great. So in this race, we will have just 6 boats, Megan.
Just 6. A casual
Very standard
6.
number of crews to have in a full race. It'll be New Trier High School over in lane 8 on the right of our screen here. Lane 7 will have Deerfield Academy. Lane 6, PNRA Mercer. Lane 5, Friends of Port Rowing. Lane 4, Saratoga Rowing Association. And Lane 3, Greenwich B. Again, very challenging conditions. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the afternoon
to
session
day
of the
one.
Saratoga Invitational 2024. I'm Hannah,
I'm Megan.
and it's really, really windy.
It's pretty darn windy.
I've seen worse.
We've
but
had worse.
It's nothing like the
but
morning.
I'm not sure I've seen 8s, so many 8s so sideways.
Yeah.
Up at the start. So athletes, if you're listening, coaches, if you're listening, before you get up there, just make sure you're knowing how to scull around, you're knowing how to safely get into the stake boats in a headwind, you're constantly vigilant on checking your point. That'll keep us right on track. We're waiting for our boys 2v8 final. Was supposed to launch about 8 minutes ago. We're supposed to start about 8 minutes ago. Clearly having some just windy conditions up at that start. These stake boat holders doing their best. Most are Saratoga rower volunteers who aren't racing this afternoon. We are having some instructions that they're bringing boats into different lanes that might be a little bit easier to get to. Like if right now we've got a port boat that's supposed to race in lane 5 that is not going to be able to get to lane 5. They're going to head over to those low lanes on the Lees Park Regatta shore. Maybe a little bit simpler to get into their slot. Doing what we can here, boats, doing what we can. Looks like lanes 5 and 6, we're having some trouble getting in the middle there. Those are the trickier ones to be locked in on if you're trying to come from the sides. But this will hopefully still be a 6-boat race. All A boats except the Greenwich B boat. So if we saw Greenwich A in that previous 2V race, they placed 3rd. So this would be the Greenwich B boat, which likely would be a 3V, but then Greenwich also has a boat in the 3V, and they also have a boat in the 4V, 5V. So just a huge team, Greenwich.
Big team.
Super awesome to be able to have that much inter-squad competition.
The spring in the Northeast is typically very windy, so while it might make us a little delayed today, it'll be good practice.
Grateful for liquid water.
Grateful for
First of
liquid
all,
water,
and
obviously.
grateful for the chance to potentially practice in New York State's conditions for 2 weeks
Who
from now.
knows? Youth Nats could be windy as well.
Do you remember where Youth Nats are this year?
I'll look it up. There's the times from that previous race. Pretty competitive time for Row America Rye, 5:17. Would have placed pretty well in the first varsity 8.
That's true. That's true. If you're just tuning in, this is the Saturday afternoon report of the Saratoga Invitational. We have canceled the 236 and 244 races of the girls freshman novice Coxed 4s, finals 1 and 2. So those races will no longer be run due to concerns for safety. And the doubles that will happen after that, the boys junior U17 And girls junior U17 doubles are still being under evaluation, to be determined. Good prep for states, good prep for youth nats, which are in Sarasota, often windy. Anticipating a pretty quick start for this second round of 2Vs. I would guess that at any second they'll just hop right off the line. You can see this lane 6, PNRA Mercer having all of their side sculling it around, trying to combat that wind that's pushed a lot of these boats horizontal. Good job, Mercer Coxon, staying vigilant, and there's the start.
What a start. They were still sculling it around. That was a lot.
So hopefully these Coxons will be able to get their crews moving, adjusted on the fly. We've got starting towards the Saratoga shore, lane 8, New Trier, lane 7, Deerfield, lane 6, PNRA Mercer, lane 5, Friends of Port, which I believe has been moved to lane 0.
Yep.
Lane 4, Saratoga, and lane 3, Greenwich B. So
Pretty
that
clean start.
is New Trier. We see Deerfield, and it looks like potentially Saratoga up off the start. New Trier looking real clean. Real simple, just keeping the bodies loose and connected. This is some fun racing 2Vs. Nice and tight. The 2V is a fun event. It'll be your 8 athletes, your next 8 athletes, 9 through 16 on your squad often. And what's fun about this race is that they're all pretty darn close together so far, but you could have a wide range of experience, a wide range of skill, a wide range of strength through those 9th and through 16th athletes. So fun that these boats are close together to start. We've got New Trier, and then lane 7, Deerfield. Mercer still in it. Saratoga over there moving through. And Greenwich. Greenwich on that far black boat.
New Trier celebrating their 20th anniversary as a program.
Congratulations.
And this is the 20th year of the Saratoga Invitational.
Wow.
Twins.
Wow. New Trier's as old as the Saratoga Invite. I know we're mid-race, but still wanted to update that we will be canceling the boys and girls junior U17 doubles. The 2:52 race, the 3 o'clock race, the 3:08 race, the 3:16 race, the 3:24 race, and the 3:32 race will be canceled. We'll keep you guys as updated as we can. Schedule should remain the same. We've just canceled all races from 2:36 to 3:32.
So it's New Trier currently leading, followed by Deerfield Academy. And then one lane over in lane 6 is PNRA Mercer, currently sitting in 3rd by just about half a seat. Over on, I believe that is lane 2. Let's see, could that be lane 2? I'm going to double check. No, lane 3, Greenwich B.
I think that
And then-
black boat, yeah.
And then trailing just about bow to stern behind our friends of PNRA Mercer is Saratoga.
So New Trier came out swinging. Looks like Deerfield's taken a little bit of room back on them, potentially even with Mercer
Yeah.
as well. Hood's up in that Deerfield boat.
Aerodynamic that way,
Yeah,
Megan.
yeah. Can't have that hair everywhere.
You wish the bow pair was wearing them like that, you know,
But I
because
think
they're
the hats
cutting the
give you
wind.
enough of. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
They're
guess-
doing some good work back there. There's Mercer and Greenwich B. This Greenwich B boat holding their own. Who knows if the Greenwich A and Greenwich B are stacked or even, but Greenwich B holding their own in this 2V race. Here comes Saratoga in that white boat. Those chevron blades, hometown heroes.
Yeah, you're right, Megan. It is definitely Deerfield in the lead here. They've taken 3 seats over Nutrier, who are our early leaders. Nutrier and Piano Mercer currently duking it out for that second place finish, that silver medal, and trying to get scrappy with it and get their way into medal contention is Greenwich B.
Yeah, I think rowing in the wind does have to be a little bit scrappy. You can't be flustered.
And they're all the
You
way
can't
over
be
there in
thrown.
lane 3.
They can't see much.
Can't feel much. They know they're getting ahead of Saratoga. They can all see that crew to their left.
And their coxswain can probably take a wide look over to Mercer, Deerfield, and Nutrier, but
Mercer has a really strong move
They
here. They
are,
are
they
taking
are.
back seats from Deerfield and pushing back Nutrier behind them. Nutrier now solidly in 3rd place. They still have a good bow to stern lead over Greenwich B, so they are still firmly in medal contention, but it's no longer a question of is
Yeah.
Nutrier going to win the gold?
Yeah.
It's is Deerfield going to
can
hold
Deerfield
on and
hold off a charging PNRA Mercer, who's got
We got 10
15
strokes, yeah.
left in the tank. Mercer's moving, Hannah. All right, Deerfield.
I don't
You
know if
got-
they have
you
enough
got
room.
5
Mercer's only got
strokes,
about 3
Deerfield.
strokes to go. I think
Deerfield's
Deerfield's going to
them.
hold on
You're correct.
for that gold finish. Silver for
There comes
Mercer.
Mercer. Nutrier with the bronze today.
And here comes Greenwich B. They've got it to bow to. They've got quite a lot of overlap with Saratoga,
I
but
think Saratoga
they walked
maybe
back a
walked
little.
back in that sprint. Saratoga 2V right there.
And I didn't see a Friends of Port. Maybe they're coming.
I think they were out in that lane 0. I'm not sure if they were moved into a different race, what happened there, but
As soon as we know, if we know,
If
we'll
we
tell
know.
you. Coming up next, we're trying to get back on schedule best we can. We've got the girls varsity quad final 1, a full 10 boat race. Wish us luck
woohoo, let's
to the
there-
whole community here trying to pull off this regatta.
this 10-boat race.
Um,
I do feel like these quads are smaller.
maybe easier to maneuver.
Easier to maneuver. They're sculling, so you can have bow seat rely a little bit more on just herself.
Right.
But this will be, again, like Hannah said, full 10 lanes. Starting closest to that Saratoga shore, we have Narragansett, Maritime, Saratoga, BAB, Riverside, Ridley, CRI, Niskayuna, Riverfront Recapture, and Connecticut Boat Club B. So full field here. There's our lane 8 Maritime there in their yellow boats. We've got our Saratoga home course. And here is Bromfield Acton Boxborough backing it down. That's a tongue twister. Say that 5 times fast. Bromfield Acton Boxborough backing it.
I think that's why they call it BAB
BAB.
for short.
There's our friends from the north, our Canadian neighbors, Ridley College, and their orange and black. BAB's food tent this weekend has a chocolate milk drinking competition. Hopefully that is strictly post-racing, because I could
That sounds pretty fun.
imagine that would maybe not make you feel totally great to race another 1500 in the wind.
One
but
way to find out.
hey, give it a try. Let us know, BAB.
Oh no, BAB.
Oh, sideways. Can
Just
see
get
that
out of there.
Saratoga
Get out of
crew
there.
Just
Don't try to fix
tapping.
that. Just get out of there. Try again.
redo,
Have a great day. The
redo.
boat is called Great Day. Just have a great day. Get out of there and try again. You're absolutely 180 degrees the wrong way. Hot take from commentating land.
So lots going on here. Officials trying to help us out. Clearly, conditions are tough up there at the start. We can only see the finish line. Regatta side can only see the finish line.
You know, Megan, the good thing, obviously we're crushed that these races had to get canceled for our
Yeah.
smaller, less
Yeah.
experienced boats.
Yeah.
But we'll have some races, I think I heard maybe rescheduled tomorrow.
Yes, and
And-
they will all get to race again. To like most races are tomorrow as
And-
well
It means we will be on schedule
for the finish.
for the rest of the afternoon.
Couple of birds with one stone. But here it looks like we've got almost all of our quads. Still waiting on that BAB boat that got twisted around. So here comes our BAB quad, hopping into their lane 6. If you're just tuning in, this is the Saratoga Invitational. This is Megan and Hannah coming live from the finish line. This will be the girls varsity quads final one, scheduled for 1:48. We've had obviously some complications at the start.
We do have eyes on that port 8, so if you're still tuned in looking for your friend or loved one that's in that
Your
boys,
friend and friends of port.
boys 2v8, we have found them. We don't
crossing the
know what
finish line.
happened, but they all look well. No one is sitting out. They're all rowing.
Oh, look at that, Port. You just got your line in, your time in. I'm not sure
That's funny.
how legitimate that is, but let's go timing team. Way to be inclusive. Happy to
So
have you
super
here.
tight racing there between those top
There we
three
go.
crews.
They're off. There is the girls varsity quads. Looks like right there we've got Riverside and BAB.
From lane 8 there, Maritime with an early lead over Saratoga, just by an inch. But Saratoga definitely in that fight. Ridley over there in the black and orange.
That
Far
far
lane.
lane, I think, might be Connecticut. And they're all black, maybe. I see Niskayuna in there, CRI in there.
Don't see a
Riverside not out of
Narragansett.
it. I do not see a
Big
Narragansett,
waves
you're
here
right.
for these crews battling through.
So you'll notice the stroke rates are probably a little bit lower than they were
We
this
gotta
morning.
survive. We gotta.
You're paying attention to like watts per stroke. You're being composed.
Saratoga already taking their shift down to base pace and clearly surging
Yeah,
here.
they're laying that down really nicely. That's lane 4 over there, Ridley College. Just up on CRI. And I believe that's Niskayuna. Here's Riverfront Recapture. Riverside. In the pink, there's Maritime. And there's Saratoga and Ridley leading the charge.
I think there is a boat that's ahead of all of those in that far lane. Kind of sneak attack. They might have a little bit more sheltered water on that far shore as we saw
There
it's a
they
bit
are.
of a crosswind.
There's
so
our
that must be
Connecticut boat
Connecticut
club.
B.
And I bet
Connecticut B has a huge contingent going to college to row next year.
yeah.
We'll pull up that list. In the Saratoga quad, we've got Sarah Kinlock going to Embry-Riddle.
Very
And
nice.
Rebecca Schmidt going to Princeton University.
Very
Go
nice.
Tigers. Mary Kennery's junior, I think. Sophomore,
Seniors in
junior?
that CBC. Not sure who's in this boat, but
Yep.
we've got Dartmouth, Boston College, Miami, Harvard, Stanford, Wisconsin, College of the Holy Cross, NYU, Cornell, and Drexel. So very
Lots of college
talented
rowing.
senior class there.
That was,
That was
Ridley.
Connecticut Boat Club. And that, yep.
and then here's Saratoga, CRI, and Niskayuna. Working it through. Again, the quad is a boat class without a coxswain. Straight quad, you can call it.
I just saw bow seat of that CRI boat take a look over at Saratoga. Let her crew know where they're at.
Saratoga still with contact behind Ridley College. Sam Dodds leading the charge here in this Saratoga boat. They're moving here on Ridley. Coming through the second 500. This is where we show our fitness, get a little bit gritty, dig in. Nice and stubborn here. Saratoga on the move, trying to get back into that second place position. Ridley holding a nice rhythm, staying strong. They definitely have a bit of a higher stroke rate than Saratoga. Seem to be tapping it along a little bit more fluidly. Saratoga more of a leverage.
Yeah, Saratoga's hanging and sending. Ridley's trying to tap a little bit more. It's interesting to see like what
It's
these
kind of a
crews
strategic
lean into,
question.
right? Have you been
And
power
it's
per
also
stroke
playing to your
focused?
strength,
Right.
right?
Maybe somebody spent a little bit more time in the weight room, a little bit more time on the bikes with that high cadence. Who knows?
So we just saw Maritime also holding contact on this leading pack, but it continues to be Connecticut Boat Club in lane 0 with a very commanding lead on this girls' varsity quad field, followed by Ridley College a few lengths back, and Saratoga with just a bow deck, stern deck of overlap.
This Connecticut Boat Club doing a nice job again of clearing those blades at the finish. You can see they create space underneath their oar for those waves to chop underneath.
While the seedings for day 1 are mostly random, as random as we can be, everyone gets a medal in all finals.
Connecticut Boat Club, long and strong in those black unis. See, they're about to enter that change color of buoys, so the buoys will go from either being yellow or white to red. Red means go. You got 250 meters in these conditions, just over a minute probably, somewhere in there.
Really strong and composed here from CBC. As these crews come through, it does appear to be Ridley College still in second. Saratoga battling to get in there. CRI and Niskayuna on the far side also battling one another. They've been duking it out the whole way down the stretch.
We do have something different going on. I wonder if we have some equipment failure or something.
Yeah, I'm seeing Narragansett now, but they're only rowing by threes.
Narragansett looks like they might have been up. Maybe they didn't
Well,
start with the
Narragansett
group.
was never in this race, so I wonder if they paddled
Maybe
through.
they started.
Because they weren't
yeah,
at the start.
Tough.
Saratoga and Ridley still battling, but it will be Connecticut Boat Club for first.
3 strokes to the line here for Connecticut. Out
So
of
that
lane
crew we
0.
see on the bottom left is that Narragansett crew. Unclear
Oh,
what's
that's a
going
bummer.
on.
I think she's missing an oar.
It does look that way.
There's
Ridley
Ridley
College holding off.
Yeah. That long and strong Saratoga crew.
That's your medal contenders there. Here comes Maritime for fourth.
Bummer for Narragansett. I hope we're all okay and it's just equipment.
Here comes CRI, and that'll be Niskayuna next. Here comes Riverside. The Stripes.
Those stripes often confused for some Saratoga Chevs. Ahead of the Charles with
Very
Chevs, I've been
confusing.
called Riverside. We've got Riverfront Recapture and BAB still out there.
But we're already back up at the start, Megan.
Same
Following the
event.
next- Yeah, girls varsity
yeah,
quad
same boat class.
final
Next
2.
final.
Trying to get back on schedule here, it seems. You can see the water's still pretty bumpy.
That looks like out of lane 8, Row America Rye. Lane 7, Oak Neck. 2 teams that we have seen be very strong today so far.
The Cambridge Boat Club seem to have a really good start. They're just out of our picture on the right. Over there in lane 4.
It's our Connecticut Boat Club. So that boat that won the first final was B. This is their A boat. Again, hard to tell what the thought behind those are. Completing final 1, which this is not the video of, but we've got Riverfront Recapture through the line and BAB about to cross. We'll move full attention to this second final. Getting a little breezy out there. Hard to tell where we are in the field, but we're doing our best. Looks like out of lane, maybe lane 9, Cambridge. You had thought that, yep. Cambridge and then Oak Neck and then Row America Rye and then maybe CBCA would be my guess.
You can really appreciate the bumpiness of the water here from this angle. Hard to see the crews, some crabs, some getting caught in the water.
Which I think is inevitable. Everybody's going to catch something. It's how you respond and how cleanly you can get out of it.
Yeah, watch out here. We've got a charging Oak Neck Rowing Academy trying to cut into that lead that CBC Cambridge Boat Club set off early. They're still sitting 2 seats up, 3 seats up. But Oak Neck definitely cutting back into that margin.
Those lead 3 crews passing that Regatta View Beach. Our Saratoga athletes know that's time to kick it in. That's almost your red buoys. We see that maybe that Cambridge boat knows it too. They're trying to stay ahead of Oak Neck, who's trying to stay ahead of our Row America Rye in that dark boat on the top of your screen.
A little bit of a steering issue here.
Yeah.
Crews are not in the appropriate lanes, but hard to tell from this angle what lane they should be in.
Whew. That Oak Neck boat having to row right in the wake of Cambridge. Again, we're not sure. They're very close to that launch.
But it seems like that launch maybe
that
lost
launch
its
is
engine.
stuck.
Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
maybe
awful.
they lost engine or something. Oh my
Oh.
gosh.
Oak Neck's gonna try and hang in it here. We've got lane 9, Cambridge with the win. Row America Rye.
Golly, what a drama.
Sorry, Cambridge, Oak Neck. Row America Rye was the boat that hit. Maybe
Yeah,
a
something must have
GMS
gone
and a
wrong
Connecticut
there.
over there. Connecticut, I believe, was ahead of
Here
GMS at that
comes-
finish line.
Believe this is going to be
No, that's his GMS, excuse me. Connecticut must have been ahead of Mohawk Homeschool. Lots of chaos happening here at the
lots
finish
of
line.
chaos.
This is going to be a GMS here crossing the line. Yep.
And then here comes in red CRIB. And in blue Mohawk Homeschool.
That's going to so Y Quad Cities must have been our.
And finishing out this field of a high drama girls varsity quad final to, I believe that's Fayetteville Manlius.
It could be. Yes, I believe so. Either
we'll
way,
try to get that
lots
launch,
going on.
that launch fixed up.
Needs to get out of there.
Not the plan.
Outdoor sport. Here we are. Looks like we've got some rescues going to that launch that was stuck. We've got our junior U17 girls quads finals trying to get all lined up.
All right, well, nobody come down lane 9 or lane 8 for now.
We do have lane 9 empty the next 2 races. So hopefully sometime in the next 15 minutes they'll get all secured. I wonder if they're stuck on a buoy or something and they can't move instead of just getting dragged out. We'll see. We've got eyes on the line here.
We have about 3 launches helping the launch that is stuck, which I think is nearing the too many cooks in the kitchen. Looks like one of them's peeling off. That's better. Two is good.
We do put in this lane line every year. Went in about a month ago now. Comes out
First week of April. It went in.
Yep, first week
Because
of
the
April.
Saratoga hosts a variety of college races as well. So we had Syracuse, Cornell, and
Yale?
Yale come
Yep.
race the second week of April, I think.
So that goes
pretty
in and then comes
good
out
early stage racing.
Memorial Day.
Yep.
So all of this is done by Saratoga staff. We're not quite sure what's happening to this stuck launch.
The launch is still stuck, but we've got quite a few trusted, handy humans.
Trusted handy humans.
Trusted handy humans.
You ever been stuck on a buoy line?
Yes.
Yes.
With a Ryan athlete and SRA legend Savannah Bria. We were coaching the middle school girls in 2021, and we got stuck on a buoy at the 1,500 meter start line.
Ooh,
It was
tricky.
one of the ones that marked the end of the line.
Yep.
They're very sturdy
Yep.
because they're meant to be found very easily all times of the year.
Launch
They
is
never
still
come out.
stuck. 2 boats are circling.
I wonder if it's stuck on the line or if they just are having trouble attaching a tether to it. That would be, they should be able to
I
do
feel like
that.
it would have blown if it was just dead. And, well, these,
This is what I've been saying. We need a scuba suit. We need an
Immediate scuba diving.
issued Saratoga staff scuba suit, wetsuit.
should I get certified?
I think we all should. Do you want to know the number of times Saratoga
coulda
staff
scuba'd.
fully entered the water
Yeah.
this week,
A
preparing
lot.
for this regatta? 3. 3
What's the
separate
over-under
occasions.
on staff in the water?
And none of those scenarios where staff entered the water was anyone wearing a wetsuit. So people are shivering, their clothes are wet,
The clothes are wet.
someone had their phone in a bag of rice.
Tragic. Guess the only perk of having some trouble up at the start here in the girls junior U17 quads are that
We are
they're
not
gonna
ready
run
for them
down
to
this
come down
boat
here.
anyway.
This launch is still stuck at about the 1900, or I guess in this case we'll call it the
1,400. 100 to the line.
100 to the line. I hear potentially handy human Donnie might be going to help.
He is a handy human. He is one of the sole reasons why all these launches are in the water these days, why the regatta can work.
You know those hypothetical questions of like who would win the Hunger Games?
Donnie.
Donnie would win the Hunger Games.
If you haven't heard, hopefully this word has gotten out. The races from 2:36 to 3:32 have been canceled. The girls fresh and novice coxed 4, and the boys junior U17 double, and the girls junior U17 double due to the conditions. As you can see, even these big boats are having trouble up at the start getting aligned, so we're going to play it safe, hopefully get all these athletes more racing tomorrow.
Huge shout out to the stake boat holders as well. A lot of these stake boat holders are middle schoolers and high schoolers from Saratoga
True.
or
Hannah,
the surrounding area,
I think
and
boat is moving.
they are being such champions, holding on to the sterns as these boats are trying to keep their points. Like, every single stroke they take, it like rips the boat out of their little
And
hands.
they're slippery. They're covered in
And
water.
They're covered in water. They're very slick because they're trying to glide through the water. It looks like the launch is free
We
of
do
the line,
have a moving launch.
but
at the
now
100.
one boat is paddling. Like
That's
the
not
giant,
necessarily a
most
good sign.
most giant stand-up
Big engine.
paddleboard I've ever seen.
We'll have to get some of the details. But it does look like the course is clear, or will be clear by the time these quads come down.
Ronnie with his giant jacket and shorts. like, whoa, what color pants are that? He's taking his shoes off. What a goober. The launch is totally still a problem. Ah. We are still trying to get this girls junior U17 quad final one underway. Ironically, it's labeled, oh, it's the U17. There we go. So this category, kind of a mix of club and scholastic terms, I think. But basically, everyone entered into this race has to be a non-senior and has to be under the age of 17, so 16 or younger. Kind of a cool event. Kind of shows the potential for the next year's varsity. Oftentimes, if you have a strong junior class, that can bode well for the upcoming season the next year. Here are the results from the girls varsity quad final 2. So this may have included a handful of seniors. We discussed a little bit. Connecticut Boat Club and Saratoga have a number of athletes going to top 10 NCAA universities next year.
Which is huge. Well done to those ladies, too.
We saw a really competitive performance from the Far Link Cambridge Boat Club, followed by Oak Neck Rowing Academy and Row America Rye. We got more perpendicular situation. Oh, good Lord. We got to practice our stake boating in wind.
This is
appears.
tricky. Yeah.
But not impossible.
I feel like typically, maybe.
We wouldn't send
it's
them
not
out there
quite
if we
so
didn't
poor.
think they could do it, you know?
Yeah. You got to have some strong belief in your athletes. My
But
guess
maybe
is
just
that
a
it is
pointer or two. A
maybe
tip.
just some instruction. My guess is that it's a whole lot more windy up there than it is down here, because down here, while it is a headwind, does not seem destructive. And it seems fairly destructive. We do have the results for both girls' varsity quad finals. The final one, CBC was 6:12, Ridley 6:25, Saratoga 6:27. Final 2, Cambridge 6:28. So all, again, hard to compare across finals with the wins.
But we can't resist. Sorry.
But final 1, significantly faster in those top 3. Final 2, Cambridge 6:28, Oak Neck 6:31, Row America Rye 6:36. We are trying hard up there at the start.
Got
I'm not
lane
sure.
5, Albany B, reattempting the backing it into the stake boat.
These are 16-year-olds or younger.
Doing their best. And aren't we all?
While we're waiting for these races to come down, check out our vendors. We've got Saratoga Invitational shirts. I believe there's ice cream. There's pizza.
What kind of ice cream is it?
I think last weekend it was Ben & Jerry's,
Ben
but
and Jerry's.
don't quote me. Go check it out yourself. We do have a Wayland Weston 4 making their way down. Maybe they did not get the note that our Coxed 4s were canceled. We're hearing some radios from the start that maybe some lanes are being adjusted just due to wind, but people are getting hooked on. They're getting excited. Ready to get these girls junior U17 quads rocking and rolling. Hannah, if you were in town as a visiting athlete or visiting parents, what would you do tonight? Would you go to dinner?
I'd go
Would
to
you
dinner.
get dessert? Would you go
I would go to dinner
shopping?
and I would get dessert. Ideally
give us an
both.
ideal Hannah Painter mid-regatta weekend evening.
Okay. Putting me on the spot, but I love it. I love it. I feel like I'm kind of okay. So I'll do a plug that might not be the most popular, but I would go to Little India. It's a very
Yeah.
small place, but I would get it to go because it's
Okay.
beautiful.
Yep.
Beautiful day.
Yep.
And the parks are blooming.
Yep.
I would take my Little India and I would go to Congress Park.
Yep.
I would
Right
plop myself
downtown.
down on a picnic table.
Yep.
The ducks would come and greet me, which is my favorite part. There's
Yep.
so many ducks.
So many ducks.
And they are ravenous and they love bonding over whatever meal you brought.
They're excited
And-
about your garlic naan.
Yep, your garlic naan is their favorite. And then I think I would go and get dessert is a tricky one. Ben and Jerry's is right there, but we
It
have Ben
is.
and Jerry's here.
It is.
So people have been having Ben and Jerry's all day.
All right.
Trying to think of a place you get to go dessert.
Would you make the drive
You could go to
5 to
Kilwin's,
10
but that's
minutes
more
from
ice
here.
cream.
to Farmer's Daughter from this race course?
Oh, I love Farmer's
You could
Daughter.
get over
Okay,
there.
different
Wrong other
plug. If you're
direction.
downtown, you're on your own for dessert.
Hit up Ben and Jerry's again.
Yeah. Or go to
Gelato. There's a nice gelato
There is
place.
a gelato place. But if you want to go to Farmer's Daughter,
Mhm.
that is a great springtime vibe.
Yep.
And you can get curly fries,
Yep.
hot dogs, burgers, the whole bit. And they have great soft
They
serve.
got great soft serve. Amazing.
Yeah.
You think these athletes out there are thinking about vanilla soft serve right now?
The ones
Chocolate swirl.
currently at the start line, probably not. But curly fries, probably, yes.
Probably.
That's what I think about at the start line. Curly fries.
If you haven't been to Stewart's, there's the Stewart's right next to Food Tent Land. Also
They've got
great ice
everything.
cream. All the snacks and electrolytes. Oh, we got both sideways again.
Dairy House is also a great option if you want to go that
True.
neck of the woods near. Is that near Maple Ave, maybe? I don't want to look at the screen, Megan. I'm going to talk to you about ice cream.
They're making it happen. Here we go, girls. I feel like
This is a
sometimes
moment where I'm
we-
really grateful for the patience of the referees
Yep. Yep.
and their instruction up at the start.
I feel like sometimes we prepare to row 1,500 meters in a straight line when often the most useful preparation is for things like this. Getting into your stake boats on a windy day, docking on a windy day. Oh, we're sideways. Oh, girls.
I maintain this opinion. If you are
Get out.
sideways, get out of there and try again. It's like, it's not worth salvaging. In fact, I think it's impossible to salvage. That's my hot take for the day. Get out of there. So this is still, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Saratoga Invite. We've had a little bit of chaos in this afternoon session. The wind has picked up. It's gusting up to, I think, 25 miles an hour.
Let me see if I
And
can
it's
get
a
us
direct,
exactly.
or it's a bit of a cross headwind, so
Especially at the start. It
unfortunately-
looks more headwind down here. I'm guessing pretty darn cross up there.
unfortunately with the cross wind, it makes it really hard for the boats in the stake boats to keep their point. And so it almost requires a constant state of vigilance to avoid the boat swinging like a giant sail and getting perpendicular to the wind.
So my weather app tells me the wind's actually not that nuts. I think it's just so direct. It says we're at 13.
Not gusting at all.
Oh, I didn't check the gusts.
When
But
I looked at the
Baseline is nothing
projected,
crazy
it was supposed to be 10
just
to
those big
14
guys.
steady.
with Gustin.
Let's see. At least the UV's only 4. Am I right? Nothing like a
Almost
regatta sunburn.
Nothing like a regatta wind.
Okay, the gusts are only
burn.
22.
All right, all right.
But as we can see,
That's enough to cause a little bit
Anecdotal
of
data.
chaos today.
it's not looking great.
All the results have been up from the day. Should start giving you some inclination of what tomorrow's schedule is going to look like. We will continue. We've got hopefully a couple more quads, a couple more 8s, and then a small break due to cancellation of the girls' freshman novice Cox 4s And both the boys and girls junior U17 doubles. Concerns for the wind and them up there. Just safety. It's kind of a, maybe fun is not the right word. Intriguing view that I feel like parents and coaches don't often get. These
Right.
These sideways boats in between stake boats.
I maintain this. If I was up there, Megan, I'd be saying, get out of there.
Yeah.
Try again.
Yeah. I think whoever this is out of their stake boat. They've just got to.
Well, because they almost got smacked.
Is this Albany? Albany B.
Niski almost got smacked by the
Trying
Albany
to get
bow,
themselves
swinging over.
around.
At this point, just take whoever's ready.
Just rock and roll.
Like,
Let's see if I can give you some.
it's been a long
It's been
time.
a minute. Yeah.
We are 28 minutes behind.
I know. It's tragic.
These are the hot takes from the finish line. If you have a different hot take, come on down.
If you're enjoying this delay because you were running behind and you wanted to grab some ice cream, or you're coming from the Racino parking,
You're welcome.
that's another hot take. Let's see. Do we have a? Trying to give you some commentary on one of our teams that's in this race, but I'm not sure any of these guys have submitted information.
Okay, we're so close. We're just missing one boat. Our Albany friends, if they can get on very fast, I think this race is about to go.
Let's do it.
Hey, Megan,
Hey,
while
what?
we're here, what's further? Y Quad Cities in Iowa or Ridley College in Canada?
My gut says Y Quad Cities, but let's do some Google mapping.
And they're off.
They're off.
Megan, they're off.
Here we go, girls.
It's
They're
happening.
doing it. Proud
The
of
girls'
you.
junior U17 quad final is underway.
Full
If
10
you forgot,
lanes.
who's in it?
9, excuse me.
We've got Burnt Hills on the right, just out of the frame. Shaker Heights, Y Quad Cities, Albany Rowing B, Niski A, Maritime, Narragansett, Ridley B, and Row America Rye B. As you can see, the water is quite challenging. This looks like the open ocean.
I think we're just prepping for Coastal.
It is an Olympic event in 2028. Strong start over there from our friends in the yellow. Looks like lane 3, Maritime. Handling the conditions better than anybody else. Closely followed by its height pack fighting for second, third, and fourth. We've got Niski, Albany B, and Y Quad Cities in that order from furthest to closest. Niski A in the red with it looks like a swift rowing shell. Just a foot or so of open water between them, but they're extending their lead for second place over Albany B. And watch out for the far side. Row America Rye B has
There they
had
go.
an amazing last 250. Maybe not the best start, but their shift to base has proven to be quite spicy as they're even walking back on Niski Una. Niski still holding about a foot of open water behind Maritime, but Row America Rye B is on a rampage here. They are moving in that far lane. Albany here holding strong after having some troubles with that stake boat.
There's Niskayuna looking strong.
Row America Rye really trying to close that gap onto Maritime. Maritime has really extended their lead over Niski from 1 foot mere minute ago to now almost a full length of open water. We'll see if Row America Rye can bridge that gap. Again, the really challenging conditions. Oftentimes, it's the crew that's able to hold the momentum of the bodies, of the body mass of each rower, and stay loose in the arms, loose in the hands, and just like you said, Megan, the bobbles and bumps are inevitable.
Just move past them. The
You
only
gotta
thing that matters is the
forgive
next
and
stroke.
forget and keep trucking along.
Our Saratoga Rowing Executive Director says control the mass that you can control.
Yep.
Keep that center body, those hips, those glutes, that core
So this
really
has
connected
Most of the field, we
Look at
don't
that.
see Row America Rye. They're actually
on that bottom
on that
corner.
far side.
Yep.
But we do have our maritime crew in the lead. That's Niskayuna in the lane next to them on the left. Then Albany. Then Quad Cities.
Mm-hmm.
Trailing in a little duo back there. It looks like that must be Narragansett and Ridley. Looks like Row America Rye has kind of slowed their surge. Or maybe Niskayuna kicked it up. We can't tell the comparative
Hard to
speeds.
tell.
We don't have that kind of
Oh, I
stats
want some
here.
of those trackers. How
But
fast is
Niskayuna with
everyone
a
going?
strong surge here, pushing back the charging Albany, the charging Quad Cities. And Row America Rye is all by themselves over there. This U17 junior quad trying to make their mark here after quite the dramatic start line fiasco.
This is the future of the Row America Rye program. These are your U16 scullers. Likely will make up that. If they don't already, they'll make up a good part of that varsity team in the years to come.
Not in our current field of view. We can't see where Shaker or Burnt Hills are. They're not currently in the screen. Hopefully we'll see them come through here at the finish line shortly, but it continues to be Maritime, holding nice and strong, maintaining about a length lead here. Watch out for Albany charging here. Niskayuna and Albany,
Neighbors,
Capital Region,
making it happen.
rival foes.
It's a big capital region. The higher lanes close to Saratoga Shore, we got Burnt Hills, Shaker, Albany, and Niskayuna all right there. All fighting. Quad Cities thrown in the middle of it, and Maritime leading the pack.
All right, we're coming up on the last 250. We'll see these buoys change from white and yellow to red. And we'll see what kind of sprints these crews have.
Looks like Maritime from the finish line. Maritime still holding a very strong lead here, like you see on your screen.
Albany making a push here. Let's see how Niskay responds.
Both row on rivers with current. I'm
And
sure they get some wind.
Check out this battle between Row America Rye B and Quad Cities. Both have fallen off the piece a little bit from medal contention, but it looks like Row America Rye is using them as pretty powerful motivation here. They're coming into the 250 to go.
Maritime clean lead, couple boats of open water. They've done a nice job, and then we've got Albany
has a couple more
and
tricks up their
Niskayuna.
sleeve.
And
Albany's
then,
sitting 3 seats up.
is that Row America Rye on that far side?
I think so.
They're just trying to hang with this medal pack.
Yeah, they've taken fourth away from Quad Cities. Quad Cities seeming to give it another push here. Such a challenging racing condition.
There's your lane 3 Maritime Rowing Club. Gold in this race.
And Albany now with almost open water. They've extended it
Albany's
to
had a nice
4.5 seats. What a final 500 from Albany. And that's Niskayuna across the line for bronze. And wow, a push from Quad Cities to maintain the 4th place finish over Row America Rye. And here comes Burnt Hills. in 6th.
That far side, we've got Ridley and Narragansett fighting. Looks like
Narragansett.
Narragansett's got about a couple seats of open, extending that lead as they bring their way and bring their boat into the sprint. 5 strokes to the line.
People looking for the finish line. Where
Help!
is
It's
it?
been a long race. It has been. Well done,
Well fought.
boats. There's Ridley.
And we should have one more
Believe
from
Shaker
Shaker.
out there. They're in their last 250. We've got red buoys. We'll keep an eye on Shaker Heights as the second final of the girls junior U17 quads lineup.
Shaker looks pretty good. They've got a bit of an Oreo uniform going on. They have red in the stroke seat, red in the bow seat, white shirts in the middle. It looks good.
Headwind race is tough when you think you're going to row a 6-minute race and it ends up being a 7-minute race or whatnot. So props to all these athletes for making adjustments on the fly, sticking to the plan even when it gets adjusted. Hopefully this second final of girls junior U17 quads has a little bit better time in our stake boats.
Shaker looking really strong here to finish out final number 1 of the girls junior U17 quads.
Good swing, good rhythm into the back. And that will complete our first final of the girls junior U17 quads. We've got one more and then 2 finals of boys 8s and an evaluation of the next 2, which we've canceled, and we are going to keep our ears out for the rest of the day.
It's supposed to stay about this.
Supposed to stay about the same. I think we're going to be fine with the rest of these races, but we will communicate what we have access to.
So coming up next, we have the second final of the girls junior U17 quad. We are a bit delayed, so if you're just joining, welcome. Sorry for the delay. We have Ridley College, Saratoga, Row America Rye A, GMS, Augustin Classical Academy, Connecticut Boat Club, Friends of Shenandoah, and Niskayuna B. Is it Shenandoah? Dahoa.
And they're off. Woohoo! Good job,
Quick
second final
start.
there. Looks like there might be some steering off the start, but hey, we're in the race. We're making it happen.
We are
Closest to
moving.
us will be Ridley College, our friends from Canada, then our hometown heroes, Saratoga, Row America Rye, GMS, Augustin Classical, Connecticut Boat Club, Friends of Shen, and Niskayuna. So we're seeing these crews start to separate themselves in this first 500, 300 meters or so. Can't tell exactly who you are there. Potentially Row America Rye. Believe that's Ridley College close to us, right next to Saratoga, who's not letting them go too far. Connecticut Boat Club on the far side, and then the majority of our pack right there. Nobody's too far out of it just yet. We've got a couple boats up ahead that if they can maintain that rhythm, they're going to do quite well in the second half of this race.
Really tight racing here. Maybe not for the first, second, and I would say just the first and second crews have separated themselves well. But Ridley has a full, almost 3 seats of overlap with that far lane of Niskayuna B. And then all of these boats here trailing have at least a deck, if not multiple seats of overlap on that trailing crowd.
And what does that feel like? You're in the middle of all these quads. You can hear the oars. You can hear the catches. You can hear the releases. You can hear potentially bow seats talking, two seats talking, even stroke seats communicating. When you're
Can be like
overlapped
a
with
lot
a
of
lot of boats, it's
both noise in the literal sense, but also noise in like a cognitive sense. Like
Yes,
it's just
there's
a
a lot
lot
going
going on. So sometimes that noise, like you hear about being in the zone and tuning it all out,
yeah.
and then other people kind of feed off that noise, and
Yeah.
it helps them to focus.
There's Friends of Shen just ahead of ACA. That looks like Connecticut Boat Club. I believe our current leaders are Row America Rye. There's Connecticut Boat Club with a little bit of steering. We'll see where they're headed. And then really, I'm going to say it's almost anybody's game here
Okay,
through the
whatever
halfway
kind
point.
of toe steering that Connecticut Boat Club has, she looks like an F1 driver. That was amazing.
Drift in.
It is still Ridley sitting in third, but it's so close between Ridley and Niski Unabi
And
on
es-
the opposite end. So we got Ridley on the far left and Niski Unabi on the far right.
And especially in wind like this, like the second half of the race can be anybody's.
Shenandoah, Saratoga, ACA, and GMS are literally neck and neck.
That's fun. That's some good fun racing.
I
Row
think
America
I'll
Rye
fact check myself, but
stepping ahead.
we might be missing one boat. No, we're supposed to have 8. Yeah, we have all 8.
We've got Ridley College and Saratoga on that top left. And then those 4 on your top right will be Niski, Friends of Shen, ACA, and GMS, with Row America Rye leading. I'm going to say that's Connecticut Boat Club. Look at that
Continues to be those
spread.
ends of the race course, those outside lanes of lane 9 and lane 8 and lane 1 that are charging here for third.
Row America Rye making a statement. We don't want to be part of this race. We are separating ourselves,
Rise
and they've done a
above.
good job.
So Row America Rye sitting in the gold medal position. Connecticut Boat Club with a little bit of steering issue doesn't seem to be bothering them as they're sitting in a solid silver with about a full boat length back to the third place position of Ridley College. Niski Unabi still with contact on that third place crew, but it seems maybe 3-4 seats down.
Yep.
And then Saratoga sitting in 5th.
They're just coming into our view. 300 meters to go. Row America Rye leading the pack into this headwind, which is going to make things a little bit slower, a little bit heavier, but also sometimes simpler to stay connected to the water, simpler to set up that boat, simpler to feel
There's no question
your
if you've
blade
got the load or not.
connected to the water. You'll know it. You'll know it. So each crew is going to kind of deal with that wind a little bit differently, and it looks like this Row America Rye crew is handling it quite well.
Row America Rye coming into their last sprint strokes, just probably happy to be done with this race.
They're ready.
It's pretty
They're
long,
ready.
very
And they've had a
windy,
nice race. Like
and
they've
their warm-up probably ended a long time ago.
they're
Congratulations
just getting warm.
to
again.
Row America Rye here as they come through their last 10 strokes, followed by Connecticut Boat Club as they enter their last 15-20 strokes.
Those 2 boats. Huge margins on the field, and then I would say our next
It's
1, 2,
close.
3, 4, 5, 6 boats are our contact.
Ridley with just a few seats of advantage over Niski Unabi on these outside lanes. Ridley coming through. Their last 10 here comes Connecticut Boat Club with the official silver finish. Saratoga on the hunt
Saratoga's
here.
charging. So's GMS. Is Niski gonna hold him off? Niski's gotta not back down right now.
Saratoga
or
might be able
Saratoga
to
is gonna
steal
walk
this
right
4th
through.
place. Oh my goodness. Saratoga ekes out a 4th place finish over Niski Unabi and GMS.
GMS and Saratoga taken Niskayuna at the end there. Great sprints from both of those boats. Here comes Friends of Shen and ACA in those beautiful purple and green unis. And that is our field. We are back up at the start with our boys 3v8s. Now, as we noted, if you were here for our boys 2Vs and 1Vs, we've noted that some programs have 2 8s in the 2V. So this 3V race could be their 4V, which is awesome. Super exciting to have 5, 6, 8s depth worth of program. That's a
One big
team
happy
culture
family.
to be envious of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can hope. We won't pretend to know, but we can hope. So here we are at the start. Here is our view from the starting platform. We've got a full team of referees certified by U.S. Rowing running this regatta here today. It's obviously not the most ideal weather conditions, but we're making the most of it,
And you
making
know
sure
what?
all
It's
athletes...
not raining.
It's not raining.
It's not snowing.
It's a full 60-something degrees. But they are running a very tight ship up there, making sure that all athletes get a fair start. They've been pretty patient, making sure that everybody has a couple attempts to get into those stake boots should they need it. We'll have a full 10-boat race. I think this might be the last 10-boat race of the day. No, just for a few hours. Perfect. So the boys 3v8, we have Greenwich, CRI, Deerfield, Port, Pelham, PNRA Mercer, Row America Rye, Saratoga, Wayland Weston, and a second Row America Rye entry in lane 0. So there's lane 8, CRI, panning over. We see boats trying to get their points here. There's lane 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. So those are our low lanes on the Lees Park shore. Looks like we are doing a floating start. We were having some technical issues with lane 9. The buoy line, I think, actually got tangled. And so the line, there is no lane 9.
We are actively taking out lane 9, I believe.
So lane 9 currently being worked on by our regatta staff extraordinaire, Ronnie and Donnie, and those are their real names. They just happen to be friends and co-workers. So we have floating start over there. I think we moved lane 9 of Greenwich into lane -1.
Nice, and they're off. Our boys 3v8.
There we have it.
CRI right there out of lane 8. We should have a Greenwich next to us, but potentially
I think they
oh,
got moved
they got
to
moved. You're right,
-1.
you're right. Deerfield, Friends of Port, Pelham Community, Mercer, Row America Rye, Saratoga, Wayland Weston, Row America Rye B, and then Greenwich on that far side. And we'll see kind of how this plays out between CRI and Greenwich now that they're on opposite sides instead of side by side. Will that impact the racing?
Megan, you can really appreciate, we just had a great shot of CRI from the side. They are just loading it up in the lats to connect the handle to
Like
the powerful
puppets.
lower body.
Yeah.
Looked really, really strong. This is obviously a hard headwind to row through. And this CRI boat is just
send.
locking in, pushing the legs, and using those big muscles to really just propel the boat forward.
They've done their work in that Boston wind, that Boston current.
The basin has been
They're
tough.
ready.
Here's Row America Rye. And it looks like Greenwich over there on the far. It's hard. I think we're looking at 2 Row America Rye boats,
I'm going to second
B and A, and then in -1 we've got Greenwich. So we've got 4 early leaders. The depth of Row America Rye never ceases to amaze.
Coxswains here just trying to keep their crews consistent even when these winds are changing, all you want is your crews to be able to put the blade in, take the blade out again and again and again and again and again, strong and confident. And so your role as a coxswain is often in these conditions to just keep everybody rowing like normal.
Look at these 3 coxswains on the far shore, just like duking it out. It depends who's
I wish
on
you
the
could see where
drive.
Hannah put her fingers.
I put my little
she
fingers.
Was so excited
I was
for
like,
those
they're
far
dancing.
3. They're
These
just trading
boats are
seats.
just trading punches here, trying to see who's got more consistency, more rhythm. Watch out, Romer Karai is on the move here,
That middle
pulling
boat.
level, if not taking a few seats on the early leader of CRI.
Yeah, I believe that Row America Right A's got maybe half a boat on these other 3, on Row America Right B, Greenwich, and CRI.
Greenwich sitting just 2 seats down on Romer Karai B. But
Kind of fun for Greenwich now to play on that far side.
yeah,
That was a good partner for Greenwich to have, to be able to start right now pushing away from them.
and here we pan back to the next group of crews. We've got, again, 10 boats in this race.
Looks like that's Pelham Community. We've got Deerfield. Could be Saratoga over there, I believe. Coached by Tessa Yurko. So there's our far right-hand side, our Row America Right B, our Greenwich, our Row America Right A, and then on our far left,
CRI.
CRI.
And so trailing currently in 5th place is going to be the crew to the left of Row America Rye. So that's going to
I say
be
Mercer.
Mercer. And then next
And
2 lanes to the left of them is going to be Deerfield.
Yep.
Currently sitting in that next position. We'll pan back over to the low lanes to a very strong Saratoga crew currently sitting in 7th. And next is going to be that Pelham crew in 8th.
And Waylon Weston in that orange.
And,
Just off the pace,
Deerfield,
and
I think,
Deerfield.
is that one that's in 9th.
But
So a bit
that's
of a
beautiful
spread,
shot.
but
Look at that.
beautiful shot of a lot of strong rowers here, giving it everything into this headwind.
They're in
Row
their
America
last
Rye.
200.
Row America Rye still with the lead. Row America Rye B in 2nd. And a dueling
Row
far
America Rye
apart,
and CRI.
lane -1 and lane 8, CRI and Greenwich.
-1 and 8. You don't get that many places.
No. Here comes Row America Rye through their last few strokes. You think these are even lineups,
Woo!
Megan? Because Row America
I
Rye
think
B
Row
is
America
saying
Rye
something.
Is real strong. Row
So it
America
will
Rye
be-
gonna take Row America Rye B by
2
4
seats.
seats, a deck and 2 seats.
Here comes Greenwich for bronze. CRI, our early leaders, coming in 4th. Here comes PNRA Mercer into their last 5.
in that beautiful blue boat, those red and white unis. Saratoga on that far shore trying to hold off a last-minute push by Deerfield. There's Saratoga through the line. Deerfield through the line.
Here comes Pelham in the blue boat. And finishing strong, we have Friends of Port and Waylon Weston.
I think this is going to be very, very close here.
Nice fight
Friends
here
of
for
Port with a last push.
places 9 and 10.
Well done. Friends of Port over Waylon Weston. We do have one more race until this now artificial break due to the cancellation of the girls' freshman novice 4s and the junior U17 boys and girls doubles. Should be our boys 4V and 5V. We see them hooked in there. This will be a 7-boat race starting from closest to us. Well, let's see if we can see who these guys are. Lanes 2 and 3, CRI and Row America Rye. Look at that fun racing in 4th, 5th, and 6th. Saratoga GMS and Niskayuna. That's good stuff.
Yeah, really tight battling.
Hearing some times, excited about how fast those 3Vs were going, especially into this headwind. Those results will be up on streamlinerowing.com/regattas, and then go ahead to the Saratoga Invitational 2024 results. All of the details for the weekend will be there, including the schedule, the event list, all of the teams. Check it out. We've got a whole nother day tomorrow. Still lots left of today. There goes our boys 4v5v race. As clean of a start as you can ask for in this headwind. Closest to us, we've got Greenwich, then CRI in that red boat, Saratoga, Row America Ride, Deerfield, Row America Ride B, and CRI B. It's going to be some fun racing. We've got 2 AB boats in this 4v5v.
Really powering through this headwind here. Almost seems like the athletes are more and more prepared as
we're
the
getting ready.
warm-ups and honestly the coaches probably have intel on what these
How
conditions
things are
are,
doing
so
at
the
the top.
athletes are super prepared for
Yeah.
what's happening.
Yeah.
CRI are again early leader. We saw this in the 3V event, and honestly we saw it in the 1V as well.
We did.
CRI having some really powerful quick starts, but Row America Rye already eating back into that lead as these crews shift to their base pace rhythm. Lane 8 Greenwich also right in the mix. They're sitting about 5 seats down on
see
those
those little
leading
bow
2
balls.
crews.
Row America Rye looking to start to walk in this though, and
You
CRI
can see their
looking
rates
to let
a
them
little
not
bit
walk.
higher.
They are. They're tapping it a little bit more. Bodies moving nicely together out of bow, setting the hips.
And I think that's the B boat from Row America Rye there we see in lane 4. But it continues to be Row America Rye A in lane 5.
CRIA out of 7. And there is Greenwich. Fun to have 18 athletes from your program in one race.
Yeah.
Row America Rye out of lane 5, looking strong. Trying to hold that lead on CRI. CRI trying not to let them have much. Greenwich, CRI, and Row America Rye there. Saratoga off the pace, Deerfield off the pace, and CRI B and Row America Rye B right in between those two groups. Again, Saratoga Invitational, race for everyone. Everyone finds a buddy.
Really cool shot of Row America Rye here. Slinging it through,
They are
hauling
slinging
on it.
Doing really well in this wind here.
You can see they're still kind of scratching the surface. They're hitting the little bumps here and there, but they're really in a rhythm of the bodies. Their whole body mass is just moving up and down, tapping it along, staying loose in the arms. And they're just moving through CRI here. They're almost to open water. That coxswain's looking over, undoubtedly asking for more to
Yep.
get that open water.
Which is a tricky thing on an afternoon like today when maybe you have one more race, maybe you've already raced twice, maybe you've got a couple tomorrow. How do you convince yourself to empty multiple times a day,
Yeah.
get full fatigue, drain the tank?
Hopefully it comes through practice, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe your coach asks you to empty the tank and then
And then
surprises
sets you
you
up for another one.
with another piece after.
Yeah, but it's a tricky thing to do. The coxswain is asking a lot, and his crew's just got to trust him. Locking, pushing through, hips moving together, hips opening together. This is the Row America Rye A boat in the 4v5v race.
So CRI made quite a push here. They're now back to overlap. It looks like
Yeah.
about bow deck overlapped, almost bow ball on the coxswain. Showing a little bit of grit, a little bit of stubbornness out of CRI here. With the trailing Greenwich also in the mix, they're firmly fighting for that medal position.
If you're not currently on Fish Creek, this has given you a pretty good idea of the wind conditions, especially those overhead drone shots. We've got a very stiff headwind, creating a decent amount of chop, not unrowable for these bigger boats, but enough that it is impacting, and maybe these athletes are having to do a little bit bigger job of tapping down and around, of creating some space under the blade, of swinging together. But I'm seeing a lot of red. We got both CRI boats in the hunt for the medals right here.
We'll see if Greenwich can hold off this other CRI crew.
Row America Rye, not even phased by the wind. Snappy. Nice job, boys.
Greenwich versus CRI B, I'm not sure. But it will be CRI A for second. Row America Rye A for first. There they have it. Gold medal for Rye. Silver for CRI A. And it's too close.
I think Greenwich held them off.
Greenwich for bronze.
Here's your Row America Rye B boat through the line here, showing depth of Row America Rye and CRI. Here's final strokes of Deerfield and Saratoga. Deerfield with about half a boat, maybe approaching 3/4 of a boat on Saratoga. We can hear the Saratoga supporters. There's no shortage of that.
Cool drone shot here of their last final strokes. Deerfield just about a length over Saratoga.
And with that, we are going to take a short break. We've canceled the girls freshman novice coxed fours, the boys junior U17 doubles, and the girls junior U17 doubles. As far as I am aware, we will pick things back up at 3:40 with the boys freshman novice coxed fours. If there's anything other than that, we will try and hop on and let you know. Make sure that is announced over the Regatta site. Grab a snack. Talk to you soon.
Cool.
I'm glad the Adirondack Charter is out.
I think we got a little break until 3:40. Canceled.
Oh, missing a lane 5. Okay, great. I'm just going to cross these off so we don't get confused. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
We are back here from the Saratoga Invitational 2024. We had a nice little break after the cancellation of our novice fours and junior doubles.
Yep.
And we are about to get underway here. We're at the start. We've got about a minute to go time for the girls of Varsity 8, Final 1, 10 boats
lanes.
across. Greenwich, PNRA Mercer, CRI, Saratoga, Riverfront, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Burnt Hills, Connecticut Boat Club, Concord, and Port. Who isn't here, Megan? Oh my goodness.
Whew. We're missing a
Apparently-
lane 5.
We are missing Riverfront Recapture. From our eyes and ears here at the finish line, it sounds like they are nowhere to be found. Potentially warming up, maybe a scratch. We'll try to get this race started on time.
This will be our first full 10 lanes of girls varsity 8s. We've got 2 finals of girls varsity 8s, so 20. It looks like we have all A boats. So this is
Does
the
look like
true
that.
varsity 8 of 20 programs, which
Yeah,
is
that is
crazy.
pretty cool. We did see some novice racing this morning of a lot of these programs. It'll be interesting to see kind of
How
how
everything
the
else
novice
shakes.
programs align with the top end of the program as well. We've got our hometown heroes, Saratoga in lane 6. Over here on the right side, we're currently looking at lanes 2 and 3. So those are our friends from Connecticut Boat Club in Burnt Hills. Just on the right of our screen, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, BAB. Thank you, BAB, for submitting your color commentary questionnaire responses.
And you know who else we have in
Connecticut Boat Club as well,
the
right?
next race was I was thinking of. Kent will be joining us for the first time this afternoon. But yes, Connecticut Boat Club. That looks like New Trier coming in. I thought they were in
I
our
think
second
Riverfront.
final.
I think
Riverfront
Riverfront.
Recapture.
They have
excuse me.
similar uniforms,
Excuse me. Yep,
green
I
and
was
blue.
Gonna say you're not next. Let's
Although
see.
New Trier came all the way from Illinois.
They did. We've
Home of
got
Grace
Connecticut Boat
Joyce.
Club in lane 2, who is home to the River Rats. They established their team in
Ooh.
2010, and they won for 3 gold medals at nationals that first year. To date, they've won 14 national championships.
Pretty cool.
Their
Pretty
famous
exciting.
breakfast sandwiches, made to order with all the works, have been keeping them fueled today.
Here at the Regatta, they have
Here
one
at
with
the
all
Regatta,
the
all
works.
the works.
What does that mean? What could
I
you
think
possibly
up
put
to
on a
your
breakfast?
imagination.
All right, so bacon,
spreads.
sausage, cheese.
Got
Spreads?
cheeses, vegetables.
I've never
I
had.
don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Have you ever had a sandwich with potato chips in the sandwich?
Now you're talking.
I wonder if a breakfast sandwich could do that. I've never
Connecticut
even
Boat
that.
Club. Do you put chips in your sandwiches?
What kind of chips, if so? We talking Fritos? Talking
I'd talk some like
wavy?
salt and vinegar kettle.
Whoa. I'd never even considered the kettle chip.
There's
Anyways,
those
there's
Saratoga
Saratoga.
blades there in lane 6.
Riverfront trying to get their point here so they don't go careening into Saratoga, ideally. Can be a little overwhelming with a crosswind at the start. It's pretty choppy up there. They need to move.
Making things happening there, Riverside. Riverfront Recapture, excuse me. One other thing from CBC, they noted that they competed their first ever, which is now annual, Ergothon fundraiser. As a nonprofit organization, they loved the experience and also the delicious lunch that was cooked for them after. I too,
Wow.
CBC, am encouraged by delicious lunches.
My phone's not letting me see any images I get sent. Like I might be too full.
I think you might be too full.
I'm gonna turn my phone off and back on.
Oh, as we get these boats in their stake boats, wanted to say thanks to all the volunteers, regatta officials, everybody it takes to run this regatta. Not just from Saratoga and the Saratoga area, but also all the parents of the food tents of the people here, all
Have
the
you been to
parents.
Food Tent Land? It's a
Have
pretty
you been
cool,
to Food
it's
Tent
a pretty
Land?
cool place.
It's a place where dreams are made, recovery, rest, nutrition, which for a lot of these athletes, I'd guess it's their second, third, maybe fourth race of the day. Totally possible.
Yeah.
So Food Tent Land is the place that has kept them going. We've got a little bit of sideways action here again. We'll try and get ourselves straight. Looks like most of our boats are ready to roll. There's Greenwich and PNRA Mercer, CRI, Saratoga, Riverfront Recapture getting set again.
Megan, I've said it once. I'll say it again. If you get perpendicular,
Get out,
get out of there and try again.
reset. Yeah. It's really hard for that stake boat holder to hold on to the slippery, slidey stern end.
And now they've pushed Saratoga off their line, so they're going to have to redo it.
BAB also in this race. 2015 national champs in the 4, the Cox 4. 2011 national champs in the pair. Their warm-up routine, which in these kind of conditions, they are probably a little bit cold now. Launch for your warm-up about half an hour before your race, so it has been a little bit since then, since now we're running 5 minutes back. Their warm-up is a 5-minute run, 100 jump squats, and 15 minutes of yoga.
100 jump squats?
Strong quads, especially into this headwind.
Explosive ladies. That's impressive.
BAB, their home water is incredibly rough, so they're fastest on choppy water, so should bode well for them this afternoon. Looks like the headwind potentially is stagnating. Doesn't look like we're getting too crazy. Oh, this Riverfront Recapture 8 is running into Saratoga, who's running into CRI. We're getting a little tricky here.
In these situations, always best to stay calm.
Yep.
It's when everyone starts screaming.
Chaos is not going to help you.
Nothing goes well. So we're looking at Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, and Burnt Hills here on the screen. Burnt Hills from the Capital Region. Almost 30 years ago, our coach got his start in coaching,
Yeah,
working for Burnt Hills and getting that program really like off the ground.
yeah.
Now he's here
Eric Catalano.
running the joint at Saratoga. Saratoga now getting their point after they got kind of sideswiped by Riverfront Recapture.
It's tricky up there.
It's
These
really
8s are
tricky.
so big. They're 60-something feet long. And sometimes when you lose control of yours, you're so close to the next person over. It gets tricky.
Call that the toga twirl. Patent pending since probably
Patent's been pending.
probably 2010. Still pending. Moments like these, always nice to appreciate the weather. Yeah, it's windy, but 60 degrees. The
Sun's
ducks
still
are
out.
quacking around.
Still could be ice cream weather. Go check it out.
Check out the vendor tents. Got lots of gear, lots of fun accessories. Some of it is event specific, so you can memorialize or memorabiliarize the
You can
event.
remember.
You can remember the event. with some special Saratoga Invite 2024 gear. We don't have anything really depicting the headwind, unfortunately, so
But
maybe we'll forget that.
Maybe you remember the best parts.
Yeah.
And then we got to start here in our girls Varsity 8, 10 lanes across.
Seemed to be a pretty quick start. Riverfront Recapture is
Recapturing their point.
Recapturing their point.
That is Greenwich right in front of us. PNRA Mercer, CRI, Saratoga, Riverfront Recapture, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, Burnt Hills, Connecticut Boat Club, Friends of Concord, and Friends of Port.
What a start, Megan. Look at all of these bow balls surging together. You have a
Yamming on
slight
it.
advantage in these high lanes, 9, 8, and 7. Got off pretty quick.
Good legs here, ladies. Good legs. Using strongest parts of the bodies to
We're
move
just
these boats down the
slinging
line.
it through this headwind, through the high strokes. It is these high lanes as your early leader. Saratoga, despite a little bit of a rocky start with all the drama, is right in the thick of it here. Only at worst 4 seats down. At most, it's bow deck, stern deck overlap.
But Greenwich and CRI off to that early lead. All these ladies just sporting the uni. I guess
It is.
you work hard enough into
Yeah.
that headwind. It's balmy enough for exercise. We're a little bundled up here over on the
Look
commentators
at the
table,
acceleration here from Greenwich. They're just
Yeah.
really whipping it through that back end.
but together too.
Yeah, especially that bow pair really slamming through the finish.
PNRA Mercer trying not to let Greenwich walk away too far. Trying to stay ahead of this big pack here. Looks like Connecticut Boat Club, Saratoga, maybe a Friends of Port on that far side. But these high lanes are taking it away to start.
We just passed that first 500-meter buoy, so we're in the meat of the race. This is where our fitness can really show off, where our good rhythm will pay off. If we don't shift to a strong and sustainable feeling rhythm, sometimes it's the second 500 where we see crews either fall
Get a little
off.
smacked.
Yeah,
Realize this is tough stuff.
and it can be hard to stay calm enough to trust your fitness and trust your rhythm in those situations. So really hats off to all crews battling through that middle 500 here,
Looks
committing
like
to rhythm.
CRI had gained a bit on Greenwich, and here we've got PNRA Mercer, Saratoga, and Connecticut Boat Club with potentially Bromfield Acton Boxborough
Yep.
just off the pace.
But a lot of contact here. No crew is really broken away. PNRA Mercer is desperately trying to actually get that breakaway group
Yeah,
of CRI
yeah.
and Greenwich. But that rest of the field is really, really close.
Which is what you want in an 8s race of 10 boats, 90 athletes. There's
Right.
almost 100 athletes on this field right now. That's pretty
Gosh.
cool. You see that unique configuration to that Saratoga boat. That's called a bucket, where 2 oars are on the same side right in a row.
They've got a double bucket.
A double bucket. You got 7 and 6 seat and 4 and 5. Whereas the rest of these crews, at least in our vision here, have the standard setup of 1 port, 1 starboard, 1 port, 1 starboard all the way down the hull.
Charging Saratoga, really challenging PNRA Mercer here. We saw earlier in the race about 5 seats of advantage. It's gotten cut down to 3. We'll see what happens here in the last 500. What kind of sprint do these athletes have left? How convincing can that coxswain be to empty the tank for all 8 rowers? Greenwich still surging here. They've extended their lead over the field. Still more over CRI. That bow 4 starting to feel open water.
For those of you that aren't here on site on Fish Creek, you can see that rippling water, that
It's-
very strong
it's tough.
headwind.
It's choppy.
But nothing these 8s can't handle. They are moving well.
Definitely looks like Greenwich has a bit higher stroke rate, a little bit more effective on that release, holding the blades through. If you ever talk to a rower or a rowing photographer, you get oar bend, actually. Like you apply so much force on the oar, it's pretty skinny that you can actually bend the oar.
Yeah.
And so these crews that are able to hold that bend all the way through and let it unbend through the water, it almost acts like a catapult or
yeah,
like
slingshot.
pole vaulting here every 200 times.
Saratoga trying to hold on to Mercer. We can see them on that
They're
left-hand
moving,
side.
Megan. I don't know. I think
know.
Saratoga might have third right now. They have been moving this entire second half so far. We're into the red buoys. It's time to kick it up a notch.
Can hear Toga cheers. I can hear CRI cheers across the creek.
Yeah, Megan, look at that. They're 5 seats
Yep.
up. What a
Yep.
move from that middle point to here.
Not trusting the third 500
And watch out,
here.
Connecticut Boat Club is also trying to chase down that PNRA Mercer boat. I think they might do it. Greenwich
think so,
still
too.
a length up on the whole field.
Greenwich just upped 5 beats right here.
Bousey
That was cool to watch.
consistently accelerating that boat forward.
Yeah.
What
great
a
work,
rhythm, Greenwich.
Great work.
One of the best crews in the country displaying it here. Here comes CRI for second.
Will Saratoga pull off this bronze? I think they might.
After a slower start, Saratoga secures that third place finish. CBC does, in fact.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know, Hannah.
I don't know.
We'll wait for results on that one. Mercer and CBC side by side right there.
BAB next. And here comes Burnt Hills. Followed by Port. And then finishing out the field, we have Concord coming up next. And Riverfront Recapture, I cannot see them from here at the finish line, but we did see them get off the start.
Looks like they are just approaching that last 250 here.
Here comes Concord, the classic Concord uni.
That maroon, red, and white side.
Strong finish here. Well done, all crews. And just like that, we're back at the start for the second girls varsity 8 final. 10 boats once again, as Megan said before the last race. We have a full 20 different schools represented
Nuts.
here in the girls varsity
Nuts.
event. So this is the second batch of 10. New Trier, Row America Rye, Deerfield, Kent, Ridley, College, Pelham, Niskayuna, Narragansett, Fayetteville Manlius, and Wayland Weston.
This is our first look at Kent this afternoon, I believe. They just celebrated 50 years of women's rowing in 2023.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Not a
Kent.
lot of places have been rowing with women's programs for that long.
And
We
they
love the forefront. We love the
that.
pioneers.
They love coming to Fish Creek to race for the helpful volunteers and the amazing buoyed race course. And aren't we lucky to have 10 lanes across
That's
here?
so nice of them to
thanks,
say.
Kent. Welcome.
We take a lot of pride in our 10-lane race course here.
Yes, one of very few around
I've
the
put
country.
in a lot of those buoys by hand. A lot of pride. It's a
Here
whole
we are.
Saratoga staff.
It is a whole job. We're probably through that first 500 in this girls varsity 8 final 2. We will figure out who these guys are.
Looks like lane 9 here is New Trier, currently sitting a few seats down in third place, with Row America Rye sitting in first and Deerfield sitting in second. Kent still in it. You can see them right there on the edge of your picture. But the leaders are definitely Row America Rye and Deerfield. Row America Rye is the home school of Claire Collins, now 2-time Olympian. Pretty cool alumni network at Deerfield. Here comes Kent.
Look at this race back here with Kent, New Trier,
And we'll
looks
see
like maybe
Pelham.
Narragansett or Pelham over there.
That's a lane 4. So yeah, that's Pelham.
And then
Kent
we can
and
see a
New
smidge
Trier.
of Wayland Weston in that orange over there.
Yep.
And maybe the bow ball of Narragansett. So fun racing across for these 8s.
Lots of
Connection
overlap.
with almost everyone. I would say everyone. Even Row America Rye hasn't quite squeezed ahead of the field yet.
Row America Rye really showing a lot of good suspension here. When we pan back to them, we'll check it out. This idea of suspension is you basically want to haul your body weight against the oar so that you almost, like a pole vaulter, like literally
Yeah,
just
lift
leverage
yourself
your
up
whole
and over.
body weight up off the seat. and use the physics of it, not just the power and fitness that you have.
If you can use physics to launch your power and fitness, that's when that boat goes fast. Looks like we've got a bucket again in, I think that is Deerfield.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's fun. But Row America Rye almost clearing their puddles here. You can see stern pair nearly placing their blades in clean water.
Tough headwind, so really awesome to see these leading crews showing off their direct catches, making sure that the headwind doesn't shorten the stroke. If you think about the oar like a tiny little sail, it can actually feel like a lot of resistance to have your blade squared up perpendicular to the water against the wind. And so oftentimes it takes a little bit more like willpower to stay at full length and use that full leverage. Here's a nice look at our leaders, Row America Rye.
Such a deep team, such a skilled group of athletes here. 1V, 2V, 3V, we'll see later this afternoon. The boys teams definitely showed their speed. Girls 8 right here leading the pack in the second final of the Girls Varsity 8, the 4:04 p.m. race.
Something that's awesome about looking at this Row America Rye boat is they are still catching water on some strokes, right? Like the wind isn't, it's affecting them.
Yep.
It isn't like they're immune to the wind. They're actually just,
Everybody's got the same conditions.
they're just handling it the best.
There's Waylon Weston.
Oh my gosh.
We love,
Megan, we've been here too
we love
long.
those orange and maroon.
Our minds are melting.
Very, very noticeable for us. We love a unique uni here over on
And
the
there's
live
Pelham
stream.
on the left. Here comes Row America Rye into our screen. Finish line angle is always deceiving. Row America Rye is in fact lengths up on the field, followed by Deerfield Academy.
Yep.
And here comes our friends from New Trier, still battling for third with Pelham. But I think it will be New Trier here. They're doing a sneak attack in the lane closest to the Saratoga timing shed shore.
There's Row America Rye through the line. You're right, I do think New Trier's going to pull off this bronze here after Deerfield.
Still a ton of contact here into these
this is
4th,
fun.
5th, 6th, 7th places.
This is fun. That looks like Pelham.
Yep.
And Kent.
And here comes Waylon Weston through the line. Narragansett.
Niskayuna and Ridley College stroke for stroke.
Really exciting. Here we go, last 10 strokes. Let's see who handles it the best.
I think Ridley College is lighting it up a little bit more than Niskayuna here. They're going to end up being 3-4 seats up by the finish line. Maybe even 5. Good sprint there, Ridley. Niskayuna through.
Comes Fayetteville Manlius into their finishing strokes.
Those beautiful
Emptying
green
the tank.
blades. Lane 1 through the line, Fayetteville Manlius. And that concludes our girls Varsity 8 finals.
There are the times from the first final. Had quite an impressive lead from Greenwich Crew.
I'm intrigued by these times. Seems a little quick for a 1500.
Yeah. I don't know
The boys
about
were
that.
going 5:15, 5:30, so we'll see. We'll check in the order stands, I believe. But those times, maybe we got some real fast ladies out here.
Maybe. We've got the girls' second Varsity 8 Final 1 getting queued up into the stake boats. We've seen a lot of these crews struggling to get set up into the stake boats. There's a pretty significant crosswind that's blowing crews to the starboard side. And so if a coxswain or the crew is kind of found unaware or distracted in any way, you'll very quickly find yourselves being blown perpendicular to the race course
I
direction.
think if you are not actively combating,
Yeah,
you're gonna lose control pretty quick.
yeah. And it's
So-
unfortunate because we don't. It's not like horse racing where you're in a corral that you cannot break out
No,
of.
you
Right,
can move
you're
right
actively
around.
running straight into another crew if that happens. So we'll have 10 boats again in this race. It'll be New Trier in lane 9, Greenwich in lane 8, Row America Rye in lane 7, Connecticut Boat Club in lane 6, Fayetteville Manlius in lane 5, Saratoga Rowing Association in lane 4, Bromfield Acton Boxborough in lane 3, Friends of Port Rowing in lane 2, Greater Lawrence in lane 1, and CRIB in lane 0. So you can see our low lanes getting set here. In the green with the ribbons is going to be our friends from Fayetteville Manlius. Pulling up into the stake boats. That's Connecticut Boat Club. There's Saratoga, Bromfield Acton Boxborough in blue. Yeah, it's very challenging up there. Like Megan was saying, takes some active combating of the conditions to avoid this situation.
One of those things where you can't just not do the wrong thing. You have to
Actively do the right thing.
right thing. Fayetteville Manlius making their way towards the stake boat here.
Good. So it kind of shows just how much practice these athletes have had in stake boating as well. Just oftentimes race day is kind of nice.
Yeah.
It's not every day that we race in really tough conditions. And so also most people don't have like a stake boat.
No,
to
nobody gets to
practice
practice
with,
this
right?
often.
So
This is all good for states later this month, hopefully youth nationals for a lot of crews, other races that this may be a similar challenge.
gosh, a bit of a mess up here. People just doing their best, following instructions. Sometimes in these
This is a
situations it can feel
little-
like we
yeah.
have too many cooks in the
Yeah.
kitchen, too many opinions, and so it's best to just let the coxswain wear the chef hat
Yep.
and
Yep.
listen to instructions, be very urgently responsive.
The times have been corrected from that second final of the girls varsity 8s. They're in that 5:35 range for the win. The winner of the final one, 5:30. Winner of final two, 5:35. So as all these finals develop this afternoon, we are looking forward to tomorrow afternoon, which should be super exciting. Tomorrow all day, I guess. We'll create seeded heats. So today, nobody is next to someone that is purposely their same speed. The finals are evenly distributed, randomly sorted. Tomorrow there will be purposeful alignment in certain heats, and we'll get rolling with that. There's your times from the second final. Some good racing there. 30-second spread among the whole field, which is pretty cool. We saw almost everyone have connection, which is fun. Look at
golly.
2 boats in 1 lane. Lane 7 is going to race 2 boats right now.
There's not enough room in this town for the both of us. Saratoga Invite goes western. Draw.
Yeehaw.
Golly. Oh,
We're in our last 10-12 races of the day, trying to make sure you're staying fueled and hydrated and out of the sun, because we get to start all over again tomorrow. Check out the Regatta merch, check out our food vendors, our apparel, our gear, might be some jewelry, I remember. Some really cool vendors here in Saratoga.
What are we supposed to do? I don't know. I don't know how to commentate on this. I can't.
This is a little silly.
This is a little silly. Like, why can't they do it? I was like, you heard me. I was like, Mike, what's going on? Like, are the refs just being assholes and like overwhelming everybody? You know, like, like there's no reason these kids should be having this much trouble.
No. It's not even that windy.
It's not that windy. Like, all it should take is like one official saying like, get in your lane and immediately start correcting your point,
And don't move.
and never stop correcting your point until I say go. Like, this is ridiculous.
Coach, what's going on out there?
That's what we're saying.
What up?
How you doing?
How are you?
How's it going? Glad you're back. Yeah, I know. It's tough conditions. Yeah. Sarah just finished her race, and the other one is she's done. What's it? Caroline, yeah, the little one. She's done. Yeah, one more year. This is the last year.
That's the one.
Okay.
How are you?
Good. Are we ready to go out? Okay, all right. Have you heard anything on everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they ready to go? Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, you saw him this.
Should we row?
Well, I haven't gotten out on the water. I don't want to go out and sink it. Oh, really? Oh, okay. When are you going out? Okay. I'm gonna pop up. That would be fun. Oh, that'd be great.
Anyway.
So we hear you. We're listening to you guys. Yeah. You're doing great. You're doing great. Thank you.
We're trying. It's a lot of time. It's like 22 hours.
It's really funny because
But no, this is the best row. You get to watch the whole race. You've seen it. You're in the shade.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you get a great view and everything.
Pull up a chair.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Good to
Good to
see
see
you.
you. Yeah, same.
Yeah, I'll reach out in the next. I don't
Yeah,
know,
let me know.
Maybe next week. Maybe we just figure it out
Yeah, and
sooner
if
rather than
you-
later.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
I'd be thrilled to go out and watch something like that.
Yeah, I will. Bye. All right, looks like we're close to a start. I see a couple of hands with the coxswains. I'm not sure you get to do anything other than keep tapping your point around in these kind of conditions.
It's a
But-
really tough crosswind up there.
Full
Kudos to the
10
coxswains that
lanes.
are able to maintain their line. Obviously, the attention often goes to the crew that's delaying
Right.
things, but like
Right.
we see you coxswains, we see you
You're
bow
trying.
four
Yep.
cranking it around. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
We got a lot happening here over in lane 7. A lot happening. Just stay patient. Friends and family at home. This is part of the
Part of it,
nature of an outdoor sport. We're not in a basketball arena.
we are in the elements.
We're not in a swimming pool. We are out on a creek. Doing our best. The girls 2v8 final 1.
It's also tough being 10 lanes. Like, the odds of someone being bad at this is so high. Like, there's still a lane 5 that's, like, drifted in the absolutely wrong place. I, like, talked to the Saratoga boat, this one, while they were biking, and I was like, if you even get close to, like, past 45 degrees off your point, let it go
Yeah.
and readjust. Because if you crash into somebody else,
Yeah.
you're ruining their point.
Right.
And it's impossible to like tap it around from there. Like there's just no way. Someone's car alarm's going off. I might get more hot chocolate.
Like, this boat should be eliminated. What are you doing there? You've been there. You've been there for so long. You're done. You're done. I'm sorry. And that's fine, but it shouldn't like punish the other people. And you have to wonder, like, is this a mutiny? Like, what's like the inner drama? Is there a mutiny happening? Like, are we ignoring our coxswain? Because that's what it looks like. The commentary I wish I could say. No, I don't think that would be good. Stop panning. Stop panning. Maybe we'll just run this as a head race.
You weren't seeing a time trial this.
I feel like I have like popcorn. I'm like, Port, Greater Lawrence, and CRI. Here we are from the drone shot. Megan, I'm only seeing 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is a tough angle. Let's see. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We're missing a few.
Missing a few. So
Not
it's
sure
hard
if
for us
that
to know which
is-
ones we have. It looks like New Trier, Greenwich, and Royal America Rye could be the ones on the left. Because I see New Trier's blue and green. And Greenwich is white and blue. So I'm going to say those are the 3 on the left. Then Connecticut Boat Club trailing. Then Saratoga Rowing currently sitting in 4th. A full bow to stern ahead of the next boat from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. So it looks like we don't have Port, Greater Lawrence, CRI, or Fayetteville Manlius.
I'm not sure if they just decided to run who was in the
Whoever
stake
was in the
boats,
stake boats, yeah.
but we'll see as things evaluate.
Wind definitely consistently this cross headwind here. Seeing which of these athletes can handle that the best. Oftentimes a headwind requires quite a lot of power to kind of get through it. Because it's just a lot heavier. The water just feels heavier
Yeah.
and the boat feels
Yeah.
heavier. Everything is moving just a fraction slower. There's Saratoga currently sitting in 4th. Moving together really smooth. Those chefs on the bow and stern decks. They're almost in contact with New Trier here, who's sitting in 3rd. We'll
Who's
see
got
as
contact right there.
this middle 500 rather, which of these crews has the power and fitness to really dig in, stay stubborn, and chase down these leading crews from Row America Rye, and Greenwich.
That wind is tough. You can see that chop. Goal will just be to get those blades in and out as clean as possible as
Mother
they make their way
Nature's
down the
making
course.
you work for it.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, this is the girls' second varsity final one. Got a little bit of a delayed start. The start line is especially rough conditions, and getting into the stake boats has been proving challenging for all crews this afternoon. New Trier on our screen here, New Trier High School out of Illinois, making the trip all the way to Saratoga Springs and having a great regatta thus far into the weekend. And here we pan to Saratoga, who is really working hard to try to chase down that medal contention pack. Again, this headwind is really challenging.
It's a tricky space to be. This is your second or third race of the day. You've got a hefty headwind. Things feel heavy. But putting the legs down and swinging together is all you can do as a boat. And looks like those chevs are doing it. We pan back to
I think that's
Bromfield and potentially...
I think it was Connecticut Boat Club trailing as well. So those are our 6 crews in this race. We had some scratches from CRI B, Greater Lawrence A, Port A, and Fayetteville Manlius A.
And again, we're not totally sure what the essence of that scratch means because it was such a quick start.
We do not have direct communication with our referees, so bear with us. But we do see, without a doubt, it is Row America Rye A in this second girls varsity 8 in first, with just a touch of open water over Greenwich crew, who is a few seats, maybe half a length over open water over New Trier High School.
Yeah, breaking open. We can see just a bit of water between the stern of our lead boat and the bow of our trailing boat.
These
here.
headwinds really exacerbate or exaggerate the difference in speed of these crews. So it just makes the race a little bit longer, so it makes the margins a little bit bigger.
Make the technique a little bit challenging. Flat water, everyone can kind of row at their best, and it takes a good crew to row at their best in this chop water, and so that's what these leading crews are doing, is just trying to get themselves ahead. We're in our last 200 here.
Each of these crews really dialing it in here and ramping it up into the sprint sequence.
I believe that's going to be Connecticut Boat Club, with 15 strokes to the line or so.
I
Followed
think it might
by
be Row America
Row
Rye.
America Rye.
Yeah.
Oh, those black unis tricking me.
You're here to trick Megan out here at the
And it's
finish
working.
line. Row America Rye takes the gold.
You're correct, out of lane 7.
And here comes Greenwich crew for silver. Really strong finish. Really start to finish strong racing here from these crews. New Trier High School.
Out of that lane 9, outside smoke for the bronze.
Saratoga holding off some late charges in the last 250 from Connecticut Boat Club and Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
There's those chevrons of the Saratoga blades and the Saratoga decks. Hometown crossing the finish line. We've got a big cheering squad here on the docks.
Really tight racing here between
Here they
BAB
come.
and CBC. I think it will go to BAB Bromfield Acton Boxborough out of Massachusetts over Connecticut Boat Club.
And that is all that is on the course that is visible to us. Again, not sure what happened with our lanes 0, 1, 2, and 5, but we've got some chaos here at the start line. They're figuring themselves out. We're hearing rumors of bow numbers being lost, of people starting in different lanes, doing what we can. Out of lane 6, that's Mercer. They're in their right lane. Just got to get set up. Ridley College trying to get into lane 5.
Megan, what's your favorite thing about racing? It can be like top 3, or just the first thing that comes to your mind, you know? Like if someone came up to you on the street, just total stranger, and was like, why do you do this?
I think I love the like side-by-side competition of an equal foe. Like, or friend or foe, is that I like just being able to go stroke for stroke and like prove myself a little bit. What about you?
Yeah, I feel like my favorite part is actually like after the race, kind of that finish line, like gut check moment of holy smokes, what did we just do? And
Yeah.
it's sometimes like those really, really gritty, like stubborn races where like
Yeah.
similar thing, like you're similar speeds and you're just pushing each other. And I don't know if I love the pushing each other the most, but I love the like afterwards,
The recognition of the pushing each other. Yeah.
like that moment of respect and like kudos and like good race.
Yeah.
In England, they say hip hip hooray.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
really, really nice.
We've got an 8 coming through here. I'm not sure who it is. These may be some of our 8s from the girls 2v final 1. I've got 2 in view making their way down. Maybe just equipment. Maybe we couldn't quite get locked in. I'm not totally sure. So we'll do some detective work. Your crews will come back to the docks. You can ask them how it went.
A look at one of our lovely referees and esteemed launch drivers communicating to the crews with tips on how to best
Not be sideways.
not be sideways and get ready for this race.
Tough conditions up there at the start. That crosswind is really getting people.
I think part of it is just anticipating the conditions as well. Like it's one thing to respond to the gusts of wind, it's another to like expect them to happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Preventative work is always good.
There's Ridley, our friends from Canada, trying to get themselves in a good spot.
Yeah, so we're getting word from the previous race. So we just watched the girls' second varsity 8 final 1. And the word is that crews that were unable to get locked on were excluded from the race. And so I think they're up there for 10, 15
Long
minutes.
time.
So
Long
there were
time.
plenty of ample opportunities. We obviously want everybody to get that racing experience. But out of fairness to the crews that are able to lock on in a timely manner, those races went on without them. If we could turn off the crosswind, we would.
I would flick that switch.
Flick that switch, turn that dial all the way down. But unfortunately, we have no such power.
Sounds like the referees and the officials are still trying to figure out the best way to get these crews pulled and ready to roll.
So if everybody's able to get locked on, we'll give you the list of the crews that we're looking forward to cheering on here. We've got Kent School Boat Club in lane 9, Deerfield Academy in lane 8, CRI A in lane 7, PNRA Mercer in lane 6, Ridley College Rowing in lane 5, Wayland Weston in lane 4, Niskayuna in lane 3, Friends of Concord Crew in lane 2, Row America Rye B in lane 1, and Greenwich B in lane 0.
Kent has a lot of athletes involved in other sports. We've got basketball, field hockey, ice hockey, soccer, swimming, and volleyball.
Wow.
And in a lot of the other shared information, we've got quite a few teams interested in skiing, like Nordic skiing and downhill skiing, and also ultimate frisbee was a big.
So I think, Megan, it's my understanding that a lot of those private schools, like Deerfield Academy, Kent, they have a rule where you have to do a different sport every season.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, so if you want to play a sport, you're totally able to. But you
Makes
have
for
to
some nice
diversify.
year-round athletes.
Okay, we'll hold off and give you the full story when we know. Apparently one of the boats, there was some sort of injury, and that athlete is being escorted back home to the state boat launch by one of our police boats that's here on staff. But we don't have the full information. But if you see the police boat coming up, that's what's happening.
Ridley College there, making sure they keep their point in lane 5.
Looks like we're missing our lane 6 in this race, PNRA Mercer.
That crosswind is deceiving.
Kudos to these lanes 7, 8, and 9. Nice and ready to go in our lanes. We appreciate you, Kent, Deerfield, and CRI.
Ready to roll. They're like, let's get this race started.
The sooner the better. Here at the finish line, not on your screens, but we are here in the commentating tent by the finish line, and we see Fayetteville Manlius coming through.
This is tricky because rowing, unlike other sports, your coach is not right there while you're competing. Look at that, we got to start. Let's go. Girls 2v8, final 2. Full 10 lanes. We'll see who's made their way on the course.
Looks like a bit of waves coming on with the evacuation of that athlete out of there.
Honestly, these crews are probably just happy to finally get moving.
CRI, nice clean start here in the red.
I'm going to say that's Row America Rye B and Greenwich B
Yeah, super strong
on those far
starts.
sides.
Oh gosh, poor Goose.
Lane 8.
Anything, it's chaotic, and we're here for it.
Deerfield here, right next to CRI. You can see just the bow ball of Kent School Boat Club.
Really strong front end of the pack here. It looks like we're still in our high strokes for the most part. We'll see our athletes start shifting to their base rhythm. Deerfield making
how
a
long
really
do you stay
strong
high?
push. Depends on the crew. Some people like to stay high for like a full 20 strokes. and then take a pretty big shift, kind of lengthening and allowing the speed to come to that sustainable rhythm, stroke by stroke.
Deerfield and
Others
CRI.
just do a start 5 high 10 strokes.
Yeah, get right to
and
that
then get
base,
right
right
to
to the
business.
comfortable with the uncomfortable. Deerfield CRI really going stroke for stroke here. CRI might have a seat, 2 seats, but really not letting up much. And it looks like, I'm going to say that's Row America Rye on that far side. Their B
I
boat
agree.
in this race.
Yeah, the Greenwich B boat has fallen off just a smidge off the pace. CRI had a pretty effective shift. Deerfield was walking back into the end of that first 500, but CRI had a really nice move. Row America Rye super far away, just lanes-wise.
Yeah.
So those coxswains will have to actually turn pretty far to their left to see Row America Rye, and I hope they do because they need
they
to
are moving on
come
that
up with some
outside.
sort of a response here. And Row America Rye is moving in the second 500.
All these crews handling that chop well. You can see the waves. You can see the ripples. I'm going to call them more than ripples. I don't know what the
Yeah.
next level of ripple is, but that's some chop. And
There's
these
some
crews are
chop.
doing a good job sitting up, getting up over it. In an 8, you've got a little bit bigger platform, which is why we are still having these crews race, and we canceled some of the doubles and the floors. These 8s are a little bit more stable, a little bit bigger in these winds, able to handle a little bit more aggressive, choppy conditions.
And don't discount, we just had a pan moments ago of the trailing Greenwich B boat. They're also right in this mix. Deerfield trying to hold them off and hold on to that bronze place position they're in. Greenwich B really trying to hunt them down. Here's our crew from
This is Kent.
Kent School.
Kent is from Connecticut. Looks like they're a boarding school. They've come up here to race on Fish Creek. Welcome.
Here's a shot of our 2 crews in the far low lanes. So this is our B entries of this second Varsity 8 Final 2. Row America Rye on the left and Greenwich crew on the right. Row America Rye really trying to charge CRI for the lead. They're just crossing that last 500 meters buoy. That red cluster you see is the 500 to go.
You're 2/3 of the way through the race. You've got 1/3, potentially the hardest third left.
Greenwich is already taking it up. They're sprinting early.
They're
question
ready.
mark.
Hey, you got to give it what
Ready
you
for
got to
this
give
to be
it.
over. That's fair. But seems that it's still not quite enough to eat into the Row America Rye B lead here.
Yep.
But a beautiful shot of the blade work of both of these crews. Really can't take it for granted.
No,
A crew that's matched
no.
up well. So anytime we see this type of precision, this type of unison rowing, it's awesome to see. Especially in the second Varsity 8 B entries, the depth of these teams and their skill.
Right?
Super cool. What a shot, panning out to the field behind.
So
Those
these 2
4
crews have hugely set themselves up for success.
Those 4 crews behind, I think are going to be Concord, Niskayuna, Whalen Weston, and Ridley. I think.
We know we have Kent in there.
So I think those crews are over on the left side out of the frame.
I see.
I think they're sneak attacking us again. Here they come through the line. They're in their last 15 strokes of the course.
Yes, you're right. They're hiding over here by us.
Yeah, we've got Row America Rye B coming in hot for first place.
Out of lane 1, right there.
Lane 0, duking it out with CRI. Megan, I can't call it from here.
I hope both coxswains are looking far across here.
Maybe a slight advantage to CRI, but Greenwich looks to be on the up here.
There's Row America Rye.
It's going to
We've
be
got
whoever's
2
blades
boats
are
in
in
the
the water.
last 8 meters.
For silver,
I might give that to CRI.
that was crazy. And last for fourth is Deerfield Academy. Just out of the medal contention there. Coming up strong is our friends from the Kent School. Here on your screen, coming in their high strokes, emptying the tank.
Those dark blue unis. And then we've got a whole bunch of red coming. A whole bunch of red and orange.
Looks to be Niskayuna.
I would agree. Our neighbors just to the south, about a half an hour drive down the Northway. Here's Niskayuna.
Wow, I don't know, Megan. What do you think?
Oh, we got a big crab. We got a big crab.
Oh,
Boat
golly.
stopping. She is still down. I hope she's all right. We've popped right back up. Oh, I think they lost just enough momentum. Oh, that's a bummer for Friends of Concord. Waylon Weston takes advantage of it.
Here comes Ridley College through the line, and that'll finish out this girls' second Varsity 8 Final 2. We did miss our PNRA Mercer friends. There was no one in that lane. It looks like it could be this boat here paddling through, but I'm looking at the blade and it looks like a port boat.
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you.
No bow number. It's really hard to say.
I can't tell if those unis have a little bit of red on top like Mercer.
Because we were missing a PNRA
Very
Mercer in that
possible.
boat.
So hope that athlete's all right. Hope those rowers are all right.
Hope the girl who caught the crab is all right.
That was a treacherous final.
A bit.
But good racing there, ladies, in the headwind. That was our girls 2v8 final 2. We move on to some fours and some boys.
Anyone who says rowing is not a contact sport has never met a headwind, a wave, or a crab.
Or all three at once in the starting gates.
Here we go. They're coming our way. Boys Varsity 4 Final 1. This 4 is with a coxswain, thank goodness, in these conditions. We've got CRI, Shaker Heights, PNRA Mercer, Concord, Shenandoah, Fayetteville Manlius, Bromfield Acton Boxborough, Royal America Rye, and Greenwich. Those last two entries are B entries.
So very possible they took their varsity 8 and split them up into 2 4s and something of the sort.
Very possible.
We will keep an eye out. They are
See.
probably
Red.
almost halfway through.
I don't know who to guess that is.
Maybe Row America Rye. Sometimes the boys team has a little
Red
bit more
uni.
red uni.
They can't do that to us. Everybody wears the same thing. That's my rule. But I think you're right. I think that's the Row America Rye blade. That's them
Boys
over there
Cox
in lane
4.
1. Oh, and here we have in the middle
Yup.
PNRA Mercer
Yup.
rowing a classic Philippi, it looks like.
Both of these boats moving really nicely into the headwind, trying to keep it light in the 4s.
Tapping it around, slicing right through.
And these two boats likely see each other. Coxswains are tucked in, so not sure how much the coxswain is seeing, but these athletes can feel each other. They know they've got someone. It looks like PNRA Mercer might have 3 seats up on who we believe is going to be Row America Rye B.
And sometimes you don't need to know exactly where another crew is the entire time. Sometimes a coxswain will take a peek, give them a status report,
Yep.
and then say, we're going to get to work for the next 20 strokes.
200 meters. Yeah.
And then I'll let you know what happened.
But
Dial in,
put your head
get
down,
to work,
do the work.
and we'll see what happens.
And it looks like Mercer is going to
Got
hold
maybe
that
a
little
seat.
bit of a lead.
Might be wondering, what's that white tape on their oars? If I had to guess, probably to help coach these athletes on blade depth. You really want the stroke to feel as horizontal as possible, so you don't need to bury much more than the blade.
Just as a guide. We see those buoys change.
They're making a move. They're 3 seats up.
I think they can extend by the end of this race if they continue. Maybe a smidge of open by the end, but Row America Rye a little bit lower on stroke rate here.
What a battle.
Oh, just kidding. They heard me. They're up.
And trailing behind, looks like in red is going to be CRIA, currently sitting in third.
Mercer with just maybe a half a seat of open water on that Row America Rye boat, gold and silver.
Behind CRI, looks like in fourth is Greenwich Crew B.
I would agree. That CRI boat looking
Rowing
long
with a beanie,
and loose.
a baseball cap, a bucket hat, and nothing.
A little bit of everything. CRI says, I'm giving you all 4 seasons in one boat.
Every vibe you can imagine. There comes Greenwich.
There's Greenwich out of lane 0 through the line. That's Greenwich B in this boys varsity Cox 4 final.
And here's lane 3, Fayetteville Manlius, followed by Bromfield, Acton Boxborough, Massachusetts Crew coming through the line.
And then we've got a
Duking it
race.
out looks like lane
Shaker
7.
and Friends of Concord.
Yeah,
Shaker looking to pull off a little bit of that win there. And then coming through the line in about another 8 strokes will be Friends of Shen. Here they are. They've got a cool red and white boat here, Friends of Shen through the line. Right there.
really tight finish there between CRI and Greenwich from the girls' second varsity final 2.
Yeah, barely
0.4.
0.4, 0.3-ish.
0.3. And honestly, it looked closer from my eye. Take
You
out your
thought-
phones and try to create that
Tap your
that
0.3.
distance, on your clock app.
You think you've had enough of the boys varsity Cox 4s? Try
Sorry.
again. Here
More
we are. We
coming.
see Wayland Weston. We see Greenwich. Saratoga's in this one. Row America Rye will be out of lane 8, closest to the Saratoga shore. On the other side, we'll have Friends Support, Greater Lawrence, Riverfront Recapture, CRI-B, and Mercer B. So some of these crews had A boats in the previous race. We'll see what their B boats can accomplish.
Megan, we have a different approach here. Looks like the start line, no one is allowed to go into the stake boats.
Oh, look at that. We've made a change.
And
And
they're
a
doing
floating
free
start. Here we go.
Decisions have been made. I don't know if people are in their lanes. This is, oh my gosh. That's
We see the stake boaters cheering on their lanes, trying to remain unbiased, but sometimes you just can't.
So in this race, we have Row America Rye on the far right, Saratoga, Greenwich, Wayland Weston, Port, Greater Lawrence, Riverfront, Recapture, CRI-B, and PNRA Mercer B on the now farthest from us on the screen. So this is Row America Rye A, closest to us.
Just trying to stay smooth in that bucket. So for those of you new to the rowing world, usually you have one port, one starboard, one port, one starboard, or one starboard, one port. Here, we've got a port, starboard, starboard, port. We call that a bucket. So that's a bucketed 4, and looks like it's proving to be a good move for that Row America Rye A boat. They've got clear on everybody, but maybe
0, PNRA Mercer
PNRA
B.
Mercer. Not even 500 meters into the
Pretty
race.
much bow ball to bow ball between lanes 1, 2, 4, and 6. So that's CRI-B, Riverfront Recapture A, Port, and Greenwich A.
That's some fun racing there. You can see the trail of that Row America Rye boat. It does also help to be up because then you won't catch any wash from any boats in lanes next to you. You want as
At this
clear
point, I might prefer wash.
some wash over
Mother Nature.
chop.
They have broken away here. This
Looking
Row
really
America
nice
Rye
here.
A entry.
Smooth
Really
around
awesome
the finish.
acceleration there.
That coxswain's tucked in. They've got a headset connected to a speaker so that stroke seat all the way up in the back there, or in the front if we're facing forward, can hear. So they've got a whole speaker system in the boat. They don't have to yell.
They might be yelling.
They might still be yelling. It's very
Just
true.
for the intensity, the heat of the moment. There's Greenwich currently in 3rd place, trying to put some distance between them and those in lanes 1 and 2, CRI-B and Riverfront Recapture. Riverfront Recapture making a move there. They had about a deck of advantage over CRIB, and I think that was potentially Friends of Port.
Left to right, we've got CRI, Riverfront Recapture, Greater Lawrence. I believe Friends of Port has fallen off the back just a bit. Wayland Weston, Greenwich.
What a move here from Row America Rye, or PNRA Mercer, sorry,
Yeah,
B,
yeah.
over there on the right side of our screen.
Sometimes nice to be in one of those outside lanes. In the middle, you get the benefit of being surrounded and being able to kind of find motivation to push ahead from all directions. But I do sometimes prefer the perk of sitting on the outside, and then you only have to look in one direction. All of your competition is in one direction, and if you're up on almost everyone like this PNRA Mercer boat, it's kind of nice. They've done a good job.
The gusts persist here, though. It is continuously a headwind, as you can see on the water. It's getting blown up towards the start line. These athletes really being challenged with a little bit heavier load, a little bit slower conditions. The race is just taking longer, and it can feel like you're almost fighting the elements instead of working with them.
Using them, yeah.
But continues to be our leaders on the outside lanes. PNRA Mercer now making a charge for first over Row America Rye A. Rival programs, they face off quite a bit.
That Northeast rowing community is big, but not that big. A lot of these teams have seen each other, will continue to see each other. We won't have all of them at the state championships later next month, a couple of weeks from now. But
Megan, I think I take it back. I think that's Greenwich on the far left.
All the way over.
And I wonder if Row America Rye A is out of the picture. That looks like a Greenwich crew uni to me.
You may be right. You may be right.
So it might be currently duking out for
a
second,
silver.
Or for silver is PNRA Mercer B and Greenwich.
Yeah, I believe it. Row America Rye did have a very commanding lead, and as they come in to our view, that bucket, Row America Rye, nobody's challenging. We've got some good length. There is the PNRA Mercer boat. They are probably looking over, seeing the whole field except that Row America Rye boat.
Gunning for fourth is Port.
And I even think that CRI boat, they might be a little bit off of this Greenwich boat. Port trying to eke past CRI. There's Row America Rye through the line.
PNRA Mercer for second. Here comes Greenwich for third, pulling away from CRIB. And Port is coming through pretty dang quick.
I think
they're going to take fourth over CRI.
I do too.
And here comes, I believe that's Greater Lawrence with the blue and white blades, just eking it out in front of Wayland Weston.
Maybe a deck on Wayland Weston. We still have our Riverfront Recapture out there in their last 20 strokes, and it looks like we did potentially have a scratch in that Saratoga boat. So no Saratoga out of lane 7. Riverfront Recapture completing the boys' varsity 4s for today. I love the color of those unis. I'm a blue and green girl at heart.
She does like teal.
I do like my teal.
Can't forget where you come from.
Teal.
And where teal comes from. Blue
and green.
Coming up next, we'll try to get back on schedule if we can. We've got the boys' second varsity 4 with Coxon, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Fayetteville, Manlius, PNRA Mercer, Row America Rye, Saratoga Rowing Association, CRIB.
And here they are.
Greater Lawrence B and Greenwich Crew B.
Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough on the front of your screen. They've got 4 seniors headed off to college and row at Wesleyan, Hobart, Penn Lightweights, and MIT. Not sure who's in these lineups. This is the boys 2V Coxed 4. Looks like, I want to say, Row America Rye and Mercer leading the pack. Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough here in lane 8 in the blue that we can see. with CRI and Greenwich on that far side of BAB. BAB is probably looking forward to making a race call that they told us when they pass another boat, put the nail in the coffin. That's the way
Ooh.
to do it. Pass it, make it a non-issue. Walk right through.
What's done is done. What a move here from Row America Rye. They've just taken 4 seats in the last 30
Woo!
seconds, so whatever that coxswain said is what
It's
I'll be
working.
saying next time I do something hard.
Mercer's knowing they're in a second place spot. They've got a little bit on the field, but not really letting Row America Rye move all that much. We move back to out of lane 1. That'll be Greenwich in that far dark boat. And then that red, we know him well, CRIB. Having a little race in the lower lanes on the Regatta side shore.
I love the invite because it has so many of these little mini duels
Yeah.
within this. In this case, it's not 10 boats across, but
Bromfield Acton Boxborough kind of rowing their own race right now. They've been dropped by that lead pack, but still have a pack behind them. So Coxon is probably paying a little bit of let's catch up and let's push away. There's your leaders, Row America Rye and PNRA Mercer. Row America Rye in that white boat. You can see them on the top left of your screen. Top middle will be PNRA Mercer, and then Greenwich and CRI. So names we've been speaking a lot about today. A lot of these teams have many athletes who can sweep, who can scull, who can row port, who can row starboard, who can row singles, and who can row eights. Lots of variety amongst these athletes, which is great. Is that Greenwich moving on maybe half a boat down on PNRA Mercer?
I think
Might
you're
be.
right.
See if they can make a move
See if they have enough room here.
on that New Jersey boat.
We're into the last 500 meters. 2 minutes goes by real fast.
Real fast.
If you're not careful, so best to make that move early, not wait for the last moment. It looks like that's exactly what Greenwich Crew B is doing here. They're sitting just about a seat and a half, 2 seats down on PNRA Mercer. But it continues to be Row America Rye in lane 5.
Kind of nice to have a view of the field like Row America Rye does. If perhaps you've used a lot of your energy today, you've got to save some energy for tomorrow.
You can just hold them
to
off.
be a boat up and just hang there. Not saying that's easy, but it is preferable than having to sprint through someone in the last half.
There's just that kind of seed of doubt in your mind of, I don't know where they are. It's like a
Can
little
I get through 'em?
stress. Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus when you're up and you have that advantage of seeing your competitor behind you, you can see when the other crew takes a move.
Yeah.
You can make a response move.
You know you don't have to do anything impossible. Or
And it does-
seemingly impossible.
It does look like PNRA Mercer is holding off that late charge
would
from
agree.
Greenwich Crew B. And CRIB in a really solid 4th place position here.
I think 3 seat in that Row America Rye boat's wearing a sun hoodie. Nice protection from the wind, from the sun. Clearly working for him and his boatmates. That rate's coming up. Practicing a little bit of sprint because maybe tomorrow they'll be side by side with someone and they might need it.
It's muscle memory. It's emotional memory.
Yeah, it's just practice.
What do you
gotta
do when you're
practice like you're doing
tired?
anything else. I think PNRA Mercer's going to hold Greenwich on this one. Maybe half a boat length. These 4s are small. Half a boat length is not very much. Really big send in these last strokes from that Mercer boat. There's Greenwich B.
And here comes CRI through their last strokes.
searching for that finish line. Coming up next through this pack in blue, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
That
Over
bright
here
blue is real nice.
lane
Very
8.
noticeable.
And there you can see the next trailing crew, I believe from from Greater Lawrence.
Last few strokes here for this BAB crew. I believe they were the team that said they have a chocolate milk drinking competition after their racing. So
Ooh.
great work, boys. You can go drink your hearts out in chocolate milk. Greater Lawrence with maybe 10, 15 strokes to the line. This is a heavy headwind. We're making the best of it.
And we're already underway into the next race of the boys' second varsity for final 2. On our screen, it looks like we've got...
They're coming up quick.
Oh,
We're already at
my gosh,
600
we're 500 to go. Okay, we're trying to get back on schedule, evidently. This is Port, Greenwich, CRI, Greater Lawrence, PNRA B, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough B, and Row America Rye B. So that looks like Mercer here on the right side of our screen, Greenwich on the left, and a CRI crew on the other side. They are really close
maybe
to catching up with the previous
behind.
race. So that's
But
almost like head
previous
racing.
race is completed. We had all of our crews there finish their races, and our next team is about to, you can see PNRA Mercer about to hit those red buoys.
Mercer has about 3.5 seats of advantage over Greenwich here coming into these last 250 meters, and CRI is just about a length back on Greenwich. The next trailing crews are pretty far back. It looks like that's going to be the crews straddling PNRA Mercer. So that would be
some BAB
B and Greater Lawrence trailing in those 4th and 5th positions.
There's Row America Rye B out of lane 2, significantly ahead of the field.
You know, when you can tell someone's like angry that they're in a headwind. This Row America Rye B boat looks angry that this is a headwind. It's personal.
We're swinging nicely. We're shoving nicely, but we are shoving strong.
We are taking it personally.
There's Row America Rye B through the line. PNRA Mercer and Greenwich having a bit of a race here.
Really tight.
Hear the coxswains.
Definitely still an advantage to PNRA Mercer.
Yep. They're just a little bit higher coming through the line. PNRA Mercer, half a boat
for silver, and then bronze goes to Greenwich. Here comes CRI for 4th.
We are also bucketed. No bucket hats, just some backward hats. But CRI with the 4th place. We've got a Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, a Greater Lawrence, and a Friends of Port still on the course here. There's BAB and the red buoys, 10 strokes to the line, about 2 boat lengths back. I believe that's going to be Greater Lawrence. All of these crews handling the headwinds nicely, doing their best to swing into it, sit up tall, keep those strokes really long. There's Greater Lawrence. And we've got Friends of Port. Already 10 to the line out of lane 8. Swinging together here, Port. Nice. There's Friends of Port.
Oh gosh, we are starting.
And we are in a sideways floating start.
Why? Oh gosh. Okay. Okay.
Making it happen. Here we go.
It's happening.
Girls 3V, final one. 1, 2, 3, 7 boat race. closest to us and the camera here out of lane 8, CBC A, Deerfield A, Kent A, Friends of Port A, Row America Rye A, Saratoga A, and Greenwich B.
Okay.
It looks like that's a Row America Rye out early,
I agree.
out of lane 4.
Closely
Connecticut Boat
followed,
Club.
yeah. Really tight first 250 here.
Clearly these officials, these starting marshals are getting things right back on track.
We have decided.
are
We've
moving.
made the executive decision.
And these ladies are handling that wind well, up and over the chop, the wake. There's Connecticut Boat Club.
Nice shot of the bow 4 of CBC out of Connecticut Boat Club here. Really throwing the boat forward. This wind is going to make the boat slow down in between each stroke. So these athletes are really doing everything they can to leverage all of their body weight and all of their power against it.
Row America Rye with the lead. I believe that is Greenwich. And
Their
then
oars look different.
They do. They do. But I do think that's Greenwich, and then followed by we've got Saratoga.
Kent
I believe
and
that's Kent
CBC.
and CBC. Kent, where's your bow number? It's gone.
And then just trailing there is Deerfield Academy in lane 7.
Still contact. Still contact. They're in the race. That's the
Saratoga making a
500.
move here, trying to take out the advantage of lane 8 CBC, but sitting just about half a deck down. Just about a seat down. CBC holding strong. Kent right in there, right in the mix. Deerfield right in the mix with contact. Their bow seat on coxswain of Kent. CBC setting into a really nice base rhythm here.
Rowing is so fun to watch. Even choppy rowing. Like
I know this
So
is
beautiful.
type 2 fun, but
It
it looks
is.
great. It looks great.
Row America Rye walking away, not having it. Greenwich, I believe, also walking away, not having it.
Rise
This is
above
our
the fray.
middle of the pack, going for what we believe the bronze. And really just positioning for tomorrow's racing and positioning for medals today. Margins matter. You want to put your boat and your teammates in the best position possible. Potentially, we've got CBC, Connecticut, moving up ahead of this field.
But Saratoga and Kent School really neck and neck. Kind of exchanging moves here as they go down the course.
They just came into our sight over halfway through. You can see that headwind ripple. She is strong, she is unforgiving, and so are these boats. Left to right, we've got Connecticut Boat Club, Deerfield, Kent, Friends of Port, Row America Rye, Saratoga, and Greenwich B. Row America Rye steering a little bit. Hopefully just thrown a little bit off by some wind. Luckily, they've put themselves far off enough in the race that they don't really have to worry about anybody around them right now.
All boats seemingly having to deal with a lot of these
Yeah.
gusts. That's really crosswind here. The gusts are up to 22 miles an hour, which is like double what the steady wind is. So
Yeah.
every now and then the wind just doubles.
It'll just throw
And
you off a
it
bit.
doesn't quite warn you, so kudos to these coxswains for managing those conditions. Coming in to the last 500 meters here.
This-
Still Row America Rye and Greenwich here in the first 2 positions, with it looks like Connecticut Boat Club sitting in 3rd.
This angle makes Fish Creek look huge.
It is huge.
Which it is.
10 lanes
10 lanes
across.
across. It's just a little creek, though.
Just when we go out with a squad of 14 singles.
It's just a little creek.
Doesn't feel quite big enough.
There's Row America Rye out of lane 4. Greenwich out of 2.
Greenwich from this angle seems to be working their way back into that lead.
from
I would say so
Romerikarai.
too. I think Romerikarai still is maintaining enough, but I'm not going to say it's in the bag just yet. Maybe Greenwich has something up their sleeve. Maybe Romerikarai can hold something off. Oh, Romerikarai just jumped. I saw it.
It's a good move.
Greenwich,
they have.
can you
Good
respond?
move.
Can you hang?
They're holding on, but it's not going to be enough to eke out that gold that belongs to the one and only Romerikarai.
Romerikarai in this women's 3v8 final one. Romerikarai sitting up really tall into this finish line, looking strong into the headwind. They've actually put open water between themselves and Greenwich. Well done. Greenwich through the line here, and then we've got a nice solid chunk back to this racing pack of 4, which is looking like it's going to be Connecticut, Saratoga, Kent, and Deerfield, perhaps?
Mm-hmm. Here comes Connecticut Boat Club through the line, coached by Liz Trond and co.
Saratoga just holding off a surge by Kent. Kent has inched into the stern deck, but Saratoga's done enough work early in the race. They're through the line. There's Kent.
And here comes Deerfield Academy. We've got one more crew coming through. Friends of Port in lane 5, coming into the last 250 here.
Can I just tell you that I love that there's a rowing team called Friends of Port?
And not Friends of Starboard.
I love it.
All right,
As a port,
anti-Starboard
I love
Brigade.
it.
I don't know who I am anymore.
That it is
I row
from
both.
the location of Port.
Right.
But man,
it's a
it brings
harbor.
me some joy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if there was a basketball team called Friends of the 3-point line or something.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Here come Friends of Port in the red buoys. Last 20 strokes for these girls.
They're coming through. They look strong. One swing together, really nice.
And we're back up at the start. Looks like we are continuing with our floating starts, leaving a little bit more up to these coxswains in the first 200 to kind of figure themselves out. A little bit less to the structure of a stake boat. We see here Fayetteville Manly is kind of on the line, but maybe that's a safer place to be than sideways in a stake boat.
I would agree.
That's where we're moving, and that's just fine. We have caught up quite a bit since we've been doing these, so that was the right move by these officials.
CRI A, Greenwich Crew, PNRA Mercer, Fayetteville Manlius, Greater Lawrence Rowing, and Romerikarai B will all be featured in this girls 3v8 final 2. So there in lane 7 we see our Greenwich Crew entry. Next to them,
in lane 6.5, we have Fayetteville Manlius.
so it should be, but lane 6 is supposed to be PNRA Mercer. So hold on.
Maybe they've slippity swappity.
I think they've swapped, which is good to know now, and not later when we're calling it as if they're in the assigned lanes.
Correct.
There's Greater Lawrence with the diagonal stripe, blades,
And
a
out
lot
in
of
lane
matching
3,
visors.
Romerikarai. All the results will be on streamlinerowing.com/regattas, and you can select Saratoga Invitational 2024 there, as well as the schedule for tomorrow based on today's racing. So go ahead and check that out. We're in the last, 5, 6, 7 races of the day. So starting to prepare and plan for what tomorrow looks like. We've got racing starting at 7:22 a.m. with the boys Varsity 8s.
Bright and early. Fayetteville Manly is just working on getting up into their lane. Got a pretty good point. Now Mercer's drifting over. Play-by-play of how wind affects a boat.
60-foot long carbon fiber shells.
It's not what we thought we'd be commentating on, but here we are.
This is the interesting part of rowing. Family, friends, parents at home.
The drama of the start line.
This is what we've been
And
missing out on.
most races, you don't even get to see the start line.
I know.
Look at us. We get to see all the drama.
The whole start line. Here's our officials trying to get everybody situated. Looks like Greater Lawrence is backing it down, getting everybody even. PNRAs, and then in a lane, not their lane, but in a lane, looks like they've swapped with Fayetteville Manlius, who's trying to get straight.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to the afternoon session of the Saratoga Invitational 2024. We've got the girls' third Varsity 8, final 2. Got 6 boats here lining up: CRI, Greenwich, PNRA Mercer, Fayetteville Manlius, Greater Lawrence, and Row America Rye B. Here are the results from the previous final of this event. Row America Rye took the win in quite the decisive fashion, as did Greenwich Crew B to take silver. And we had quite a tight pack there. Saratoga just eking out the 4th place finish over Kent by 2.5 seconds.
Here's our Row America Rye crew, just finished sculling. Odds, we've got a quick start soon.
Very high. Oh no.
No, maybe not high. Moving around Greater Lawrence. We're gonna be so ready if it's windy at States.
So watch, it'll be
gonna be dead
flat.
flat and beautiful. We can dream.
And we will appreciate it all that much more.
Yep. There's Mercer sitting ready. Fayetteville Manlius almost straight. Time to rock and roll, girls. Women's 3v8 final 2.
It's like one of those songs, you know, it said, "Put your hands up."
And put your hands up.
Every coxswain said, yes.
I'm not sure the hand is going to mean much right now as we try and get aligned. Typically at the start, a coxswain hand will mean, hey, I'm still adjusting. Hey, I need a second.
Please do not start the race. But in this situation,
I'm not sure what they are recognizing.
we can't wait forever.
We've got everybody in maybe not the most perfect of lanes.
Really, as long as nobody clashes oars,
it's a big win.
That's it.
We are here at the Saratoga Invitational. Nice temperatures, a little breezy. We've still got snacks and food and regatta merch on the regatta shore. We are here live reporting from the finish line tent next to the timing hut. Shout out to our timing volunteers. They're crushing it in there, taking lots of data, clicking a lot of buttons to get your race results to you.
Lots of crews just regaining the center of their lane here. So they may have had a straight point, but it might have been in a lane that was not their own or into the buoy line.
Got race results from that first final of this event. Row America Rye at 5:54, just under that 6-minute mark. Greenwich B at 6:01. Connecticut at that 6:19.
Megan, there's a chance of rain in 30 minutes.
All right, get moving,
It's
gals.
time. It's time to move.
We only have 6 more
If
races.
we can just get into our lanes,
We can do it.
we can beat the rain.
We can do it. It's getting a little gray here.
I don't know if we can do it.
Oh,
Okay, we're doing it.
a start in
Terrifying.
lanes.
Okay, we're doing it.
First 5 strokes will be the scariest. And
Might
then
be
you
more
can
like
see
a
that
1650
that
than a
Greater
1500.
Lawrence crew is moving around. But we have a start in the final girls 3V race of the day. CRI closest to us, Greenwich in that dark boat, PNRA Mercer, Fayetteville Manlius, Greater Lawrence, and Row America Rye. Looks like they're up over on that far shore. And honestly, probably a very stressful time for all these athletes. So to finally get racing is like,
Might feel better.
whew, I can do it. I know
Right.
how to do
like
this.
rowing isn't as
I've
hard
practiced
as what
this.
that was
Yeah.
up at the start line.
Yeah.
I agree.
Here's lane 7, Greenwich, ready to race. I like those white and black unis.
Yeah, those are cool. CRI basically dead level here with the Row America Rye B entry.
And this is CRI's A boat. Their B boat raced in the previous. Did they? Nope, just CRA. Excuse me. Row America Rise B had a previous boat, and Greenwich had a previous boat in the race. But
So in those 30 seconds, Megan, Row America Rye B just took a huge move, took 4 seats on CRI. CRI currently sitting in 3rd. And who is that currently behind Greater Lawrence?
But right now, Greenwich and Row America Rye running the show in this girls 3v8.
Slinging it through, getting those big muscles engaged. Rowing is all about the push of the legs, opening of the hips.
I think the key, or one of the keys, one of the many keys to rowing in this choppy water is just trying to row as similar to how you row in flat water. Trying to keep the basics, keep the press, keep that handle height technique. And if you can hold on to a lot of that, you'll end up with a much simpler time rowing into a headland like this. Head cross, I'll say. We're pretty cross now here at the finish line, so I can only guess the cross over at the start. Or halfway through, which is right where our crews are.
And especially the rowing race is often kind of a dauntingly long distance. And so the crews that are able to kind of keep it in the present moment,
Yeah.
maybe break it down into the current 10 strokes, the current 5 strokes, this present 250 meters, whatever small
there,
manageable
yeah.
chunk of staying in the moment. Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't think about the next 1,000 meters. Like, it will unfold if we just stay in the moment.
And this is what they've been practicing to do. I think the cool part of race day is nobody needs to do anything superhuman. You just need to do what you've prepared to do,
True.
what you've practiced. Maybe a little bit more exciting, but
Right. And there's Greater Lawrence coming through.
out of lane 4.
And hopefully we have a Fayetteville
We
Manlius
should have a
as
Mercer
well.
and a Fayetteville Manlius. There they are. So left to right, we've got CRI, Greenwich leading the pack.
I think they
believe,
switched.
yeah,
Fayetteville
no, you're right.
Manlius and-
You're right. So that's Mercer.
Mm-hmm.
And then over on your right-hand bottom side will be Row America Rye B with Greater Lawrence and Fayetteville Manlius trailing a bit behind. I think Row America Rye B has set themselves up for a nice last 500 right here.
Yeah, it's exciting to see what these crews can do in the last 500. It's a very risky business, the last 500. A lot of bets are made, risks are taken. And you just got to bet on yourself and trust that you'll stay together, trust that it'll all pay off if you just ask yourself for that little much more.
This is about the point in the race. They're about to cross some red buoys. We'll see them in a few strokes. The point of the race where you're like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm pretty tired. This hurts a lot. And I
you
think
say, do it anyway.
you got to just lead into it and say, all right,
I don't
let's make it
care.
hurt a little bit more.
Yeah.
There's those red buoys. We've got
pretty big gusts coming
Greenwich
through
and
here.
America Rye B.
Adding to the challenge.
I do see some gusties.
Who can handle it the best?
Who cannot be scattered?
America Rye B there on the right side with a definitive move. They're now sitting 3 seats up, maybe 4, and charging here towards the line.
Simple, smooth.
Greenwich crew holding on strong, but not able to keep that lead. It's looking like America Rye's day.
America Rye is out of, obviously, Rye, New York. But
Greenwich out of Greenwich, Connecticut, coming through.
Very creative, very creative.
Wow, Rye extending that lead to almost a full length up, 8 seats between first and second. And then about 3 lengths back, we have
I'd say
P&R
4.
Mercer coming in for a strong bronze medal performance in this girls 3v8 final 2. Here comes CRI for 4th. Just behind them, about bow to stern. And working their way through this chop headwind, we have Greater Lawrence and Fayetteville Manlius. Next up, we have the girls 4v, 5v8 final.
This is awesome. Some of these crews had 2 boats in the 3v and still have 3 boats. Greenwich has 3 boats in the 4v5v.
Massive teams here.
That's awesome. That's
really
awesome.
big team. A lot of rings. Greenwich crew, Deerfield, America Rye, Connecticut Boat Club, CRI, Greenwich Crew B, America Rye B, and Greenwich Crew C. So these crews are getting into their lanes. Again, really challenging cross headwind, really choppy water. It's going to be a little stressful, but here at the finish line where Megan and I are stationed, got Greater Lawrence coming across the line, followed by Fayetteville Manlius.
There's a lot happening up at this start line. I think just trying to get these 4v5v8s in line. We are 4 races from the end of the day. How many minutes from rain, Hannah?
I'm pulling up my weather app. It says it's raining right now. It's drizzling, everybody. According to my app, it is currently raining.
I think we've got a few more minutes. Hopefully just enough to get
Apple
4
weather has
races
been
off.
wrong before.
We are cloudy here if you're not on site. Clouds have covered a little bit. Has gotten a little gloomy.
So everyone looks aligned. Just 50 meters away from the line. I think we could run it.
Let's run some 1450s.
You know, it's that part of the day. People just want to get going. I think they're going to do it, Megan. I think I said it as a joke, and I think they're going to do it. Okay, maybe 100 meters up, but I think they're going to do it. And they're off.
Oh, that is a start. All right. Let's go 4v5v.
Maybe they'll go
girls
10
eights?
strokes through the line.
That would really throw off our timing hut. But here we go.
4v, 5v8s. These are potentially the, 9th and 10th boats of some of these bigger programs.
Yeah. Out of lane 8, we've got Greenwich A, Deerfield Academy A, America Rye A, Connecticut Boat Club A, CRI A, Greenwich B, Royal America Rye B and Greenwich C all the way on that Regatta shore. Does that look like 5 and 6?
Looks like 6 and 4.
6 and 4 will be Royal America Rye, and then CRA in that red.
That checks out.
That'll do it.
Really
Both of
exciting.
their A boats here.
Feeling that whip through the back end. The legs and the hips are strongest muscles we have. And then just finishing that off, holding the blade through all the way through the finish.
Especially in this headwind. You want to maintain as much
Use
connection
everything
as
you have.
can. All the body mass moving towards the finish line. CRA doing a good job. CRIA.
We've got a really nice rebound out to the body over, keeping that weight off the bow, allowing the bow to sit up tall in the water for less drag.
Royal America Rye looked like to be a slightly higher stroke rate, but maybe slightly less efficient. That's why CRI is able to just stay a little bit up.
And then you got Greenwich B in third here in the middle of our screen.
Adelaine 3.
Nice and fluid, making it look like that Greenwich crew, making it look like we're not in a headwind at all, rowing super nicely.
That's the dream, rowing like we're not in a headwind.
We're not bothered. I don't
CRI
mind.
looking pretty calm.
They're surging here. Really cool move from CRI in the second 500.
Yeah.
Royal America Rye staying nice and gritty here, pushing through. Greenwich B not letting up, relentless in their pursuit of that silver medal. We'll see how these crews respond as they get more fatigued, as the wind takes more of a toll.
There's Greenwich A. Looking across, I believe we've got another Greenwich crew and a Connecticut Boat Club potentially. Haven't seen them yet.
I think you're right.
This crew looks sharp. They are placing blades together, kicking the hips. That's all
They're
they can
fighting
do.
back in, almost have contact on this field. I think they have about a bow deck overlap on that other Greenwich crew.
It's going to be tricky for coach to make lineups if all these A, B, and C's
A good
are
problem to
stacked
have.
and they flip up. That means you got fast athletes. Means
But
you got a
CRI
lot of fast
continuing
athletes.
to extend their lead. They've opened it up to about a half length of open water on the rest of the field, while Greenwich and Greenwich duke it out. Greenwich A, Greenwich B, and Royal America Rye B. Here's our overhead shot, so left to right. We have Greenwich Crew, Deerfield Academy, Royal America Rye, Connecticut Boat Club, CRI, Greenwich Crew B, Royal America Rye B, and Greenwich Crew C. So currently leading CRI, then trailing, it's going to be Greenwich Crew B. Followed now, it looks like dead even between Greenwich Crew A and Connecticut Boat Club A. Charging on the outside in true Greenwich fashion, Greenwich Crew C now has about 3 seats up on Royal America Rye B.
CRI having to do a little bit of steering. It looks like they might have gone into Connecticut Boat Club's lane, perhaps a bit. Now they're centered again. They can lock right back into a rhythm. Coxon can focus right back in to allowing her athletes to go fast instead of worrying about steering. But
Greenwich A pulling away here. They've got now 3 seats up on Connecticut Boat Club, and they're charging into their Greenwich Crew B lead here. Greenwich Crew B still in second place with about a 4-seat advantage. They've got contact on CRI now. CRI had open water just a few minutes ago, but definitely have the advantage here. Looking down the backs of their competitors in CRI's boat. Connecticut Boat Club is staying gritty. They're not giving up.
CRI about 20 strokes from the finish line here. Can they hold off that charging Greenwich crew? Yeah. Greenwich B here.
We love being labeled a B boat. We love it.
A little bit of spark under your feet, whether that's purposeful or not. But we've got on the outside here
Greenwich C.
Greenwich C.
But it'll CRI for gold, Greenwich B for silver, Greenwich A for bronze, and then
I believe
Connecticut
so.
Boat Club for fourth. Here comes Greenwich C for fifth. In their last strokes, they've got about 5 to the line.
That depth out of Greenwich women. Well done.
Who's this?
Followed bow to stern, I believe, by Row America Rye,
B.
their B boat. So that'll be their at least their 5V, if not their 6V or 7V.
And then here comes
That looks like Connecticut Boat Club.
And Deerfield Academy.
And ladies, you are done for the day. All girls boats have made it down the course. We've got 2 junior U17 boys coxed fours and a boys quad.
See how quickly we can get those boats off here.
Looks like we are in stake boats this time. Maybe not, maybe only for one.
But
We'll
we are
see.
sitting at attention. We're ready to go. Coxswain's hands are up, but maybe we're ready to go.
This is the fun of an outdoor sport. We're playing a lot by making things safe, making things fun, making
We've
things
drifted
efficient,
so far away from
trying
the
to get
center
in
of our
before
lanes.
this rain. We're so close. We've got stake boat holders raising hands, which is a new one for me.
I love the advocacy.
We're helping. We're helping.
Advocacy
We're
for
taking
the
responsibility over our
fairness
lane.
of these rowers. And they're off. They're off, Megan. They're off.
Let's
and
do it.
Everybody's in the same lane.
And they'll eventually maybe not be in the same lane. They do have coxswains, which is helpful.
Thank you, coxswains. We appreciate you. Looks like we don't have a crew in lane 8, or maybe they're just behind the launch. I can't tell.
We'll get a side view here. There
Yeah, I
they
don't-
are.
There we go.
Lane 8 will be Friends of Port, 7 Greenwich, 6 Mercer, 5 Fayetteville Manlius, 4 Bromfield Acton Boxborough, 3 Riverfront Recapture, and Lane 2 Row America Rye B. You can see these conditions remaining choppy, remaining hard. These crews still staying tough. We've got Friends of Port here in lane 8, looking over to lane 6, 7. That'll be 7 Greenwich A, and then all the way over, who I believe will be Row America Rye B. Mercer's there. Batten down the hatches. It does look like we've got some rain coming in. Won't affect the rowing. Will just affect our parent volunteers and our regatta staff and maybe some drones, but we'll do what we can. This is lane 8, Friends of Port, lane 7, Greenwich.
In lane 2, Row America Rye B.
And I do believe that Row America Rye, just B, just kidding. A will be in the next one. PNRA Mercer there, out of lane 6.
Really tight racing here. Megan, this is one of my favorite races, I think, so far.
Yeah, these
3 boats
fours
across.
laying it down.
4 if you count that PNRA Mercer who's right in it.
And off of like a weird start, and they're still making a good race out of it, which is awesome. Testament to these coxswains, these athletes. I do think that Row America Rye B has extended quite a bit of a lead.
Yeah, they're on the move.
Maybe some open water, but lane 7 Greenwich and lane 6 PNRA Mercer, they're stroke for stroke. Mercer maybe a smidge down, but I
But
won't
they're
speak
also
too
kind of
soon.
moving here. Greenwich crew kind of seems unable to respond to that move from Row America Rye B. Mercer maybe taking advantage of that moment to see if they can take
Yeah.
a few seats as
Yeah,
well.
Greenwich is at a slightly higher stroke rate. You'll notice that they get about 1 1/4 strokes for every one of Mercer. But really it's just about who's most efficient when their blade's in the water. So if you have two crews and one's racing at a 35 and one's racing at a 30, they can be going the same speed. We hope that the higher the rate, the faster the boat, but sometimes the higher rate gets a little technically scary. So these crews are trying to find that base pace, that speed floor, something they won't drop below this whole race. And Port's hanging on to that 4th place, trying to stay in the right race. We want Port to play up with our leaders instead of fall back. Trying to keep what we have. Obviously, this rain is going to prevent a little bit of the footage, but we do have Row America Rye B out in the bottom right of your screen in the lead. It does look like Greenwich potentially a seat up on Mercer, maybe has made a little bit of a move. And then Friends of Port on that far left-hand side by the 500 gazebo.
Behind Mercer is going to be, I think, that crew from Fayetteville Manlius sitting in 5th. Really nice shot here of PNRA Mercer duking it out with Greenwich crew. Each of these boats kind of throwing punches at the other, testing the other's resolve, testing the other's speed. They're like, I'm willing to go.
Yeah.
Are you willing to go harder than me?
So Hannah, you asked me, I don't know, a couple races ago. Time doesn't exist here in the commentating tent. What my favorite part of racing is, and it would be to be in one of these boats. To just go
duking it out.
stroke for stroke
Yeah.
for the entire piece.
Yeah.
And then obviously I would like to be the stroke up at the end.
But so cool to
I love it.
have that moment. Yeah.
Row America Rye B, maybe a chip on their shoulder about the B boat, maybe not, but either way showing their stuff into this headwind out from that outside lane.
Really nice acceleration here from the Mercer crew. Clean finishes from Greenwich. Maybe a slight surge here in the last 250 coming from Greenwich. They have maybe half a seat up.
I think it is going to be a last 10 strokes
And here
decider.
we go, clipping it along. Mercer is
taking half
bringing
a seat.
it up.
They have.
It's going to be Row America Rye B for the win, but it's anyone's guess. Mercer versus Greenwich at the line for second.
This is going to be one of our closest full races of the day.
Mercer on the move.
Mercer with a foot.
Maybe 6 inches.
Yeah, yeah.
And here comes Port for 4th. They finish just about a length down on those 2nd and 3rd finishers, and then 2 lengths up. Here comes Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
Fayetteville Manlius through the line. And then Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Our blues.
Our blues.
Our BAB blue. Riverfront recapture in the last 200 here. We'll keep you updated on their status. They've got probably 20, 25 strokes to the line. But it looks like we have already got people getting aligned for the second final of this Boys Junior U17 Cox 4. This will be our last sweep event of the day, so last race with 1 oar each athlete. That plus means they've got a coxswain, they've got someone steering and motivating and calling position.
Or at least in the position to do so.
At least
don't take
with
your
the
coxswains
ability.
For granted, because they don't have to do any of that.
Here's a start. Might have been halfway floating. We're really
but
just making things happen at the start. We have closest to the camera that we will get will be Saratoga Rowing, then CRI, Row America Rye, Friends of Concord, Friends of Shen, Greenwich B, and PNRA Mercer B. So 2 B crews, 5 A crews. Again, it could be an even split, could be a stack. Not totally sure. But that's the fun of it.
That is the fun. Who knows?
Maybe not even the athletes, maybe not even coach.
So we're in that first 250 here. My favorite part of the race, I think.
Yeah.
It's all adrenaline. It's just get in, go. It's automatic. You're not overthinking anything because it's too fast. It's too furious. There's not room for thinking.
It's all you can control without outside influence. Like if you
Yeah.
don't look outside the boat in the first 15 strokes, that's totally acceptable. You don't
it
need to know where you
happens.
are. Yeah.
And then we kind of shift to our base. We have that fraction of I don't know how you measure cognitive space, but you have a fraction more of it when you shift to base as the stroke rate comes down 2, maybe 4 beats from your high strokes.
Royal America Rye still looking high, still looking tappy out of lane 6. This is their A coxed 4. Their B coxed 4, I believe, just
Really
won
nice
that
connection
first
here
final.
to their hips, shoving here. You can see that there's some engagement in the back, but it's not actually what the major leverage is. It's just allowing the handle and the seat to connect as they shove the legs.
Out of lane 4, that should be Friends of Shen. Over in lane 2, we've got PNRA Mercer.
And then back in lane 3 is going to be Greenwich B.
There we go. Breezy gusties are picking up here at the finish line, but these crews know they've got maybe 5 more minutes of racing through today. Hopefully a good meal, a good sleep, a little bit of recovery.
Maybe a lot of recovery.
Maybe a lot of recovery.
Really nice rowing here, stroke for stroke. All of these crews pushing super hard through these conditions.
Bow seat of the Royal America Rye boat checking over, making sure nobody's moving too far, but it does look like that Friends of Shen boat staying connected, not letting them walk away. Royal America Rye just looking really connected at the catch.
Shen maybe even taking back a seat on this Royal America Rye boat. Bow seat taking a look over in Rye's boat here. He's aware, he's not happy about it, but seems like it's Shen's moment to take seats. They're surging through that course. And all 3 crews kind of putting some distance here back to lane 2, PNRA Mercer B. And here's lane 6. Lane 6 is, the bow number says 6, but that looks like a Concord crew to me. That CRI coming through.
Could be a 5 in disguise.
Perfect. Looks like we are missing one
The
crew
Saratoga
there.
crew. CRI from the left-hand side, Royal America Rye, Friends of Concord with potentially the incorrect bow number, Friends of Shen, Greenwich, and PNRA Mercer.
There is an empty lane there between Shen and the next crew over. But maybe that's just a mistake on the crazy start steering.
Could be a crazy start steering concern.
Got it.
This is live rowing, kids. Nobody knows where we are, where we're going. We're just trying to get to the finish
We
line.
just know that Shen is really gunning for first here. They are not letting Royal America Rye get away with an easy dub. They want it just as bad, and they're going to throw everything they can into this last 500.
I think in the last 200 meters they've walked.
We might just run out of room, as crazy as that sounds, in a headwind that increases the race by a full minute. We are running out of room here for Shen to make that decisive move into first place. It might just have to be Royal America Rye coming through.
They've done enough work in that first half. They're going to reap the rewards of it in the second. Flag is up. We're in the last 200.
And watch out for PNRA Mercer there in the far lane. They're gunning as well. They want to be in that medal contention for one of the top 2 medals.
Yeah, Mercer's not content with the bronze. They're hunting for silver, hunting for gold.
This is so exciting. Which crew can sit up a little bit taller? Which crew can get all of the power out of the legs?
Those coxswains are giving everything.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Shen versus Mercer versus Royal America
Shen
Rye.
has made a huge step in the last 200 meters.
Huge underdog in this race. Shen is going to take the gold by 2 seats over Royal America Rye.
They're looking for that finish line.
And there's Mercer for third. Those 3 boats push each other to new heights.
That was
they are
fun.
like
They're wiped.
8 to 9 lengths over the next crew. It's
Here's
amazing
lane
what
3.
good
I
competition
know.
can do.
It's awesome. There's Greenwich B here, having to do a little bit of their own pushing. They were off that top 3, but ahead of our bottom 2. Coxon's still giving it their all. Just because you're not side by side doesn't mean
And
your time doesn't
here
matter.
is
And
side
here we
by
are,
side.
another one.
We've got Concord versus CRI. CRI with just a little bit of an advantage. They take it by
Oh.
3 inches.
Maybe.
Come on.
Great work there, CRI and Friends of Concord. This is our final race of the afternoon.
It's worth noting this boat does not have a coxswain.
Yes, and
We're
we
going to
have boats
send all of the good
sideways.
energy that we can for these boats to get off without any injury.
Look at that. Mercer Greenwich. That might be our closest finish of the day. 0.1,
Mm-hmm. I think so.
1.5, 0.15.
Yeah. So that was the race. So if you have been with us, that was not the last race we just saw. That was the previous race of this Boys Junior U17 Coxed 4 event.
And the fun part is that most of those crews will go race each other again tomorrow. So they'll seed them a little bit more. And if you've got athletes racing in the same event, you might see those same guys that you just outpulled or underpulled by a fraction of a second.
This next race we see getting ready to get off the line is a 10-boat race.
Woohoo!
We'll see if we have all 10 boats. We may have had, it's the end of the day, there's always an inevitable scratch as things get shuffled around. But with everyone here that we expect to be here, we have Oak Neck in lane 9, GMS in lane 8, Burnt Hills in lane 7, Port in lane 6, Saratoga in lane 5, Narragansett in lane 4, Albany in lane 3, Riverfront in lane 2, Albany B in lane 1, and GMS B in lane 0.
So we definitely have some swapping around of lanes because there's lane 7 who's supposed to be Burnt Hills, and
It's not Burnt Hills
I don't know
at all.
about Burnt Hills, but that's
that looks,
not a Burnt
that
Hills
looks like a
uni.
GMS to me. And Narragansett in lane 6. Okay, so everyone's just
So I
wherever they
think we
want.
might just be swapped over a couple.
Bear with us as we...
We're going to attempt to just call
Thankfully, we've been here
boats.
since 7 a.m. and we have a good
I
sense
know what
of,
color you're wearing.
of unis and blades. Uh-oh, there's a lot of
I'm
clashing
gonna guess
going
that
on.
is in Albany, who's supposed to be in 3, but maybe's in 5.5.
That's a full 6, Megan. You're
Optimism.
being
Optimism.
generous. All right, we're just going to roll with it.
As I'm sure these athletes are, if we're going to be honest.
we have
There's
another
Albany
orange.
B, who's supposed to be in
Oh.
1, and they're in 3.
Got it.
So
maybe
we'll have
they're
to-
supposed to be in 3 and they are in 3. And maybe the other oh,
Oh.
we're going to have a
Oh,
hard
could be.
time. We're going to have a hard time calling which one is A and B cuz no one's in the right lane. All right. Well,
We'll make it work.
it's not our
We know
fault.
blade colors. So we'll figure out that lane 6 there.
6 is a
Somebody's going to
popular
have to
lane.
move. Everyone wants to hang out in 6.
What did we say? It makes Saratoga Invite a Western drama. There ain't enough space in this town for the two of us, but make it a lane. Lane 6. There are the results from the last race. Super tight finish. Shen just eking out Row America Rye in the boys junior U17 Cox 4 final 2. Closely followed by PNRA Mercer B. Really awesome finish there. Also, shout out to the fight for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, less than a
CRIA
second.
in Concord.
It is sprinkling. We're going to get this last race off the blocks.
With no injury. I have no wood near me. Knock on wood.
Albany is going to get somewhere.
If they started right now, injury.
That stake bolt holder's doing their best. As you start to clean up for today, just make sure you prepare a space that'll be good to come into tomorrow. Take
Leave
your
it better
trash,
than you
take your
found it.
food.
Leave no trace.
We've got critters. Don't want
just-
anybody getting into your snacks that'll fuel you for tomorrow.
respecting the space with your trash, water bottles. We appreciate it. And please thank our volunteers as you leave.
Sounds like we're going to try something a little bit new. Everybody's in
If we thought
A
lane 6
lane.
was popular,
Sounds
I
like there's
hear
a party in lane 9. We're just going to prevent any sort of impalement there from happening.
I think that might be our friend Brenna. She's laying down the law in lane 6.
This is our final race.
We can do it.
Everybody gets to go have a nice warm dinner.
We just have to get into our lane, please.
Oh, it's a party over there.
I see the party in lane 9 now. I didn't before.
This is it, stake bolt holders. This is it, athletes. You got one more.
Please do not
One
start
more
like
lock
that.
in.
Do not start like that, GMS. Do not do that.
These are 2V quads. So 4 individuals, 2 oars each. No coxswain. The athletes are doing all of the brain work, the brain power here.
It's been a long day, Megan. How many brain cells do you think you would have? I mean, how many
After a
brain
couple
cells
of
do you have?
races. Quads
Ooh.
are tough. Oh, we're moving over, which might be a smart idea. Get out of the party in lane 9.
Bring the party to
Join
lane
the party
4.
in lane 4. Oh, there's lane 3. Where you been, buddy?
You know.
There we go. They're coming over. That's our Albany Rowing Center A boat from just down the Northway.
If I was that stake boat holder, I think I might take that a little personally. No one wants to be in lane 5.
I think we're trying. I think we're trying. If you're cleaned up, you're just waiting for your cruise to finish, go check out that merch tent. I'm not sure if the pizza oven's still there, but that sounds good to me. I bet there's ice cream that'll be back tomorrow. Lots of fun things here at the
Scope out the
2024
gear. You might not
Saratoga
have money
Invitational,
now,
but maybe tomorrow.
If you scout, do your research, and
Do
then
some
s-
finagling
and then
of
finagle the
finances.
finances in the next 12 hours. I think that
In
sounds
addition
like a
to your 9+
fireproof-
hours of sleep as a
Perfect.
recovering athlete. All right, we got lane 6 ready to roll. Lane 7's making their way.
I've seen worse points. I think we're ready.
Make it happen. These are uncoxed boats. We have not had straight boats in this wind in a few,
Have
maybe
we?
an hour
I
or
think
2.
everything's been.
Everything this afternoon's been coxed. You might be right. I think you're. We had some quads at the very beginning of this afternoon. That was early, 1 and 2 o'clocks, and then we
but
did.
we had more brain cells then.
Yeah,
So
we
I don't
all
know.
had more brain cells then.
They look good. They look ready.
Rocking and rolling, ref. Let's make it happen. Who got left out? Lane 2.
Maybe we lost.
Show our
Ri-
stake boat
No,
holders
that
some
looks like-
love when we check in.
Maybe we lost Riverfront Recapture. Maybe we're missing a crew.
Oh,
they're
we got a
off.
start. Here we are, last race of the day.
Hot
And they're
down the
off.
track.
We are
2 boats in lane 6. Careening into
moving
lane
to
7.
lane 7. That's all right. Let's just.
We don't have room for you there. You gotta go back
They
to
are
lane
careening
6.
back. Here they go.
Just hug the line. The line's a great place to be. Unless you
Like
get to
really, it
the,
is.
I mean, at the finish, maybe not. The
but
big orange
you're done
buoys.
before the big buoys.
It looks like they have a big enough lead, Albany, just to rise above the fray.
If you get yourself out far enough, you can't be in the
You
chaos.
can steer wherever you want.
Shout out to our stake bolt holders. This is a painting. Lane 6 is just watching the madness. And it is the boys 2V quads. Out of lane 9, closest to the Saratoga shore will be Oak Neck, 8 GMS, 7 Burnt Hills, 6 Friends of Port, 5 Saratoga, 4 Narragansett, 3 Albany A, 2 Riverfront Recapture, 1 Albany B, and lane 0 should be GMS B. Now, as you saw, like us, we're not totally sure what lanes these athletes are in. We will do our best to see the oranges and the blues and the reds and give
Thank
you
you
an
for coming
accurate
in
read.
uniform. That's all I'll say. Make our job a heck of a lot easier.
But we might have 10 boats. I'd believe it.
We might. Looks like some early leads from our leftmost lanes.
Yeah, our Oak Neck Potentially our friends of port there. Timing shed really pulling through, especially on this race when we've got crews in different lanes than their bow numbers are. Makes for a really tricky experience, but we've got a lot of wisdom in that tiny hut.
So left to right, it looks like we have Oak Neck on the left. One of our GMS crews, probably the GMS A crew.
I think GMS is looking pretty good through here.
In red, that'll be Burnt Hills. Panning over to the far right side of your screen,
There's
that looks like
GMS
an
B.
Albany B on the far
Albany
right.
on the outside, I would agree.
And then GMS.
Maybe Narragansett in those light unis.
I would bet money on that.
Powers of deduction here.
Albany A next.
They're
Looks like slight advantage to Narragansett here.
pulling through that first 500. You can see the big white buoy there.
It's a race to halfway,
1,000
then we're
left.
downhill from there.
750 uphill, 750 down.
Yup. Here comes port into our frame from the left. They seem to have pretty competitive positioning with Albany, maybe a seat or two up on the field there, but Narragansett also looking super strong.
Albany, I like your matching blades in your boats. That's fun.
Very coordinated.
We have some overlap here, not sure lanes, but looks like those blue blades, GMSA. The red outfits will be Burnt Hills,
Yeah,
is my
GMS
guess.
Looks like I would guess about a length of open over Burnt Hills. It's tough to call between
This is Oak Neck here, potentially on that far left-hand side.
my buoy counting. Skills are being tested. I would say Oak Neck has about 3 seats advantage over GMS, but it's looking like a good race all the way across. It's too
And that's
bad
what we're here
weather for our drones, so
we're here
really
for a good race.
we're really back in the Stone Ages without our drones.
If these athletes get some strokes next to some boats that are the same speed, then we've had a win for today.
You can see GMSB looking over, trying to get that external motivation, go
There's
a little bit
Narragansett.
harder.
Yep, in that white with the double stripe. We're approaching maybe 600. We can see those red buoys in your frame.
I think they might be past. I think
Oh, you're right. You're right. Red buoys.
we're
will be
going
250s.
250 soon.
We're close.
The end is in sight.
We got
You
all
got
boats
it.
in the last 500 of the course for today. Day 1, 500 meters from being complete. We got a lot going on in this last race.
Looks like Oak Neck's continuing their lead here.
I would say Oak
Narragansett.
Neck and that GMS potentially.
I think the
in our
GMS A
leading
might be a little
positions.
closer. It's actually quite hard to tell GMS B versus Narragansett.
I'm going to say GMS B
Yeah.
just behind Oak Neck and GMS A.
Yeah, GMSB on a tear right now into the last 250.
Oak
They're
Neck
staying
just
really
lifted
nice
up. I
and
saw
together.
that. Yeah, yeah. So these quads, again, totally responsibility for their strategy, their moves. We see
Communication.
Oak Neck here trying to move together, giving it all they've got.
They're extending their lead here, Oak Neck, with just about bow to stern of an advantage for gold. GMS bow seat taking a look over.
And Oak Neck will extend not quite open water, but will win our final race of the day.
I'd give it to him. I'd give
You
it
give
to
him
him.
some open.
Yeah, a couple inches.
There's
comes,
GMS A.
I think maybe Port.
I would second that.
Sneak attack from Port.
Not from starboard, from port.
And I'm going to create a club called Starboard. It's fine. There's GMS.
GMS
Looks like
B here out of lane 0 potentially. This could be
Concord just over Albany. We'll say that's Albany A.
I believe that was Narragansett over Albany, but yes. That's Burnt Hills coming through. Looks like we might have had a scratch from a Saratoga boat.
Here comes lane 3, Albany A.
Yep. And I can see Riverfront Recapture about to enter those red buoys. along with all of our safety launches and stake boaters who are ready to be off the water before this rain hits. This is Albany, I believe Albany B.
But with the
Albany
bow
A.
number for A.
We've got
yeah.
lane 3. We're over in lane 1, but we've got bow number 3 in that orange and black. They might get to sleep in their own beds tonight, which is always nice on a 2-day regatta
I'd
weekend.
hope so. Yeah.
Not too far of a drive up here
Not
for
too
them.
far.
Well done through the line there, Albany. And we've got 4 athletes on the course to finish out today.
Here comes Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, Connecticut.
Unis are the winner in my
Boat
book
name
for
is
today.
Blind Faith, which is apt as you have no coxswain in this boat. Everyone's facing backwards.
We are pushing to that finish line.
Bow seat's
Waiting
looking
for that
for
finish
it.
line. I don't know if bow seat's trying to look for the finish line to be done or the finish line to steer correctly. Maybe a little bit of both.
We'll have to find him for an interview tomorrow.
Come interview with us, bow seat. And there we have it. I got cheers erupting from the timing hut here.
Thank you so much for joining us today at the Saratoga Invitational Day 1, 2024.
I believe racing will start bright and early, 7:20, something like that tomorrow morning.
7:22.
See you then. Sleep well.